everybody, this is Grimmy, and this is an audiobook of my ongoing series, My Father's Warmth, which is a My Hero Academia Todoroki AU. Don't expect any good voice acting from this, I'm not a voice actor, so when you're listening to this audiobook, think of more like your mum telling you a bedtime story. I will not be attempting to replicate people's voices, don't expect that from me, please. Please. Below average expectations from me, please. My Father's Warmth is a happy Todoroki AU fanfiction where it's a retelling of the Todoroki family story if Enji Todoroki was never traumatized and got the guidance and support he needed growing up.
Unless stated otherwise, everything that happens in the canon happens beat for beat in this story. I'm not going into detail about every single little crook and cranny of the story, I will simply cease to exist.
Chapter 91. Phlogiston. It seems Toya's nausea tendencies weren't limited to car sickness, but also flights. As excited as he was, rivaling Izuku's bouncing, the poor man was a light shade of green as he held onto his father for dear life. "We're almost there," Toshinori reassured. Amused at his successor's energetic ramblings about Island he and Toya seemed to know so much about, while also feeling a bit sorry for the sickly state his nephew was in. "You're really not going to tell me what you have in store?" Enji grumbled, in a bad mood due to not being at work. He really wished he could have just sent Shoto to represent him instead. "It's a surprise," his blonde brother teased with a smile on his skeletal face. "I promise you'll like it," he replied to Enji's scoff. "An event once in a while isn't too bad," Ray laughed softly, enjoying being on a plane for the first time. It was different to a train, yet not too alien. Though Harrow didn't seem to share her same enjoyment, because he was digging his fingers into the arms of his seat while being very still and controlling his breathing. Though I guess not everybody in the family is meant to be airborne. "I'm fine," Harrow wheezed, while Toya groaned into his father's arms like he was dying. Shoto, Fuyumi, and Natsuo were much more in race tune and were enjoying the new experience. Although Fuyumi was a little let down that Hawks wouldn't be there. She had asked, but he said he was busy with other work and his sidekicks would be going in his stead. Shoto was in a better mood, as Momo and some of his friends would be there. She was representing her father, and Tenya was representing his family. Thankfully, nobody died on the plane. Toya and Harrow were very happy to be back on firm, stable ground, before they were blown away by the grandiose tech of Island. Harrow had never seen anything like it. The only way he could describe it was like a futuristic theme park of rides, games, and challenges. Quirks are even allowed to be shown off in public by those with no licenses. Harrow felt so puny on this artificial island that his brain couldn't even begin to wrap his head around. It didn't help that as soon as they stepped through the security into the main part of the island, that All Might, in his well-known muscular form, of course, was ambushed by adoring fans. Even Endeavor and Frostbite got a crowd around them, the latter a lot more able to deal with it than the death glare having Endeavor, who really wanted to go home. In fear of the non-pro hero family members being swept away by the crowd, especially Short Ray, and the scheduled time to meet Toshinori's friends, the family managed to get away before Japan's top hero's arrival became an issue of public safety. "Izuku, I saw an obstacle game that looks fun. We should partake in it after we meet Uncle..." Shoto started, before he was promptly interrupted by a happy, quickly approaching cry. "Uncle Might!" A blonde, bespectacled girl arrived, bouncing up and down on a red invention of some sort. All other than the named uncle were stunned as she jumped into the tall hero's arms, the two clearly familiar with each other. As they caught up quickly, Izuku and Shoto stared with wide eyes that turned to confusion, then unsureness, looking at All Might, then the newcomer, then back again. Shoto opened his mouth. "Stop," Endeavor scorned before Shoto could ask a question that would ruin first impressions. "And you," he pointedly said to Ray, who puffed her cheeks in annoyance at being caught. "There will be no conspiracy theories today, thank you very much. Everyone, this is my good friend's daughter." All Might must have realized that Endeavor was barely keeping his theory-prone family back. "I'm Melissa Shield," the sweet blonde replied. "It's wonderful to meet all of you. I'm glad Uncle Might has such great support. Thank you all for coming. I really wanted to surprise Papa." "Thank you for inviting us," Natsuo smiled, his goggles atop his head. "I'm Frostbite, or Natsuo. This is my grandfather Harrow, my mother Ray, my sister Fuyumi, my father Endeavor, and my 2 brothers, Toya and Shoto. This one and Izuku Midoriya here are All Might's student at UA. Melissa seemed very interested in Izuku and what his quirk was, circling him a bit too much into his personal space with curiosity, which made the boy shine a bright red. She noticed his rough knuckles, yet otherwise scarless right hand. "You must be working hard to become pros, huh?" she said with a sweet smile. "I want you all to meet Papa. Quickly, this way!" Endeavor wasn't nearly as hyped as everybody else in the group was. All Might, Izuku, and Toya leading the charge after Melissa. He and his father followed at their own pace behind them. Angie did offer a smile to Ray as she gave him a questioning look. She knew that her husband was annoyed at being pulled away from work and was only here at the urging of Toshinori, but that didn't mean he had to pout about it. Even as they all watched from the doorway as All Might reunited with his old friend, spinning him around the room like he was as light as a puppy and not a grown man, Angie held back in the corridor. "David Shield!" Izuku and Toya's voice cried in unison before they started ramblings about the man and his accomplishments. Only then did Enji pay a bit of attention, since clearly the kids had some interest and care for this new person. Izuku was of course far more interested in how he was connected to All Might, and much more fan-like in his behavior, while Toya had a more professional approach despite his initial exclamation. "David, I'd like you to meet Endeavor." Only then did Enji dare leave his position in the corridor, extinguishing his flames so as to not damage any scientific material in the room. "He's been my greatest support and second in command for years now. Enji, this is my good friend David. We worked together when I was in the States." Enji said nothing as he extended a hand to the brown-haired man, who seemed a bit frazzled at meeting everyone all in one go. Clearly, this really had been a surprise. David smiled gently and shook the much larger hand. "Yes, I remember you. Toshi asked about a support item many years ago for you." David's voice is kind, but Enji isn't sure if he feels reassured by it. It's not like his father's gentleness. It's tense and has an underlying stress to it. "That was for me, I'm pretty sure," Toya corrected, hands in his jacket, which made David look at him with raised eyebrows. "For my quirk." "Right. Yes, that's right. You're intolerant to your own flames." David hummed with a hand on his chin, observing Toya like he was a specimen. Toya doesn't mind. He does the same with everyone when talking about quirks. "Cases like yours are actually a huge motivation for why I-Island exists. Thanks to this place, support items have rapidly improved in the last 2 decades. Although, for such a specific scenario like yours, that would require exhaustive testing and a lot of money." The more he spoke, the softer and more thoughtful his voice got. Truly, a scientist. "It's too risky," Toya shoots back immediately with a shrug. "It'd be one thing if my quirk manifested outside of my body, but my flames come from inside me." He rested a hand on his own chest, over his beating heart that was always warm. Depending fully on the support item, especially as a pro hero, is asking for a painful death. It's a weak point that can be used and abused by the enemy, or when things go wrong, like it jams or breaks without the proper upkeep. The family watches as Toya's brain squares up with David Shields, something only Toya had the audacity to do. Support items aren't a magical fix-it solution, like with Izuku here. Toya grabbed Izuku by the shoulders and shook him slightly. Thanks to some targeted training and creative thinking, he's improved leaps and bounds without using his quirk. Now if he has a support item, it'll do its job and support him instead of it doing all the work for him. "You seem strongly opinionated about support items." Melissa leaned forward a bit, raising her eyebrows in the same way her father does, intrigued. "Dare I say, opposed to them?" "I'm not opposed to them at all. I think they're great." Toya shakes his head as he lets go of Izuku, who is baffled at the older boy daring to argue with one of the greatest minds and his daughter the world has to offer. "But I am opposed to depending on them. It encourages pro heroes to not keep up with their training and become lackluster in their performance." "Toya," Ray hisses, afraid he's being rude. "I'm right, though," Toya replies back with a scowl. This is his area of expertise. He's read countless papers and statistics about it. "Please don't worry, Mrs. Todoroki. Your boy here is very informed." David smiles, placing a friendly hand on Toya's shoulder. "It's why there's so many rules and regulations around support items, as well as questions of morality." "Yes, Toya was very aware. He and Powerloader had many conversations about it over the years, especially what morals would be okay to break. Toshinori badly covered a wet cough with a clearing of his throat, which grabs everybody's attention. I do believe that I have one more surprise. The muscular hero is clearly putting on airs for everyone, his huge build barely hanging on. David, you know how hard-working Endeavor is, and it's asking a lot to have him step away from his town. Melissa and I have managed to invite yet another great personality to visit our island, but skipping the fancy events that I know Endeavor dislikes so much. You can stop talking about me like I'm not here at any point. The number 2 hero grumbles, getting impatient. Ray and Harrow look a bit exasperated beside him, knowing exactly where Toya gets his audacity from. Great personality, David mutters, confused, before his eyes widen. Don't tell me. And Harrow catches the nervous fear in the man's voice. It isn't pleasant disbelief or even surprise. He's nervous. Harrow can recognize that emotion anywhere. It used to poison him. No spoiling the surprise, David. All Might grins, a finger to his mouth. Izuku, Toya, Shoto, Fuyumi, come with me. I want to show you around our island. Melissa bounced up and down, grabbing Fuyumi by the arm and grinning at her fellow bespectacled. Uncle Might told me you're a teacher. I want to hear all about it. With that, Melissa pulled away the 4, leaving a left-out and slightly confused Natsuo, Harrow, Ray, and Enji. We'll need to head to the rooftop. Quickly now, All Might exclaimed after they were gone. Due to a mix of excitement at sharing the surprise, and also because his body is threatening to fall to bits, he ushers out everybody with great energy. Harrow catches the worried look David gives All Might, then to his assistant, Samuel Abraham. What's that about? There's not too much time to consider that split-second glance, because they're all being dragged up to the roof by a very eager All Might. The trip to the roof of the building was short thanks to the grandiose encouragement from the number 1 hero of Japan, where atop the helipad was an array of army-level aircrafts. Up this high, it was easy to see atop the other buildings, and that most of them, especially the research buildings, had some sort of landing platform for aircrafts. Cassie! The latter exclaims as they reach the rooftop, waving at a muscular figure standing next to the aircrafts. I'm so glad you could make it. Anything for you, All Might, the addressed woman grins, her American flag-like cape fluttering behind her as her blonde hair whips in the wind. It's rare for you to reach out, though I guess I should be a little offended that you wanted to set up a play date for us and your number 2. It's said with good-natured banter. Endeavor stares at the woman, then snaps his neck to glare at his brother. It's one thing to drag me out here away from my work, but you did the same to the number 1 hero of the United States of America? Fire bursts from his shoulders. Do you know how long it takes to fly here from there? 10 hours, All Might starts. Much too long! Endeavor didn't want an answer. He wanted to be mad at his brother for setting up a frivolous meetup when everybody has much better things to do, like finding and catching Shigaraki. Fiery personality you've got there, Endeavor. Star and Stripe laughs, grabbing the man's attention away from his brother, who is all but cowering behind a very frazzled and even slightly singed David Shield. Yes, I came here on All Might's request, but also because he spoke so highly of you. Enji shot a suspicious side-eye to All Might, who grinned with a shaky thumbs up. Kathleen Bate, the woman, just an inch shorter than Endeavor, extended her hand. Enji Todoroki. He accepts a handshake. I'm still sorry I had to tolerate the fancies and whimsy of our number 1 hero. Kathleen grins at the strong grip the man before her has. A request to meet someone important to my idol is something I'm willing to tolerate. She laughs, similarly to All Might, but yet completely herself. And you must be Frostbite. Even if it was with a slight accent, her Japanese is fluent, which surprises Frostbite. Although everybody has spoken Japanese so far, even very American David and Melissa Shield, but there seems to be a pattern with those that look up to All Might learning to speak Japanese fluently. That's me, Frostbite smiles, shaking Star and Stripe's hand when it's offered to him. This is my grandfather Harrow and my mother Ray. Ray feels very small in front of the towering blonde woman. Great to meet you all, Kathleen grins. Say, Endeavor, the boys and I really aren't the fancy event types. You can fly. How's it we do some training over the waters? She sticks her thumb in the direction of her army brothers, who all wave or do casual salutes at being addressed from a far distance. We might as well play along with All Might's desire, no? Bring the boy too. I want to see what he's made of. There's something charming about her. She's not carefree and happy-go-lucky. She stands with power, and there's a brash demand for respect in her demeanor and voice that NG can very much appreciate. He looks back to his family, where his father and wife are giving him big thumbs up and smiles to please go socialize. Even though Ray's smile is a bit stiff. Natsuo, you've got experience on the ocean. Come on, NG finally says, walking beside Kathleen, who looks very pleased at being able to show off her brothers to the number 2 hero of Japan and his son. NG catches his brother's delighted grin. This changes nothing, he hisses, but it has no bite. All Might is just happy to see Endeavor's bad mood dissipate as he joins Kathleen and her squad. It's clear from his relaxed body language that he clicked instantly with them. Something that didn't even happen when he and NG first met. He knew they'd get along. The military fits NG. Harrow can't help noticing the slightly longing look in Ray's expression as they watch the aircrafts shoot into the sky. Endeavor, Star and Stripe, and Frostbite riding atop them. He understands the feeling. These pro heroes are their family, yet their life experience is so drastically different. It makes the more average, everyday people seem so uninteresting. Shoto was of course delighted to see some of his classmates were on the island as well, especially Momo, Uraraka, and Jiro when they joined them as Melissa showed him and his family some amazing advanced technology that was open to the public to view. Something he saw took Momo's fancy as she eyed the information plaques beside each gadget. Do you know these materials? Shoto asked, trying to read the same plaque but not recognizing the mentioned alloys and metals that were used for deep-sea equipment. Yes, these are standard use for ocean research, which was stunted for many years due to history's interest in outer space and the uprising of quirks, Momo explained, twirling her hair as she did. But in the last decade, the usage of quirks, refining of pre-existing materials, and the creativity of our modern scientists has advanced the support items industry leaps and bounds. Could you replicate it with creation? Shoto asks, hands behind his back as he tilts his head to observe the displayed items better. As long as I know how it's built and what it's made of course, Momo nods. How come you decided for the hero course over the support course? You're so knowledgeable, you'd be a wonderful asset to them as well. Shoto smiles at his fellow recommendation student, who smiles softly at the compliment. Oh, no, I do not have the required creativity and know-how to make new things. I can only replicate what somebody else has made before me. Momo's expression saddens at her own limitations, before she catches herself and remembers Shoto's request. Which is a skill I've worked hard to refine and perfect. I am able to fully understand how and why these wonderful creations work, not just in theory, but apply it too, because I am knowledgeable and thorough. Momo puffs her chest out in pride, eyes sparkling as she looks to Shoto, hoping he was happy that she managed to praise herself. He is, his smile tender. You really are. Toya laughs watching Bakugo try to blow up Shoto into smithereens after his brother beat him at some obstacle challenge. Watching Shoto just smile at the blonde, which seemed to rile him up even more. Being shown around Island was definitely fun. Melissa was great company. Her and Fuyumi got on like a house on fire, speaking about their studies and what Fuyumi was up to nowadays. Izuku got to show off his improved kicking and punching skills, to which Melissa was very impressed by. In due time, he'll be able to reach his full potential naturally, Toya grinned, watching the chaos that was Class 1A trying to hold back their residential feral child from tearing his competition apart. Then we can think of support items that can really target certain weaknesses and drawbacks. I could help out. I already have a gauntlet of sorts that would help, Melissa offered sweetly. But it must be hard to have a quirk and not be able to use it. Not really, Toya shrugs, leaning on the wall beside her sister. I mean, it was, once, but now it's easier not to. I don't have to shred my body to its limits, and I don't hurt my family. He blinks and glances at the blonde. Though, you saying that, it makes it sound like... I'm quirkless, Melissa confirms with a smile, and suddenly, Toya's in her face with a crazed glint in his eyes, phone already open to his notes app. I have many questions. Give it a break, Toya. Fuyumi sighed, but it was no use. Toya was in his researcher mode, and nothing short of a calamity would stop it. Elsewhere, David was antagonizing over the knowledge that All Might's power was depleting. Harrow had an inkling that Toshinori hadn't told his old friend about the reality of his quirk, which made the older man want to kick the blonde. Ray was here too, helping Toshinori with his coughing. Harrow eyes David, watching the way his eyes are pained, and how his hands grip his research table. This was always going to happen, Harrow comments softly, gaining the man's attention. If not now, then old age. Toshinori is still human. His power doesn't transcend physical limitations. Not even Star and Stripe does. That's true. But Toshi worked so hard for this piece. For it to all fall apart once he's gone. David said weakly, nervous. It doesn't sound like he was just nervous about this reveal concerning his friend, though. Harrow knows that tone. I guess raising Melissa on my own makes me wary of losing more. And doesn't Harrow know that feeling all too well? I raised Engie on my own too. Harrow sits beside David, the man giving him a surprised look. And we know that raising our children means providing them with everything they need to raise the next generation. The same as with heroes. Students become mentors to new students. Gran Torino, All Might, Deku, or even me, Endeavor, and the kids. Star and Stripe was inspired by All Might, from what I understand. I'm sure she's of the same opinion too. Harrow looks at Toshinori, buttoning up his shirt, blue eyes lingering on the slowly covered up scar on his side. Trying to cling onto the past and not putting faith in the kids doesn't help. Past glories are just that. The past. And that's where they'll stay. The Himura were a great example of that. David stared at Harrow, wariness in his eyes before he blinked, and something akin to insecurity settled in. Nobody could know, but David was too far gone. It was too late now to call off the attack. Shoto wasn't used to getting dressed up like this, but he didn't mind when he was with his friends and family. His mother was wearing a beautiful dark blue kipao-style dress with red and orange highlights, while Fuyumi wore a light blue V-neck chiffon dress that went to the floor and glittered at the hem like diamonds. Toya wore black dress pants and a waistcoat with a white shirt, and a black tie that had a blue fire design on it. A birthday present from his dad, who had a similar tie but with red flames. Ray had rolled her eyes at the gauche design, while Toya absolutely adored it.
Goddesses.
Minato all but drooled at the reveal of the beautiful Todoroki women who passed him to go into the main event room. He got a very nasty glare from Harrow, the man wearing a simple maroon suit and tie with gold highlights. They're both taken, buddy. Better luck next time. Toya sniggered as he held his mother's hand to show off her engagement and wedding ring, Ray a little amused but otherwise somber. It would have been more fun if Engie was here with her instead of being off the island with Star and Stripe. Wait, Big Sis for you have a boyfriend? Izuku asks with raised eyebrows. Is she saving herself for Toya let out a garbled choke sound as Fuyumi grabbed him by the tie and dragged him into the main event room with all the ferocity only a Todoroki could have. Are you waiting for the girls? Harrow asked Shoto, who nods. Alright, join us when you're ready. They never did join the adults. A lockdown kept them out. Engie hadn't expected himself to essentially be playing a game of tag with the USA's #1 hero, but there's a first for everything. The rules are simple. Engie needs to avoid Star and Stripe using her brother's aircrafts, which, if it was anybody else, would be an easy feat, but Kathleen Bate has trained her whole life to be as strong as All Might, and while even with using one of her 2 rules from her new order quirk didn't let her achieve this feat because of her own physical limitations, it was very close. She reminded Engie of when his brother was in his prime, and he'd lie if he said it wasn't fun to be challenged again. Kathleen is fast, But Enji has tricks up his sleeve with his clever usage of Hellflame, so that game was going on for a while. They use the aircrafts to bounce around the air. Enji even uses them as obstacles to block Kathleen, who is having the time of her life chasing after the fiery hero. Down below, Frostbite is watching this as he keeps up and skates over the water like he's done 1,000,000 times with Gangorka. It's second nature now, and even spending the whole afternoon skating, the only reason he needs to take a break every once in a while is because his limbs start to lock up from all the ice. When that happens, he happily sits in one of the aircrafts and chats with their pilots, asking all sorts of questions about their training and experiences over the years, what the States is like, and even trying out his English with them. They all speak Japanese with various accents, and it's fun to contrast and compare languages. But typically, he was on the water, skating. "Hey, kid, wanna race?" One pilot, with a bat heteromorph quirk, grinned. "You look faster than your old man. How about you test how fast you are compared to a fighter jet?" It's a losing fight, Natsuo knows. But he's absolutely up for it. They start off slow so that both the pilot and Frostbite can build up their speed, abandoning the others far behind them as they race atop to the vast empty waters, Frostbite having the added difficulty to fight the waves, but that's second nature at this point. Faster, more build-up, more power. The aircraft's engine revs as it keeps up with Frostbite. The ice hero zeroes in on his movement and focuses on his posture, leaning forward and getting his stance wide as the wind and water whips at his exposed skin. It's exhausting. The effort pulls and rips at his muscles. But it's fun. After almost a whole year of not being physically challenged, facing close to zero enemies and mainly doing rescue practices with local authorities, this scenario is delightful. Adrenaline rushes through his body in a way only pushing his limits can. It makes him feel strong. Push, push, push the limits, and when you hit that wall, keep pushing. Until you leave it far behind. Climb that endless mountain until you reach the top and only have the sky as your companion. Natsuo can finally breathe. He loves the ocean, the salty, unpredictable yet so familiar waters, unforgiving to the ignorant yet loving to the knowledgeable. The reflected night sky sparkles like diamonds in the deep blue, which even blurry at the speed Natsuo is going, looks beautiful. The plane may be faster, but Natsuo isn't slow. As he feels his body demand a rest, he slows down to nothing but a gentle slide atop the darkening waters. And as the plane circles him, he uses the last of his strength to jump onto its wing and crawl into the cockpit with the pilot, panting with a dumb grin on his face. He tears off his goggles as he leans back and sees the faraway flames of his father tearing through the sky like a shooting star. Star and Stripe's blonde hair not far behind at their hours-long game of tag. "Seems they're having fun," the pilot grins, bat ears flicking towards Natsuo as the boy laughs. "Your dad's built of stronger stuff than most. You too. You could do well in the army, you know." "So the recruitment stereotypes are true," Natsuo teases, which gets him a full belly laugh from the older man. "Hey, oh man," he wheezes, still catching his breath. "Can I ask you a bit of a personal question?" "Shoot." Natsuo clears his throat. "I have a girlfriend." "Oh yeah?" Of course, the older man gives him a teasing look. "You think she's the real thing?" "Oh yeah." Natsuo's face is red, but he doesn't cower away from the question. "Absolutely. She's got a chinchilla quirk, the ears. I had a bad conversation with my grandparents about heteromorphs." "Ah, shit. That sucks, kid." The pilot sighs, leaning back as he puts his aircraft to hover over the waters. "I'm guessing from the sounds of it, you haven't told your family because of that." "Partially," Natsuo admits. "Also because a lot of stuff's been happening, and I know how they react. They have a tendency for the dramatic." That makes the man snicker. Do you have any experience with that at all? Is heteromorph prejudice any better in the States? Because when my grandparents started saying those things, I just froze." "Ironic." The pilot cackled and reached over to punch Natsuo lightly in the shoulder. "Look, kid, prejudice is all over the place. If it's not quirks, it's what you're wearing. If it's not that, it's your hair color." Our boy Ethan Drive has dealt with some shit back in his hometown, and, well, he motions to himself. Some people are kinder than others. Point is, if there's anything different about you, somebody out there is going to be an asshole about it. Some places are worse off than others. He smiles, looks up into the sky where his brothers have caught up to Enji and Kathleen, the latter of which seems to have finally caught to the red-headed man. And it's the worst when you hear it from your own family. But that doesn't mean you should let it hold you back from living your best life. If you and this girl are solid, you'll face whatever punches the world throws at you together. Natsuo smiles. Miki said that too. Up above, Enji is panting heavily and sweating like a madman beside Kathleen, who is weaving for air too, a laugh in between her breaths every once in a while. They're both sitting on Ethan's plane. Just as expected from Japan's fiery number 2, she laughs as her chest rises and falls. If you'd used your second rule, that would have ended a lot faster. Enji shakes his head, wiping his damp hair that's sticking to his forehead with his large hand. To put a rule on you, I'd have to catch you first, and you are very hard to catch, the tall woman adds with a bright laugh. And even if I put a rule on the air, something tells me you wouldn't go down without a fight. You're scarily tenacious. The punch to his bicep feels a lot like All Might's, and Enji can't help the smile that pulls at his lips. A big guy like you fits right in. I don't think I've seen anybody give Kathleen such a challenge in years, Ethan says from his cockpit, giving Enji a thumbs up. You ever considered the army? I considered the police force when I was a kid, the redhead replies, slowly catching his breath. But after a villain accident I miskilled my father, I realized my country needed better heroes. All Might hadn't come back from the States yet. That's what made me want to be a hero too, Kathleen grins. My family was almost killed, but we did have All Might then. He saved me, my parents, and my little sister. It's why I think of him as my teacher, even if he never taught me personally. I look up to what he represents and his ideals. I'm envious you've gotten to spend so much time with him. Enji snorts and leans his cheek on his hand, looking out below to the aircraft holding his son rejoining the group. It's ironic to think, once upon a time, that Enji hated the blonde due to his own insecurities. Is it true? Is All Might losing his strength? Enji grunts in reply, eyes looking up at the star-littered night sky. That means we'll have to work even harder. Way ahead of you, Enji jokes. I'm not being hard on my kids and their training because it's a hobby. They know as much as we do that soon they'll be fighting without All Might in their ranks. We need to prepare and pave the way for the new generation of heroes so that they can live their lives without the burdens of their predecessors. All for One comes to mind, but also his own weakness. He wants Shoto and Natsuo to be able to strive for their potential without being held back by the insecurities that seem to plague the family. Fuyumi and Toya too in their own fields. Just as All Might has inspired many, as has my father for me, and as we must for our students and youngsters. Look at you, big chatty, Kathleen grins widely, but there's a gentleness to her features. But I agree with you. Some speed your kids got! Natsuo's face flush at the pilot's praise as they join them. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, huh? Frostbite, how's your parkour skills? Kathleen gets to her feet, her cape and hair whipping in the wind. Looks like you have the potential to be faster than dear old Dad. I think I'm pretty good. Dad and Gangorko have thrown me enough times that I know how to fix my stance midair. Natsuo replies with a forming grin. Boys, formation! Ethan calls out to the others, and the aircraft set up into an obstacle course-like formation in the sky. Enji wonders how much fuel that must cost, and what made the States okay this sort of outing, but decides that if Kathleen is out here willing to entertain him and Natsuo a bit, then that's not for him to worry about. So why does he have a bad feeling in his chest? As he watches Kathleen jump from aircraft to aircraft with Natsuo close behind, teaching him various ways to push his body into gaining more speed in the air, Enji checks his phone and tries to call Rei. She doesn't pick up. Okay, maybe she's busy. She can get pretty chatty. He calls his dad. Nothing. Toya. Again, nothing. And that's when worry turns to anxiety. Ethan, could you try to call Island? Angie's stern voice seems to trigger Ethan's soldier instincts, because his face turns serious and he does as he is asked. The call via his communication system doesn't go through. It's blocked. Cassie! The blonde woman is by Angie's side in a second. I think we should head back to Island. Something's wrong. Harrow is kneeling by All Might's side, warily staring at the guns pointed at everyone in the room. Glowing blue restraints holding all the heroes down. He doesn't see Shoto or any of the kids in the room. He meets Ray's worried gaze as she holds onto Fuyumi and Toya, the former shielding his sister and mum from the gun-wielding villains. You. Toya's head snaps up when the leader's, Wolfram, hand reaches out and grabs him by the front of his waistcoat, dragging him to his feet. You're coming with us. David and his assistant Sam look anxious and confused. This wasn't part of the agreement. Don't touch me, Toya snarls, pulling Wolfram's hands off of him. Why should I? Unless you want us to start using your pretty sister as target practice, you'll come with, Wolfram threatens, pointing his gun at Fuyumi, who is frozen in terror. Ray wraps her hands around her and puts herself in the line of fire instead. She glares up at the man. Or your mother. I'm not picky. If Endeavor or Frostbite come back, I don't want them to get any ideas. The gun moves to point at Toya instead, but he's unwavering in his glaring. Or you, for that matter. Don't want you using that insane quirk of yours to fight back. I don't use my quirk, Toya snarls, shoulders hunching. Ever. Your loss. Now get moving, Wolfram orders as he shoves Toya forward. Harrow watches his eldest grandson being forcefully led away while his granddaughter and daughter-in-law hold each other, unable to do anything with armed men around them. He can see that All Might is struggling to keep his form up, especially after being kicked over by Wolfram. One mercenary eyes Harrow cautiously, showing off his weapon in warning. Harrow can't do anything. He's just a citizen. The knowledge that not only David and his assistant, but also Toya had been taken hostage for whatever reason put fire in all of Class 1A and Melissa's souls to get moving and save everyone as quickly as possible. Mineta was particularly motivated knowing that Shoto's beautiful mother and sister were in danger too. Shoto, aren't you worried? Your brother, Tenya said, looking pale on behalf of his friend. I am, Shoto admits, but it's going to be okay. We'll save him. And the others. He smiles at his friends as they all run to the rescue. It'll be okay. And they believe him. Though it's hard to believe things will be okay when slightly injured Melissa and very quickly trapped in metal Izuku get to the 200th floor and learned of the truth of what David had done. And in turn, Sam's meek betrayal as he demands the confiscated briefcase holding the amplifying quirk to Wolfram, accompanied by a goon and his white-haired hostage. Toya! Melissa exclaims, seeing Toya tied with metal around his middle and arms while being held back by one of Wolfram's men. He's unhurt and furious. Mr. Abraham, don't you dare! Toya yells, before wincing as the metal tightens around him. Villains don't play fair! I never would have thought Endeavor's kid would be so mouthy, Wolfram sighs as he grabs the briefcase from Sam's hands. But he's right. The gun is pointed at Sam. It shoots. But the bullet hits a wall instead of Sam, who has still fallen to the ground in shock. Wolfram is thrown to the ground because Toya managed to dig his heel so deeply into his goon's foot that he was let go of, and rammed his entire body into Wolfram, shoulder aiming for the kidney. Now that's more like Endeavor. A malicious grin pulls at Wolfram's partially hidden face, even as Toya kicks a gun far away from the villain, standing in between him and a startled Sam that's being checked over by David, who, despite the twist of events, still cares for his assistant. But unlike your old man, you're unwilling to put up the fight that would actually save you. With a clench of his hand, Wolfram triggers his metal control quirk, and the metal wrapped around Toya squeezes him so hard it makes his ribs grind. Toya lets out a choked cry as he falls to his knees while pain thrums through his body. "You got what you wanted," he says through gritted teeth, blue eyes glaring at the villain getting back on his feet. "Take your illegal item and go away before my father and brother come back." Nobody can be sure if the two Todoroki pro heroes will come back with Star and Stripe and her troop, but the genuine threat of the USA's number 1, Japan's number 2, and his son meddling in their business so close to victory did make Wolfram consider his options. Some of his strongest men were taken out by those damn kids, and having both Toya and the scientist in the helicopter would require too many hands on deck. He had to make a choice between the two. Between the scientist that could make him rich with more of these quirk amplifiers, or the Todoroki boy who he'd promised to that man. Well, whatever. Wolfram can always grab another competent tech nerd to recreate the item at another time. He'd rather not deal with the wrath of the greatest villain in history. "Very well," Wolfram hums, walking towards Toya and grabbing him by the metal wrapped around him to pull him to his feet again. "You're getting off easy, David Shield. We'll have this boy take the brunt of your sins." "What?" David exclaims, eyes wide in horror as Toya is dragged away, kicking and fighting. "No, wait, Toya!" Melissa, helpless as she is, runs forward as if to confront Wolfram herself, only stopped because Deku finally managed to free himself from his bindings. But Wolfram is faster, creating a wall of metal to block Deku's kicked attack that indents the hard structure. "Deku! I'll save Toya! Save everybody else!" Deku tells Melissa, who, with betrayed, tear-filled eyes, doesn't give her father a glance as she rushes to disable the lockdown keeping all the pro-heroes trapped. All the way to the helicopter awaiting Wolfram at the top of the building, Toya is writhing, kicking and yelling. He knows that Deku will come for him, but he's just a kid. These are the real deal, experienced mercenaries that will kill or hurt anyone for money. He should be focusing on getting the pro-heroes freed instead of trying to save everyone on his own. "Quit squirming," Wolfram slams Toya into the helicopter, the young man smacking his head on the hard surface that makes him dizzy. "You're pathetic. Your flames could melt your bindings, but you'd rather be kidnapped than use it." Toya hears the engine of the helicopter revving up and feels it lift off the ground. "Shut up. How do you even know?" He breathes heavily, vision blurring from the impact to his head. Wolfram just grins at him before glaring at something below. Toya can hear Deku's cry in the distance. He sounds distressed. Then a whooshing, one that spikes Toya's adrenaline, and he wants to kick Wolfram from denying him the awesome scene that he knows is about to happen. "Damn it!" the pilot cries as a red-hot body slams into the helicopter, heat so intense that it melts the rotor blade. Breath leaves Toya as he feels his body fall downwards, while instantly lifting into mid-air. The helicopter in a fiery downward spiral. But before Toya can be part of the carnage, familiar strong arms, free of any fire but still burning with more than just the flames under the skin, wrap around his slightly concussed body and dashes out of the open helicopter door. "I can finally say I've been saved by Endeavor," Toya cackles as his vision focuses to see his father's scowling face, the distant flames of the crashed helicopter illuminating his intense blue eyes as he melts the metal wrapped around his son. "Thanks, Dad. Is my tie okay?" The oh-so-important fire tie. "It's fine," his father replies, expression unimpressed but voice relieved.
"Is that Star and Stripe?"
Deku's voice sounds much less distressed. Toya blinks up at the towering shadow that looms over him and his father. "Oh, hey, ma'am, I'm Toya." Toya's voice sounds very much out of it and loopy, which makes Kathleen grin. "Are you all might surprised for Dad? One hell of a surprise." "Careful!" Deku cries suddenly, because behind the heroes and Toya, metal is writhing like giant snakes from the fire, aiming directly for the number 1 and number 2. "Texas Smash!" The offending metal is punched downwards to interrupt its path, just before it could hit either Endeavor or Star and Stripe. That had been a terrifyingly fast attack. Even All Might would have been hurt getting hit by something of that sort. But him being here was a good sign. It meant that the pros below were free and could take care of the other mercenaries. Enji didn't like the way his brother's muscles were quaking though. "All Might, you're pushing your limit. Let me and Star and Stripe deal with this," Endeavor shouts, stands to his full height with Toya still cradled in his arms, who is seeing quadruple at this stage. "Get Toya out of here!" "But," All Might wants to argue, but he starts coughing, blood dripping down his chin. "No buts!" Endeavor yells with comedic fury, shoving his slightly giggling and loopy son to his uncle. "And take Deku with you!" "But..." "No buts!" Endeavor roars. Deku shrivels on the spot like a wilted weed, scampering back into the building to check on the shields. "Go on, get!" he orders All Might, who, honestly, was barely holding on, and was looking rather foolish being bossed about by the younger hero in front of Star and Stripe, who, admittedly, was finding this pretty funny. "Star and Stripe, can you do something about all this metal?" "I'll have to think of something specific. No rule that will damage the metal below us. There's an entire building with hundreds of floors, people, and priceless research. If I'm reckless, my rule could damage it too." The woman widens her stance as her master disappears into the building with Endeavor's concussed son. "And you can call me Star." Sounds like they're getting along. All Might is relieved. "Dad told you off like you used to tell me off." Toya laughs with an edge of madness, eyes swirling in their sockets. "We need to get you checked out," All Might says while holding back more coughing. As he runs the same way Deku did, he's glad to see all the other Class 1A students were there too with the shields and Sam. Some, Kaminari, in worse states than others. "You kids, you're right." "Uncle Might!" Melissa exclaims. "Toya!" Shota gasps out, running to his uncle to cling onto his roughed-up brother. "Toya, are you okay?" "Oh hey, Peppermint. I'm fine." "Why is there 3 of you?" Toya squints at Shoto. "I think he hit his head," All Might exclaims, a little wheezy. "Not the worst thing to happen to him," Tenya says flatly, knowing the family's history. "This thing's the worst thing to happen to me." Toya is well enough to jab a finger in Shoto's face, so at least there's that, although his words are a bit slurred. "All Might, David, uninjured, but hurt in ways unseen, stands before his old friend with guilt, Melissa clinging to his arm like she's afraid of losing him too. "I'm so sorry." There's a lot of explaining to do. Up above, Wolfram was quite easily having the worst day of his life. Sam Abraham's reports had been correct. All Might is awfully weaker than when he was in his prime, which should have been an easy fight. But Endeavor and Star and Stripe combining forces against him? Only the adrenaline, thanks to One for All's muscle augmentation quirk, has given him the audacity and delusion to think he could win against the 2 people closest to All Might in speed and strength. Not to mention the terrifying mystery of what rule Star and Stripe will impose on him. It's all he could do to raise more and more metal obstacles and defenses to body Endeavor and Star's attacks, but even with the quirk amplifying device, that was pushing his limits. "You have multiple quirks," Endeavor accuses after another hell spider tore through Wolfram's attacks like a hot knife through butter. "Did All for One send you?" Even in the midst of battle, the fiery number 2 is thinking and connecting the dots. Wolfram grins. Even as madness enters his mind, he knows he can use this. "No, when we were planning this extortion, I received a call from that man," Wolfram yells back, sending another wave of metal hydras at Endeavor, only for the man to weave between and avoid them at a speed much too fast for a hulking man like him, shortening the space between himself and Wolfram. Initially, it only had to do with David's shield, but he also said, "Endeavor's eldest son, Toya, has a special interest in quirks. He will most definitely be present. In return for this quirk, bring him to me." Through his flames, Enji's eyes widen. He already knew that All for One had his targets on Toya. It had been directly confirmed by Shigaraki himself. Clearly the villain wants Toya on his side for whatever reason. But to go to the next thing and get Toya to be used as a hostage and kidnapped? 1,000 thoughts splinter and poison Endeavor's thoughts. Worry and paranoia for his son, which slows his attack down just enough to leave an opening for Wolfram to attack. Sub-Zero strike! But raining from above came Frostbite with a downwards ice-covered kick, right onto Wolfram's exposed head. Perfect aiming from Star's pilots that Frostbite had dropped down from, his rescue training contributing to his well-aimed kick. This snapped Endeavor enough from his momentary stupor to finish his own attack and melt the entirety of the metal blocking Star's way. One problem had quickly arisen. Star didn't have the space or freedom to use her new order in any way she desired without worrying for the potential collateral damage down below. And if she needed to touch Wolfram to apply a rule, the best course of action was to one-shot him. Which meant she needed Endeavor to completely clear her path. With Frostbite returning the favor by giving Wolfram a worse concussion than he gave Toya before quickly being pulled away by his father up into the sky, Star and Stripe had all the room to gut-punch Wolfram so hard the quirk amplifier was destroyed. It's a one-punch knockout, but in all of their worries for what was happening above them, All Might, Class 1A, and the Shields witnessed in a desire to help despite being told not to. David's eyes widen, watching the unlikely team-up in shame. He doubted All Might's students. All of them. Star and Stripe, Deku, who protected his daughter, even his ordinary family. Even Toya, who protected him, and Sam despite being tied up and practically quirkless. He shouldn't have doubted them. He should have realized that All Might's light resides not only in him, but in these heroes too, especially in these students that the adult pro-heroes are paving the way for. All he can feel is shame for clinging onto the past and giving into his fears of losing the peace All Might fought for. Those fears causing him to commit actions that almost lost him his daughter and Endeavor his son. It only hurts more as he watches Toy be placed in an ambulance to check his bruises and head injury. It hurts even more when he sees Rei and Fumi rushing to him. Fumi launching herself at her pro-hero brother and father, while the Todoroki mother checks on her eldest baby. Her worry melts away as Toya blabbers something loopy of, "Today we learned an important lesson on why there are rules and restrictions concerning support items." He'll be fine. David. Hara's voice makes the brunette jump. He looks at him, tired and ashamed. I understand. Those words only make his heart ache even more. Two gentle hands reach out to hold his shoulders reassuringly. More than you'll ever know. I get it. Hara's eyes are a warm turquoise, full of that light that David has admired for so long in All Might. He sees it there too. He sees it in the heroes, in the students. It's all there. It was never dying. It was only ever shared. I'm sorry. David's voice breaks. Melissa, I'm sorry. I put you in trouble. I'm sorry. David Shield will have to deal with the consequences of calling in mercenaries to steal back his illegal item. But for now, he hugs his daughter that he would do anything for, who he loves more than life itself. And despite what happened tonight, Melissa hugs him back, clinging onto him as tears drip down her face. That's all Haro could ever wish to witness. Shoto, fancy outfit half burnt off, stands a bit to the side of his classmates, looking worse for wear, but otherwise alive and uninjured. This isn't what he expected to deal with when coming to Island, but it sounds like trouble follows them no matter where they go. Maybe they're cursed or something. But he's too worn out to really think much about any of it. His family are fine, his friends are safe, and other than the villain, nobody got hurt. He tilts his head to look at his classmates, and his eyes land on Momo, who, despite all the stress and effort she's gone through in the fight, doesn't have a single hair strand out of place, and her dress is intact. "You look beautiful," Shoto blurts out suddenly, catching her by surprise. "Oh, thank you. I liked your suit. It was well-fitting." Momo offers back with a smile. Mineta, who has gone unnoticed despite being in between them both due to his short height, cries blood at the unfairness of it all. "Good work, Endeavor." Star and Stripe, accompanied by her troop, approaches the number 2 hero now that things have settled down, and offers him a fist bump. "The boys and I have been called back to the States to give a report and escort Wolfram and his men to prison. Let's keep in touch. I have a feeling our combined power will be needed in the future. As powerful as she is, she's nothing close to All Might. It's important for relations between countries to be solid. Angie smiles at her and accepts a fist bump. I agree. Take care getting home. Ray watches Angie and Natsu speak to Star, Ethan, and the rest of the boys, as well as a somewhat holding on All Might awkwardly pushing his little, flustered student towards Kathleen for him to meet. It goes about as expected for fanboy Izuku, and it only eases a little of the unrest in her soul. But everybody is having fun, and she doesn't want to ruin it. She swallows thickly and smiles when Enji reaches out to her to come join him by his side, introducing her to his new friends. Guess he had done what she wanted him to after all. All's well that ends well isn't an appropriate phrase for this situation, however. Even as the kids enjoyed the rest of their time on the island, Haru, Enji, Ray, and Toshinori was stressed at the knowledge that All for One had made a kidnapping attempt. Could he want his quirk? Ray offered, stroking Toya's hair as he laid in the hospital bed, sleeping soundly with bandages wrapped around his head. It is powerful. All for One is picky. He doesn't take just any quirk without considering the drawbacks. If he were to take Toya's blue flame, he'd be taking its drawbacks as well. Toshinori replied with a shake of his head. It would be best for Toya to stay close to home for the time being. He won't, Enji interrupts. He's going to the summer camp with Shoto. We can't deny him that. He's worked too hard and is too involved. It's not like he'll let us anyway. Ray shot him an unhappy scowl, a hand protectively over her boy's head and chest. He's an adult, Ray. If he wants to go, we can't stop him. She knows that, but it's frustrating. Chapter 92. Lab Aisle. As soon as they got home, Enji pulled Shoto to the side with both hands on his shoulder. Shoto, I don't want to assume the worst is going to happen, the Flame Hero said seriously, looking at his slightly perplexed son. He's so young, and he shouldn't have to ask him this, just like he shouldn't have needed to ask Natsuo years ago to be a shoulder for Toya to cry on when the eldest boy didn't share his woes with the adults. But assuming they do, I wanted to have a way to show your location in case communications go down like they did at Island. Do you know what a flare is? Ray watches as her husband teaches Shoto how to shoot his fire upwards straight into the sky like a flare. Powerful and bright like a star, yet noiseless like a dog-friendly firework. She doesn't want her boys to leave her sight and be so far away from home that she can't do anything to help them. But then again, she'd been right by Toya when a gun was pointed at him and Fuyumi, and she hadn't been able to do anything. She had needed to leave the life of her eldest boy in the hands of the heroes. Which was logical, but the mother felt weak at not being able to do anything but hold her daughter and cower. Ray, Haru's voice brings her out of her thoughts as he sits by her in the living room, looking out of the window to watch his grandson and son as well. We're civilians. We can't do certain things. That's why the heroes exist. Ray knows, and Haru knows she does. I've been feeling this way for years. You have to trust them. Ray knows that too. But it's so much easier said than done. Concussed or not, targeted by All for One or not, Toya didn't care, and it was with huge excitement that Class 1A and 1B went to their summer camp. He had to promise his family he'd be careful and to stick with the pro heroes, especially his mother, who had a very serious look on her face. Though it didn't quite go as initially planned. It was still being run with the Wild Wild Pussycats, but in concern for the known whereabouts of their training camp, UA had secretly changed location without anyone else knowing. Toya understood why. Between Tomura trying to intimidate Izuku and the whole Island situation, safety concerns were at the top of the list. Not high enough that the Pussycats went easy on the kids though, considering Mandalay and Pixie Bob essentially kicked them off a cliff. Say, you're of age and single. Desperate Pixie Bob cooed at Toya, who raised his eyebrows at her while hearing the distant screams of Class 1A getting attacked by her Earth fellow creatures. Who says I'm single? Toya squints, a bit offended. You send us a PDF of over 100 pages breaking down all of the students' quirks and your training suggestions. Nobody who's in a committed relationship does that. Pixie Bob replied flatly with all the sass of a high schooler, which she clearly never outgrew. Be nice to me, I'm a kidnapping victim. Toya whined like the child that he never outgrew, his pride wounded and stomping his foot. And anyway, who wants an old woman like you? I'm 18 at heart! This is going to be a long week, Aizawa can tell. Despite the not-so-professional start, as soon as training got properly started once everybody was settled, Toya locked in and worked just as hard as the students of both classes did. As Pixie Bob had said, Toya's reports for each student was taken into consideration when developing their training routine, some more vigorous than others. Toya was quick to take all the credit for the students suffering. Big Bird Toya, you asshole! Mina and Kaminari cried from their respective corners of the torture regimen. Uraraka would also have said something, but she's too busy trying to not throw up due to her own quirk. If Frostbite can handle this, so can I, was the thought repeated over and over in her head. But Toya, as cruel as he acted, observed everyone with piercing eyes. Everybody needed to tear themselves to shreds to build themselves back up again, like how going to the hairdressers to cut dead ends would help hair grow faster and stronger. With the threat Shigaraki potentially poses and the reality All For One is out there kicking, Toya would rather the students get hurt and recover under the watchful eye of their teachers and peers than die at the hands of actual villains. Which is why he put Hagakure and Shoji against each other, forcing Shoji to find and fight her while the invisible girl hides and fights back, or why he stuck both Kaminari and Tokoyami in a deep dark cave to face each other. Tokoyami is overpowered in the dark, yet sensitive to Kaminari's light. Meanwhile, Kaminari needs to defend himself against an opponent more powerful and skilled than him, needing to use his electricity beyond his limits and gain tolerance to it so he doesn't zap himself into a lobotomy. Every time he loses, he has to intake volts from a car battery. For good measure, Toya threw Shihai Kurohiro into that mix to try and survive. Honenuki! Toya called out to his brother's friend's cousin. Follow and soften the ground Tenya is running on, and I want you to try and catch Tsuyu. You want me to do pinpointed attacks? Juzo sweated just thinking about that. Yep. Oh, and Ojiro! Toya called out to the tailed boy who already looked like he was ready to pass out. You, Kendo, and Shishida are having an all-out fight atop of Honenuki's softened ground too. If you're not sweating blood, you're not trying hard enough. Tiger highly approves of Toya's attitude. The students, not as much. Nobody was having it easy. Especially not Shoto, who, as soon as Toya had appointed everybody to their death sentences, was dragged to the top of the hill overseeing everyone and sat in front of his brother. Now, he'd trained with Toya for years at the mercy of their father, so Shoto would think he'd know what to expect from his eldest brother, but considering the screams of agony coming from below and Bakugo's more than usually strained yelling, Shoto wasn't so sure. First off, you're a wuss. Toya started with insulting his baby brother. Quit being a bitch and worrying about hurting people with your fire. Great pep talk, Shoto said flatly, which got him a magazine whack to the head. Ow! I will be using the generational technique of magazine whacking that Grandpa used when Dad was giving him attitude, Toya said threateningly as he waved the rolled up magazine in front of his brother's face. There's both Endeavor and All Might on the cover, so it's double the damage. What does that even mean? Ow! Another whack to the head. Back at the sports festival, Grandpa said something interesting. Acting like he hadn't whacked his brother on the head, Toya continued on professionally. He said we should find a compromise to make you more confident using your fire. While rubbing his head, Shoto blinks at him. I thought, hey, we've got two sides, one hot, one cold, let's combine it. But ice and fire just mix water. Shoto made his point by summoning some ice and a flame in his palms and bringing them together. Instantly, his ice melted and dripped onto the ground between the brothers, which snuffed out the fire. See? Yes, externally. Toya grinned. What if you combine it internally? Shoto tilts his head, seeing what Toya means, but not quite catching onto what his slightly insane brother is getting at. How would I do that? Using your heart. Shoto says nothing for a while, just stares at Toya. Like, believing in myself? Whack. Like using your physical beating heart, dumbass, Toya said flatly. Learn to differentiate between literal and metaphorical already. I know you're not stupid. But that's something they always say in movies. That's a lot more sensical than using my actual heart. Shoto replied back with some sass, catching the offending magazine before it could whack him again. Stop it. Burn that magazine and I'm throwing you off this hill. Have fun tumbling down of Uraraka. Toya threatens when he sees his brother's left hand squeezing around the magazine where his beloved Endeavor and Uncle Might is on the cover. Do you remember when I was doing that paper about quirks? Which one? You've done a million. The first one, when I used myself as a test subject and we changed my quirk's name to Blue Flame. Oh yeah, you threw me into the lake on Sokoto Peak. Shoto hadn't enjoyed being lab rat number 1 for a week straight. What of it? I figured out that for Dad and I, our hearts are literally the center of our quirks. They're like the furnace the flames emit from. I think if you can figure out how to balance your two sides using your heart as a central focus, you could do something so much cooler than just water. It clicks. Shoto perks up. Cold fire. Cold fire, Toya grins, glad his brother is on the same page. In theory, it'll still have the impact of your flames, but none of the heat. A fire that doesn't burn. It's a fire that his icy-based family could tolerate, and one that would still use the power given from his fiery side. It combines two sides he loves so much into something powerful but not destructive. Shoto doesn't like this idea. He loves it. Aizawa watches from below as Toya trains Shoto. Well, it doesn't seem like Shoto is doing much compared to his morning warm-up of sitting in a barrel of water and pushing past his limits. Even from a distance, Aizawa can see the boy's limbs shaking as he sits with his eyes closed, looking like he's meditating but sweating profusely. Every once in a while, he staggers and has to stop, panting before getting force-fed water and encouraged to continue by Toya, who is keeping track of his improvement. Easy to say, Toya isn't going easy on anyone, least of all Shoto. Despite all the strain the students go through, they're able to have a good time together, even when cooking. Shoto is happy to help out his friends by lighting the furnaces, but due to the warning from Big Sis Fuyu, as Bakugo called her, the youngest Todoroki is prohibited to cook unless it's stirring the pot for the curry. One day, Shoto will learn to cook, but that is not this week. Everybody's too hungry to deal with burnt rice. Nonetheless, he enjoys eating and laughing with everyone, even though they're all exhausted. During his downtime, Toya notes each of the students' progress and refines their training. It means that no matter what they've done during the day, the next is going to be slightly different to target specific weaknesses. Mina was even starting to lose some of her pink of how much she was being worked, but not enough to burn. Toya was proud of them because as much as they complained, they kept powering through. And not just Class 1A, but Class 1B as well. Everyone was pushing past their limits and refining their quirks, improving in little ways that'll truly make a difference. Everyone, except Aoyama. It's not like he wasn't improving, it's just that compared to his classmates, nothing of note had changed. His tolerance to his own quirk didn't improve even as Toya tried different things to push the boy, and as dramatic as he was being, Toya kept catching little nervous looks from the blonde, probably because he knew he was falling behind. It's weird that Aoyama can't build a tolerance. It's like his quirk isn't compatible with his body. Toya relates. You're positive he doesn't have a medical history? Toya probes Aizawa during breakfast on the third day. It was all the adults at the table, and Kota, who always looked grumpy. I would have given it to you if he did, Aizawa nods, for once actually eating something and not just slurping one of those juice pouches. I'm not worried about his progress. He's pushing through and is keeping up. Is he though? Toya mumbles, half-eaten porridge beside him. He's still antagonizing over it as Aizawa leaves to get the students ready at the crack of dawn, to which Toya side-eyes Kota. What are you doing up at 4 a.m. anyway? It's summer. I can do what I want. Kota grumbles, not looking at him. His auntie isn't in the room to scorn him for his rudeness, but Toya isn't fussed. He knows of the boy's story and knows that Izuku tried to talk to him. It's all stupid. Sure. Toya doesn't even argue, which makes Kota glare at him. I get why you think that. Because it is. Sure. Kota scowls. You don't even have a quirk. Do too. Do not. Toya sticks his tongue out at the boy with a mature bleh, which makes Kota jump. What the hell? You're supposed to be an adult. What does being an adult mean anyway? Toya speaks while sticking his tongue out at the boy at the threat of biting his own tongue. Vlad King stares at the immature display, unsure of how Endeavor managed to raise a son like that. You can judge all you want, but at the end of the day, your opinion changes nothing. Kota stares, not used to being spoken to like that. Todoroki, that's a bit harsh, Vlad King tries to say, but he gets a dismissive shrug in response. The kid's allowed his opinion, I'm allowed mine. It's fine if you think it's stupid, but it's not stupid to those kids, and it's not stupid to me. Toya straightens his back, blue eyes looking down at Kota with an intense blaze. Heroes and villains are just superpower terms to describe people who enforce the law and those who actively break them to hurt others. I don't think there's anything stupid about that. I think it's very serious. Kota continues staring before he kicks off his chair and runs out of the room. Seriously, Todoroki. Vlad King starts again, but Toya is standing up too with his sheets in his hand. That's no way to speak to a kid. A kid who's angry because he lost his world. You think I don't understand that? Toya replies back firmly. His father is a huge part of his world. If he lost him in any way, Toya didn't want to, really, think about how furious he would be. He'd definitely be out for blood. Putting on little kitty gloves and beating around the bush isn't helpful for types like him. You can do that, but I'm gonna be firm and blunt. Vlad Kid has nothing to say to that. The third day went as the others did, but in the evening, the Pussycats had a special treat. A test of courage for the kids to have fun, except those who have extra lessons because they failed the exams. And Toya stuck to Aizawa like he'd promised his family he would. He was better used helping the kids anyway and felt he could leave the others to their test of courage. Monoma, you can gloat all you want, but you're in the same boat as these lot. If they're drowning, so are you. Toya, with his menacing rolled-up magazine that had Endeavor and All Might on the cover, had his arms crossed above the blonde from Class 1B, who he'd forced to write an essay on how he could use his quirk against every student to win. Monoma was sweating bullets, but Toya did give him the one grace of having a reference sheet of everybody's quirks. Zero and Kaminari snickered a bit at the scene, although that was cut short from Aizawa's nasty glare to focus with Vlad King beside him. Seriously, if you put in half the effort into this essay as you do gloating, everyone! That's Mandalay and her telepath quirk. Why does she sound so serious? We're under attack by villains! Toya bolts out of the classroom before either Aizawa and Vlad King can react. First Eye Island, now this. He has a terrible feeling about who these villains could be, and if it really is what he thinks, then he needs to find Izuku and Shoto. No sir! Please stay inside, thank you! Unfamiliar voices echo around Toya, and suddenly he's kicked in the gut and thrown back into the building. He lands awkwardly on his shoulder, gagging, but blinks through the tears of pain to push himself up. You pros need to stay in! Come fight us, pro heroes! It's 6 men, all identical, dressed in a black outfit with white eyes, standing in front of the building they were holding the classes in. Toya doesn't recognize them, and instead of fighting, gets to his feet. I'm not a pro hero, so your demands don't apply to me! Toya shouts at the men standing outside the door. Vlad, Aizawa! Because Toya doesn't know if he can take on 6 on his own. He's a good fighter, but he's never had to fight anyone other than his family in training. These guys are villains. The rules are different. Toya, get back inside! Stay with the students! Aizawa orders, holding onto his scarf as he and Vlad finally catch up and see what's happening at the entrance. Remember what happened on Eye Island. I don't care! The kids are out there! Toya shouts at the teacher. I need to find Shoto. We don't know how many of them there are, or if they're even related to Shigaraki. We work alone. We're the League of Villains, and you need to stay out of our way. The way this unknown threat speaks, the way the various bodies move, it rings alarms in Toya's head. There's something odd about them, like they're a hive mind but completely separate all the while. But he can't think of any of that while his brother, Izuku, and the others are in danger. Toya scowls at the villains. With him, Vlad, and Aizawa, it should be easy enough to take them down no matter what their quirks are. Except fire shoots straight up into the sky, bright and red, lighting up the darkness. A flare. Shoto. Aizawa can't stop Toya charging at the identical enemies. Two try to tackle him, but he still endeavors some. He dodges one and elbows him in the face while kicking the other in the knee, using the momentum against them to do the most damage possible. You're the one who should stay out of my way, Toya snarls at them before throwing both to the side. Aizawa, I'm sorry, I have to find Shoto. Toya, wait! Aizawa calls out, but it's pointless. Toya has disappeared into the forest, rushing to where the flare had come from. Aizawa grits his teeth and wraps his cloth around two of the assailants as they try to chase after the white-haired man. Behind some trees, a single shadow watches Toya run deep into the shrubbery but doesn't stop him. Toya knows he should stay behind with the pro heroes like he'd promised his family, but the idea of Shoto and the kids being out on their own, he hates it. He has a feeling the other pro heroes are too busy to go help the kids. He doesn't know what he can do, but he can't sit back and not be there for his brother. Somehow, Midoriya is alive, and based on the flare he saw in the sky after defeating Muscular, so is Shoto. Midoriya winces. His legs are shaking from strain, one arm is broken from being directly hit by Muscular, and his other hand hurts. But he can still move it, so that's better than it being broken. He needs to bring Kota to Aizawa. It's okay for Class 1A and 1B to fight back. One of the villain's targets has been identified. Kachan. Sounds like Izuku got to Mandalay, Shoto thinks in the forest while Bakugo is swearing at him for the stupid flare that could have burnt the forest. I aimed it correctly, it wouldn't have, Shoto shouts back before dragging Bakugo by the shirt to avoid Moonfish's attack. But if we fight back with anything other than my ice, that could start a fire. I know, Bakugo yells, before spitting at the ground and pulling the Class 1B student, Kosei Tsububa, that Shoto is carrying off of his classmate. Give him to me! You'll have more range of movement without dead weight. If Kosei was awake, he wouldn't appreciate being called that, but he's injured and unconscious. Shoto smiles gratefully at the blonde, before he throws his arm up to summon another wall of ice. Moonfish is creepy, and that's enough to keep him on his toes. They can't go much further into the forest because of the gas spreading everywhere neither, so right now their best course of action is taking Moonfish down. Behind him, Bakugo takes cover while carrying Kosei, and tries to look for an opening so that they can get away from the villain. But every pathway is blocked and... Bakugo! That's Shoji. Why is the earth rumbling? Shoto and Bakugo turn to look at where the sound is coming from. Todoroki, one of you, please give us some light. Oh, yeah, Dark Shadow gets more powerful in the dark. It's easy for Toya to follow the sound of that carnage. He saw the ice peak over the trees, but between the gas and the dense shrubbery of the forest, there's only so quickly he can go. Though the gas is slowly dispersing, so that's hopefully a good sign. Ochako! To you. Oh no, what happened to... Sack. He doesn't recognize that voice, and what the girl is saying doesn't reassure Toya at all. Toya bursts from the bushes. He sees Tsuyu stuck to a tree, Uraraka pinning a villain down who has some sort of needle-looking weapon embedded into her thigh, which is enough to make Toya dash forward and grab the brunette while digging his foot into the tube connected to the needle. The movement of pulling Uraraka away from the villain makes the needle dislodge from her thigh, and he puts the girl by the tree Tsuyu is hanging from, using his body as a shield to protect the two students from... her. It's her. He recognizes that blonde hair and golden eyes. They look annoyed right now. Her young face is pouting at Toya interrupting the moment, but it turns confused when Toya's scowl wipes off his face to be replaced by recognition and wide eyes. You, he breathes out, face wet with sweat and panting softly. Toga, Himiko Toga, you're alive. The girl cocks her head to the side. Do I know you? She asks, eyes narrowed. No, but I know you. You... Toya glances behind him to make sure Uraraka is okay. She's fine, in pain and confused, but all right. He looks back to Himiko. I looked for you. Yeah, a lot of people did. The girl before him gets to her feet, her needle-like weapons in her hand. You with the police? No, I mean, I was looking for you. I saw the news with the boy and I was worried. Toya is slowly catching his breath, heart beating, but despite it all, he can't help the relieved smile on his face. It takes Himiko by surprise. I'm so glad you're alive. The blonde girl's eyes widen. She hasn't heard that before. Toya? Shoto's voice exclaims as he, Izuku, and Shoji, carrying Kosei, emerge from the trees. As soon as she sees the crowd of people, Himiko jumps like a frightened cat, not without her eyes lingering on bruised and beaten, but somehow still standing Izuku, and dives into the forest. Wait! Toya calls after her, but she's gone. He's torn between running after her, checking on Shoto and making sure Uraraka is okay. He does the last two simultaneously. Uraraka, can you stand? The girl is breathing heavily, but hears him and nods, lets herself be pulled up to her feet before proceeding to help Tsuyu down. Shoto, you okay? You're not hurt? He rushes to his brother and checks him over like he's their mother and worrying for him despite the boy being his height and having a powerful quirk. Izuku, what happened? You look a mess, your arm's broken. I'm okay, I promise. It's just my arm, Izuku reassures, waving his unbroken arm to prove he's fine. He's standing as well, so that's a small improvement. Toya is still holding onto Shoto by the shoulders, smoothing off some icicles from his clothes. Who was that girl? Himiko Toga, Shoto answers on Toya's behalf. He'd been there with him when they saw the news about her. He'd seen his visceral reaction. He remembers Toya throwing up. That's her, isn't it? Toya looks mournful. Yeah. Uraraka, are you sure you're okay? Toya can't dwell on the reality that a girl barely a year older than his brother is part of the villain attack. She stabbed your leg. I'm fine. I can walk anyway. But look at you, Deku. Uraraka is a bit wobbly on her injured leg, similarly to Izuku, who is all sorts of wonky and shaking. We shouldn't be standing around, Tsuyu voices, eager to get out of the dark with endless potential threats around them that they can't see. Come with us. We're guarding Karchan and heading for camp. Huh? Guarding Bakugo? Then where is he? Huh? Toya feels cold dread spread across his chest. Bakugo was a target. They got him. Tokoyami's missing too. I've taken him. A voice comes from above, and Toya jolts while looking up, spreading his arms wide to protect the children behind him. With my magic. It's a masked man with a top hat, wearing a long coat as he leans on a fancy cane atop a tree branch. He's not a resource that belongs on the hero's side. We're going to put him on a stage he can really shine. Give him back! Calm down, Toya hisses to Midoriya, holding the heated teen behind him with his stretched out arms. It's really gross to be targeting children, I hope you know that. Why, you must be Toya Todoroki. Enchanted. The masked man bows to him. And these children are future pure heroes. That puts them in a different category to regular teens, don't you think? This one just obliterated poor Moonfish's teeth. He twirls a little round pearl in between his fingers. That must be where he's keeping Tokoyami. Nothing childlike about that. Is that why you have a teen girl on your side? Toya adds, hunching her shoulders. He can feel Izuku pushing against his arm, Shota behind his other arm. The girls are peeking from over his shoulder, and Shoji is behind them all, carrying Kosei. That's creepy, old man. You're mouthy for Endeavor's son, the masked man hums, sounding amused. Yeah, I get that a lot. The last guy who attempted a kidnap said that too, before he got blitzed to hell by the pros. You noticing a pattern? Toya's yapping. He's trying to buy somebody, anybody, time to hurry up and find them. But nobody's coming. It's just them. Further away, Toga is slowing to a trot after dashing away. Her heart is beating. She's made a friend, a new crush, and I'm so glad you're alive. That white-haired guy, he looked happy to see her. He said he was worried, but he looked for her after seeing the news of what she'd done. He even smiled at her. Why? Toga! The girl jumps at hearing Twice's voice and turns to smile at him. You heard that message? You look high in spirits. Lots of exciting stuff happened. Toga twirls on the spot, squishing her own face with a delighted smile. I'm not seeing anyone else. Is it just you? I recalled the Noma too. Maybe they all died. Twice gives her a big thumbs up with an energetic pose. Did you get some blood? Yeah, but just from one. One? Didn't they tell you to get at least 3? It's a no-go. Thought I might get killed. Toga pouts before she stops at the memory of the white-haired man's face with a warm, kind expression. He didn't look like he wanted to kill her. Hey, did you see a white-haired guy running around? Yeah, he punched my clones. The pros splattered them. Pretty sure that was... Kaslam! Toya Todoroki! Who the hell is that? Mr. Compress has none too elegantly been slammed into the ground by Toya, Shoto, Shoji, and Izuku from the sky after being launched into the air by Tsuyu. Wrapped around Midoriya's neck was Uraraka's shirt being used as a sling for his broken arm. Toya wasn't really of help in a fight against people with quirks as an essentially quirkless man, but it'll be the day pigs start flying when he'll let the 3 teenagers face villains and retrieve their kidnapped friends on their own. Toga! Toya gasps as soon as he recovers from the mind-spiraling landing. He'd barely recovered from his previous concussion. He'd rather not have another one. And you! There's only one of you this time, so that means... Now is not the time for a quirk analysis! Shito exclaims, clawing at Mr. Compress's long jacket. Stay back! He shouts at the unknown assailant with a wave of ice. Hot, hot! Twice whines. But as he does, 2 more of him appear, and out of those 2, 2 more, until there's 11. Careful! His quirk is making clones! Toya shouts, but it's too late, and the clones are lunging at the students, grabbing onto Shoji, who is thankfully no longer carrying Kosei, left with Uraraka and Tsuyu, and overwhelming Shoto. Meanwhile, Toga is introducing herself to, attacking, Izuku. That just leaves him to fend for himself against Compress, who makes a grab for him. Hands to yourself! Toya snarls as he kicks Compress in the mask. Something cracks, but it just seems to be the mask. Toya's world spins when a cane whacks him across the throat. Everything swirls after that. He knows he's on the ground, can see various shoes running. Shoji's shout doesn't sound concerned. There's even an air of relief for a moment as Shoto runs to Toya and helps him up. But as soon as he's up and the world reorientates itself, a portal familiar to the students swirls around them. A Nomu peers through the trees, and Compress takes off his cracked mask to show 2 marbles resting on his tongue. The ones Shoji had grabbed were fake. Decoys. Villains don't play fair. Shoto shouts in surprise when Toya pushes off of him to sprint towards smug-looking Compress, his face hidden except for his mouth and eyes due to a black balaclava. Shoto reaches out for Toya to try and stop him from falling forward or from delving into the portal, both or neither. He isn't sure, but his older brother is out of his reach. All Toya can think of is punching Mr. Compress so hard he spits out not only Trap Bakugo and Tokoyami, but teeth too. He doesn't need to do any of that, although, because Aoyama was hiding in the bushes, and with a well-aimed laser, shatters Compress's mask and grazes his face. Maybe Toya was too harsh on him. 2 shiny marbles fly. Toya doesn't realize how close he is to the portal as he lunges for them and grabs both tightly. Toya! Shoto cries, because a hand has reached out of the portal and wrapped itself around Toya's throat. index finger out. Thanks for playing hero, Toya. Shigaraki smirks. He can feel the older man's pulse against his fingers. On instinct, Toya throws the marbles containing the students. As long as they're away from him and the danger, that's all that matters. Shoji catches them. We got him. Release them. Where did that laser come from? Compress complains as he snaps his fingers. It made a mess of my show. Out of Shoji's hands, Bakugo and Tokuyami are released, dazed and confused. But horrified Ruby Reds look at cruel blood orbs, and Bakugo realizes they've been played. They weren't looking for him. They were using him, like a shiny fishing lure. Thank you, Katsuki Bakugo, for being such a tool. Shigaraki smirks as he sees a realization bloom across the blonde's face. The portal swallows the two young men up. Shota feels his brother's name tear out of his throat again as he desperately tries to grab for him, left hand out, but he's too far. His body thrums with anxiety and adrenaline, but his chest is cold with the reality that his brother is being taken away again, this time successfully. He's scared. His brother looks scared, blue eyes wide as he winces at the tight hold around his bruising throat. Shota can't hear anything, but sees Toya's lips move. A plea. Shoto, stay back. And he's gone. Shoto falls through the leftover wisps of the closed portal and lands on his hands and knees in the dirt of the forest. Toya's gone. Enji is restless. Toya texted him earlier that everything was fine and that he was having a good time training, torturing, the students and was telling him of Shoto's progress with his cold fire. Toya told him it's fine. So why doesn't he feel fine? It's that same feeling as when he knew something was wrong on I Island. He's patrolling the streets of Burnin, dealing with a wannabe backsnatcher, when his fiery sidekick gets a work call from probably another part of Musutafu that needs help. Endeavor is trying to focus on talking to the police to get a report together about the criminal they just caught, but he can't. It's a summer night in Japan, in the city, but the air feels unnaturally cold. Too still. It puts Enji on edge. Boss? Burden's voice isn't reassuring. There's a shake to it. When Enji looks at her, he sees disbelief in her expression, one that says that she hopes this is all a nightmare, that whatever she's heard on the phone isn't reality. The League of Villain attacked the training camp. Don't say it. He hopes it's none of the kids, that everyone is alright, but selfishly, the father hopes it's none of his kids. Please, for once, let Toya, Shoto, and Izuku be alright. Toya's been taken. The flame hero's heart goes cold. Chapter 93. Cold. Blood is rushing through Toya's ears. He can't hear the students screaming his name as they try to reach out for him, but he sees Shoto's terrified face before the portal blocks his vision and feels guilty he's the reason that expression is on his baby brother again. The portal shuts. Toya chokes at the hand wrapped around his throat as it squeezes its nails into his bruised neck hard enough to scratch blood, dragging him backwards before his back hits a hard surface. By instinct, his body freezes, and as he blinks through another concussion this summer, blue eyes stare up at Tomura Shigaraki's smug face in what could only be startled fear. Welcome to my humble abode. Make yourself comfortable. His voice is the incarnation of playing with your food, a cat toying with a cornered mouse and pretending to be willing to show mercy. Toya isn't fooled. Shadows loom over him. 1, 2, 3, 4. The masked guy, the other masked guy with the clones, someone vaguely familiar to Toya, and, of course, Himiko Toga. Above him and behind him somewhere, he can hear a wispy sound similar to the portal, so its user must be here too. 6 villains, and him. He should have stayed with the pro heroes, like he'd promised his parents. Tomura lets go of him, the ends of his nails tinged red except for his index finger, and all Toya does is shuffle to sit on the floor in between the bar stools with his back against the wooden bar. His heart is beating and he's sweating, holding his injured throat in his hand. He can feel it pulsate against his palm as blood smears his fingertips. The villains are discussing something, but the blood rushing in his ears still hasn't gone, so he can't hear any of it. Hey, Tomura stands in front of him. Mr. Panic Attack. You want to be part of the conversation or not? Toya looks up at him, mouth a little agape, before he swallows thickly and shuts it. Nothing. Quiet for a change, huh? Again, Shigaraki, why did you only tell Mr. Compresson twice that he was the target? The villain with the glasses and some huge weapon says, pouting in offense. Why didn't the rest of us get to know? The less people knew, the better. This guy's freakishly perceptive. If he had any inkling that he was the actual target instead of Bakugo, he would have stayed with the pro-heroes, Shigaraki explained, placing father over his face now that the action was done. It hid his expression and Toya's eyes lingered on the severed hand in confusion yet interest. But then again, maybe you wouldn't have. For a doctor, he sure liked playing hero. I guess being called a bystander once insulted you enough to become reckless. Toya recoils as Tomura's eyes focus back on him, the other villains forming a semicircle around them. You and your white knight complex would have you running through hell and back for a wild goose chase, wouldn't it? He's done it twice already. For Himiko and for Tomura. Toya feels stupid. Not just feels, is stupid. You really think it's smart to kidnap Endeavor's son? Toya finally speaks, but it has no bite to it. He's almost meek under the villain's gazes. About as smart as you thinking you could actually do anything to help. Tomura's snark back hits Toya where it hurts. Ask stupid questions, get stupid answers. Just because you're Endeavor's son doesn't mean you're safe. You're as vulnerable as everyone else to catastrophes, if not more. But you already know that. Toya hates the sound of that, and jolts when Shigaraki crouches in front of him and grabs his arm with 3 fingers. Why don't you show us that blue flame of yours? Why do all his kidnappers know about that? Now hold on now, don't encourage him to fight us. Mr. Compress, who's pulled out a new mask from one of his marbles, says with his hands on his hips. None of us have counters against fire. Yeah, what's a big idea? Bring it on! The other masked man, twice, moves dramatically. Shut up, Shigaraki says dismissively, never taking his single visible eye away from Toya, who's sweating and shaking, on the verge of a nervous breakdown again. This guy, for all his talk, gets easily agitated. You gonna show us what you've got, or are you sticking to your damsel in distress role? Toya swallows thickly and yanks his arm out of Shigaraki's grip, and says nothing, only curls in on himself like he's a cowering kitten. Spinner blinks and looks at Toga, not sure what to make of it. Toga's head tilts as the young man looks for some sort of reaction from her, but she just shrugs. She doesn't get what this is about neither. There you have it. Shigaraki stands up and turns away from Toya. This guy has a quirk, but won't use it. He might as well be quirkless. Seriously? Magane scoffs. Toya bites the inside of his cheek. He's being humiliated in front of these villains. He knows what Shigaraki is trying to do, but unfortunately, it's working. Embarrassment thrums throughout his body, making his neck feel hot with shame and his bones tremor in anxiety. He's so stupid. I'm getting something from my room. You guys stay here, and remember what I said. Shigaraki tells his newly acquired allies and leaves the room. It's just Toya and these guys now. Aizawa had been silently praying all the way to the hospital. It's only been an hour since Toya's kidnapping and the League of Villains attack on the training camp by the time all the students have been taken to the hospital and the police has started questioning. But that's not what's making Aizawa sweat. A Razorhead! The booming voice of the number 2 hero is what has him jumping. Endeavor, sir, please calm down. This is a hospital. A handful of nurses are trying to keep the fiery father from burning the entire building down, but it's clear from his shaking fists and unsteady eyes, not to mention the frantic, jumping flames across his face and shoulders, that Endeavor is as calm as he's going to get at this stage. Endeavor, but Aizawa is interrupted. "Where is my son?" Endeavor hisses, towering above not only the teacher, but the police too. Even tall Vlad King feels small under the fury in the man's eyes. "Where is Shoto?" Aizawa swallows and motions his head to the hospital room he's next to. Endeavor doesn't say anything as he barges past the younger man and into the room where the entirety of Class 1A are, except for Jiro and Hagakure, who are still unconscious due to the gas. They're all fine. Shaken, but fine. The most injured are Deku, Uraraka, Yaorozu, and Shoji due to facing Muscular, Himiko Toga, Anomu, and an out-of-control Dark Shadow, respectively. But despite the injuries, the one that looks the most distraught and broken down is his youngest child, Shoto. He has a faraway stare, face pale, and his hands are shaking. Tenya is trying to comfort him with a hand on his shoulder. Kaminari is trying to get him to speak or react, but nothing is going through. Kirishima is standing closest to the entrance, so he jumps at Endeavor's rude arrival and stares up at him in shock. "Endeavor," he breathes out, before a flash of guilt spreads through his features and makes himself small. He doesn't feel very manly right now, and being faced with the huge, angry hero doesn't help. "Dad?" Shoto's voice is small, but everybody in the room is just happy he's reacted at all. He stands as Endeavor crosses the room to him quickly, the other students splitting like the Red Sea to let him pass, some of them wincing at the burning heat emitting from the hero. Shoto winces too as his father hugs him, too tightly, but refuses to reject the hug, instead gripping onto what of his suit he can. He doesn't care that his classmates all around him are seeing him hug his father like he's 5 years old. "You're burning. Did you fly here?" It's not what Shoto expected himself to be saying in such a moment, but his father is overheating and it's burning even his temperature-resistant skin. Endeavor grunts. He needs to make sure Shoto is here, but he's alive and breathing and warm, so he holds him tight until his hands stop shaking. Only then does he give Shoto room to breathe. They took Toya," Shoto finally says with a tremble in his voice. "He was right there, and I couldn't." He stops, because emotion catches in his throat. "None of us could," Shoji speaks up, which gets him Endeavor's attention, although only the man's eyes move. "They used Bakugo and Tokoyami to bait him. Todoroki, Midoriya, and I tried to save them, but even then, Toya got to them before we could, and he was caught in turn." Endeavor appreciates the teenager's brief explanation. "Endeavor, it's Momo Yaoyorozu speaking up meekly with her head bandaged. Her injury wasn't as bad as it could be because her and Awase managed to stay a safe distance from the Nomu. It helps not having their path blocked." She's holding a phone. "In the forest, Awase from Class 1B and I were being chased by a Nomu, and we managed to stick a tracker to it. The police and Aizawa were called in." Toya stays sitting on the bar floor with his arms crossed over his knees as they wait for Shigaraki to come back. He's taking a while. His father was surely mowing the country down to find him, but Toya still wants to try and do something to get out. But he doesn't think it's possible with Magne leaning against the door, Mr. Compress being served tea by Kurogiri at the bar, and Toga and Twice messing about in another corner of the room. Spinner is leaning on the wall opposite him and just staring. Toya can't bring himself to move off the floor. His mind is swirling and he feels like if he moves, he'll throw up. Is this fear? Anxiety? Shame? This fawn reaction is so unlike him, he doesn't get where it's coming from. His throat is pulsating. It's stopped bleeding, but his hand is smeared with blood and he's wiped it on his lab coat sleeve. "You did so well, Jin, even though you said you wouldn't clone yourself." Himiko praises the man while patting him on the shoulder like he's a dog. Quirk talk. "Heh, thanks, I managed okay. I thought I was going to split." Twice, or Jin, like Toya has just learned, looks very abashed. "I'm never doing it again though, this was a one-off." Quirk talk. It's stronger than Toya. "How come?" Toya perks his head up to look at Jin and Himiko chatting in a further away corner. They both look at him in surprise, not expecting for him to be listening or even join in. "Well, that's not for you to know, is it, Todoroki?" Mr. Compress looms over him from his seat at the bar, Kurogiri silently behind it. Shigaraki told us you're a quirk specialist. Telling you anything about our quirks would be a bad idea. Magnet informs from her position leaning on the door, giant magnet beside her. About as bad as you're running into the forest on your own. Okay, I get it. No need to rub it in. Toya pouts and leans into his crossed arms again. I was just curious. Curiosity killed the cat. Mr. Compress chimes like he's proud of himself. Toya's considering kicking the stool to knock him off it. The one kindness in all of this is that Spinner turned on the TV while they wait for Shigaraki to come back, where the screen is showing a live news report happening in front of the Endeavor agency. It's Burnin speaking, with Kido and Onima beside her. Endeavor isn't available to speak to right now. He's busy looking for his son kidnapped by the League of Villains. The fiery girl says. She's putting on a brave face with the camera. They all are, but there's a wavering in their eyes that hurts Toya's heart. Himiko notices a soft murmur of a name leave Toya's lips as he looks almost longingly at the TV. Her eyes light up. She knows that look. Do you like her? Himiko's question pierces through whatever mess is storming in Toya's brain, and he blinks his blue eyes at her. That sidekick. Do you like her? She's my friend. All the flaming sidekickers are. Toya replies, not really relaxing, but content to be talking rather than suffering in his own silence. It helps push through the pain on his throat. No, I mean like her. Himiko skips to Toya and stands above him, doing a little twirl as she comes to a stop. Like how I like Izuku. Toya blinks at her again before his eyes widen. She can't seriously be asking him if, do you have a crush on her? His face goes several shades of red, matching the red marks on his neck. Himiko squeals in delight and claps her hands. You do! Oh, we have to chat about romance. We have so much in common, you and I. Toya's face is burning almost as much as his neck. He can practically hear Magne and Compress's amusement. Toya seems almost endeared at all this happening, and Spinner looks about the same as Toya, embarrassed. Tell me, what do you like about her? Toya starts. Toga, come on, you're embarrassing the guy. Leave him. Spinner says, the only guy decent enough to defend Toya who was uncomfortable with discussing his lack of a love life with his literal kidnappers. But I want to know, the girl whines, tapping her foot. Why don't you tell me what you like about Izuku first? Toya offers weakly, face still red and smiling awkwardly. It doesn't go unnoticed that he's on first name basis with the green-haired boy, but that's another thing in common for Toga to bond over with Toya. You just met him now, right? He was all beaten up and covered in blood. Ah, he looked so cute. Toga squeals, face red with a questionable expression, her face twisting into a wide, disturbing smile. Tattered guys reeking of blood are just my type. Everybody's got their thing, Toya guesses. Poor Izuku, though. The boy can barely handle Melissa in his personal space. Toya doesn't think he'd survive Himiko. Now tell me, what do you like about her? What's her name? What's your type? Toya's face could easily be mistaken for a red bell pepper at this point. Burnin. Or, Moe Kamiji. I don't have a type. We've always gotten along. I like her quirk. Toya starts fiddling with his bloodied sleeve, embarrassed. He stops and looks at Himiko's smile, sees her sharp teeth glinting in the light. I like her smile. Himiko's face drops to one of curious surprise. When she laughs, it's loud and vibrant. Her hair glows and flickers, and she's not ashamed of her teeth. She's got sharp ones like yours. He motions to the TV, where she's still talking to the news, or rather trying to calm them. They're really cool. Teeth like mine? Himiko tilts her head to the TV before looking back at Toya. Do you think she's cute? It's a loaded question. Toya can practically feel the knife at his throat if he was to answer incorrectly. But he knows the answer, because it's the truth. He smiles warmly at Himiko. Yeah, super cute, he says fondly. Spinner coughs and looks away with a blush. This is all very lovey-dovey talk for a kidnapping scenario, but that seems to come with the territory when concerning Himiko, whose face is a big, happy blush. Toya isn't her type at all. He's not tattered and he doesn't reek blood. But the way he smiles at her and speaks so sweetly about the woman with similar features to her, she's almost jealous of the sidekick. Hey, Toya! Himiko drops down suddenly on her knees and leans on his crossed arms as well, her hands gripping onto his bloodied sleeve specifically, the two almost forehead to forehead. Is it true? Were you looking for me? There's a sparkle in her eyes. It eases Toya's misery. Yeah, non-stop for days. Until... He pauses, looks away for a moment, and his eyes flick back. Until I spoke to your parents. Himiko freezes. Her fingers curl into his arm deeper. If not for his clothes, she might have scratched him like Shigaraki had scratched his neck. Her expression never changes, though. They didn't even know your quirk. I'm so sorry, Himiko. First name basis, huh? Himiko sniffs dryly and shrugs. My grandfather was livid. He yelled at them. That little sparkle is back. What did he say? She's bouncy, like a child who wants to hear the details of how they're praised. Paraphrasing, he called them bad parents because they didn't love you unconditionally. All the villains stop and stare at him, especially Spinner. Himiko's grip softens. What else? She's eager to know. He said... Toya feels weird with all the eyes on him in a different way than before. He said that he didn't care what they went through, that I'd spent more time trying to understand you since seeing you on the news than they ever had. Himiko's hands pull at his arm. The movement makes him sit cross-legged, with Himiko sitting on her knees, holding his wrist. This feels like they're gossiping at a sleepover. When I saw what you were being called on TV, I was horrified. I threw up. You threw up because of me? Himiko tilts her head. Toya shakes his. Because of what they were saying, he says. A demon child who was just born wrong. I don't believe that's true. The room is still. A question lingers in the air. What do you think I am, then? Himiko dares to ask. She's been called 1,000 things, from a vampire to erratic. Some things more vulgar than others. A girl I want to help. Toya's answer is immediate. Shigaraki's right, he is a white knight. Compress chuckles. As if Toga needs saving. I didn't say save. Toya snaps at the partially masked man while he sips at some tea. I said help. If you want my help. Toga ponders, pouting. Nope, but I want your blood. Toya pales at the implications. He doesn't know what Himiko's quirk is yet, and with how she stabbed Uraraka earlier, Toya is mentally preparing himself for some major blood loss. Your sleeve, let me play with it. She speaks like a child detached from reality, not a 16-year-old girl. Toya wonders if she was always like that, or if it's a manner of speaking she puts on to look cuter. It's all bloody. Sure. Toya extends his bloodied sleeve that the girl is already holding, to which Himiko happily squeals out again and starts fiddling with it. Enji hasn't told Rei, nor his father, nor Fuyumi. It's still late at night. They'll all be sleeping. Natsuo is out with friends for the night and he doesn't want to disturb his son's day off. He'll tell them all in the morning. But the UA teachers have all been informed of the event, so while his wife isn't blowing up his phone, Toshinori is. He doesn't answer him straight away. Momo has just finished explaining the tracker. As the whole class listens, thoughts form in some of their brains. Shoto is thinking about how much he adores Momo right now for her quick thinking. They can track that Nomu down and potentially find Toya. And also, about 2 weeks ago, one of my men was out canvassing for information. Takauchi explains to the room of students, Endeavor and Aizawa. One witness saw a lizard man enter a building that doesn't have any tenants. That description sounds like the reptilian-looking villain that attacked Mandalay, the one whose huge sword Deku destroyed. Midoriya is trying his best to listen, but his mind is buzzing. His injuries aren't as bad as they could have been, so only one of his arms is in a cast while the rest of his injuries just needed some cleaning and bandaging. All his training has paid off. Thanks to many factors, one of them being Toya. The man has done so much for him, and all the students, with improving their quirks, and yet none of them had been able to save him when he was just out of arm's reach. All Might had said that you can't save everyone, that you can't reach everyone, but Toya had been right there. Shoto's mind is whirling as well. He feels angry, disappointed, bitter and scared. His brother has been kidnapped, successfully this time, and Shota had been the closest yet farthest to reach him. His father must be so upset with him despite him not saying or showing it. All that training since he's a preteen to be able to protect himself and others, and he fails when it matters the most. Dad, I'm sorry, Shota mutters. It's not your fault. Endeavor's voice has a barely hidden shake. He's livid. Everybody can tell. I'm taking charge of this investigation. I'm getting all the sidekicks in on this. You kids stay here and recover. You're coming with me, Eraserhead. The public is going to be penalizing UA. That is said with venom. Aizawa swallows. I tried to stop him, the teacher says with a wavering voice. Blue, burning eyes stare into his soul. He's like you and Natsuo. Enji knows what he means. Stubborn in a way that would take a deity to stop. Enji isn't angry at Aizawa because of that, though. If you can't stop my doctor-in-training son from killing himself, how can I trust you to stop your hero-in-training students from doing the same thing? It's unkind. It's harsh and mean, and Shoto winces at the cruelty of those words. It reminds him of when Toya would be unkind when they were younger. And knowing of the friend his teacher lost, Shoto wants to defend Aizawa. But before he can, Endeavor turns to all the students. You all stay here. Understand? A murmur of yes sir echoes through the room, but not from everyone. Enji's eyes narrow on the silent students. Shoto, Izuku, Yayorozu, and Bakugo, who has been quiet this entire time, with an emotionless face like his soul had been ripped out of his body. I said, do you understand? Endeavor pushes, flames bristling across his shoulders. It makes the students closest to him wince back. We get it, old man. Bakugo mutters, but otherwise doesn't move. Endeavor knows exactly what's going on in those troubled eyes. Every single one of you, listen to me. His voice is dangerously calm, the previous shakiness gone, especially those who are at Hosu City. Shoto, Izuku, Tenya, and Shoji jolt at the sudden addressing. If any of you get the bright idea of taking this into your own hands, I'll make damn sure you're all expelled from UA. What? Kirishima exclaims, eyes wide. But sir, the fact that is your reaction says plenty. Endeavor interrupts the artificial redhead who shrinks under the fire in those sharp eyes. You are not pro-heroes, you are students. You will listen to your teachers, listen to your doctors, and you will listen to me. The room is deadly silent. Aoyama, Kaminari, and Mineta are shaking like leaves. Mina and Sero are shrinking away from the hero, and everybody else is looking down. Except Shoto, Izuku, Yaorozu, and Bakugo, who are looking at him with various expressions, from upset to defiant, in that order. Bakugo is glaring at Endeavor with all the might of a disturbed teenager. That includes you, Bakugo. You're not the one they used as bait, the blonde hisses. Bakugo. Sato tries to calm him, but he's pushed away. No! Bakugo shouts. Those guys might feel guilty, but they weren't used. That asshole called me a tool. They might have taken Bird Brain too, but he called me out! He's panting, and Izuku is watching him with wide eyes. He's never seen him like this before. He looks upset, like he's about to cry. They used me to kidnap Big Bro Toya, and you want me to be okay with doing nothing? Yes! Endeavor shuts down firmly. But Bakugo's defiant glare isn't gone. Sit still and let the adults deal with this. Dad, please, let me help. I don't... Shoto starts. Your mother has already wanted to pull you out of UA twice, Endeavor snaps, making Shoto curl in on himself. I haven't told her about Toya yet. If you even want a chance of leaving the house ever again, you'll behave. But... Enough! Endeavor roars, and all the students jump. Even Bakugo flinches and recoils. I refuse to bring you home in a body bag! That kills the fire in every single student. Right. That's what villains do. Kill people. Flames are flickering violently. Endeavor's eyes are a vibrant blue and his teeth are gritted, shoulders hunched and hands tightly wound into fists. Shota has never seen his father in such a state before. Shame wires Shota's jaw shut, and the corners of his mouth are pulled down without his control. He can barely breathe. Aizawa and Takauchi stare in wide-eyed shock. The police are all lingering at the exit of the hospital room. Enji tries to calm down, but he can't. His firstborn son, his and Rei's baby boy, has been taken by All for One's student, and they don't know where he is or what they're doing to him. He'll burn down the entire city if it means he'll find him, but that doesn't mean he wants to turn this hospital to ash. He inhales deeply and shuts his eyes, holds it for a moment, and exhales through his nose. Steam emits like a dragon. Leave this to the pros. Please, he says with his eyes still closed before he turns and leads the police and Aizawa out of the room. Only then does he check his phone and see the dozen of messages and missed calls from his brother. Shigaraki is taking his sweet-ass time, Spinner thinks bitterly, mainly because he's starting to get grossed out at Himiko playing with Toya's blood. While his injuries on his neck have stopped bleeding some time ago, the girl is practically squeezing the blood he smeared on his sleeves onto her fingers and licking them. He's not grossed out by Himiko, but the whole scene makes him squeamish. Not Toya, though. Despite being the subject of her current infatuation, Toya has gone full researcher mode. What's her quirk? It's got to do with blood, otherwise you wouldn't have stabbed that boy or sucked Uraraka's blood. Do you need it for your quirk? Is it part of your diet? Does different blood types have a different flavor, or does it change with people's diets? What about... Okay, stop! Himiko whines with a pout, the question swirling in her mind and disturbing her bonding moment. She didn't get enough blood to copy Toya, just some smeared droplets. No answers on my quirk. Tomura said no answering quirk questions. Oh, come on, Toya whines in turn like a toddler. I've been trying to figure out your quirk for months, and now I can finally talk to you, and you won't tell me anything? He pouts dramatically, mirroring Himiko's expression, but it makes her face break into a smile. He's funny. It's been like 2 hours. Can I at least know why you'd willingly clone yourself when you clearly didn't want to, Jen? Hey, no familiarities. Let's be best buddies. Twice points accusingly at Toya, who just puffs his cheeks like a spoiled child. If I tell you, will you stop prying? Okay, fine, Toya sighs, leaning against the bar again, his hand still in Himiko's. She seems happy to hold him, and the physical touch is keeping him grounded. Important right now. Not just because he's on the verge of mentally spiraling, but also because he's getting tired. We're low on manpower, Twice replies while motioning to the room. Clearly, not many people here, and what other villains had been sent out for the attack must have been caught. I can make clones of others, but they're not as strong. Really weak, pathetic, don't last long at all. If I wanted to be on the team, I had to help. I hate helping. That's why Jin was hiding in the trees while the clones got beat up. He can cope a bit better that way. Himiko chimed in helpfully. Jin can only make clones if he understands who he's copying, and Nomi are weird, so he can't clone those. Toga, Mr. Compress says in full accusation. Oopsie. Himiko slaps her hands over her mouth, letting go of Toya, who's looking very smug at getting that info. Shigaraki decides to make his grand reappearance at this moment and opens the door leading upstairs with an unimpressed expression. I said nothing. Don't lie, Shigaraki hisses as he shuts the door. Get up. Himiko stands and steps away from Toya, but the latter stays seated on the floor. Shigaraki doesn't bother asking twice and grabs him by his white lab coat before dragging him to sit on one of the bar stools. Toya winces as his side is slammed into the bar, but his attention is brought to the channel on the TV being switched. UA is holding a press conference. It's Aizawa, Vlad King, and Principal Netsu in clean suits. Aizawa even shaved and has his hair tied back. Everybody is watching and paying attention, but the more Aizawa and the others get questioned about their failure, the guiltier Toya feels. We believe that the worst has been avoided as long as the students still have their future, Principal Netsu says calmly after multiple questions. And what about the future of your non-pro hero staff? The reporter pushes. Toya swallows thickly. Endeavor's eldest son, no less. If you can't even keep someone of such a high profile safe, how can we trust you to teach and protect regular citizens and future pro heroes? Toya feels awful. He's being used as ammunition against his own school. It was his own fault for running away from Aizawa and Vladking to look for Shoto and Izuku, and now they're being accused. It is a failing on our part. We should have kept him in safety, but we didn't. Both Aizawa and Vladking are bowing. Toyo Todoroki is driven like his father. When he saw that the students, which includes his brother, were in danger, he didn't hesitate to go find them. He has the drive and heart of a hero, even if he isn't a pro hero. And a little warmth enters Toya's chest. He'll have to apologize to them later for all the trouble he's caused them. Shigaraki shuts the TV off. Just under 5 hours, and they're already making a statement. He drops the remote on the bar counter. Look at you getting special treatment. And Toya knows he is. His father is Endeavor, his brother is Frostbite, his uncle is All Might, and he's slowly making himself a name in medical circles. He knows that there are more eyes looking at him because of his status as a Todoroki than any of the students could have gotten. Some trouble you're causing. The accusation makes Toya scowl. I'm not the one who ambushed kids at their summer camp. The blue-eyed man shoots back, but it does nothing to deter Shigaraki's cruelty. No, you're just the idiot that threw himself into the lion's den, is the answer that makes Toya look away in shame. Your little brother seemed pretty horrified. No, that's not the first time you've seen that look on him. Shut up, Toya murmurs. How do you even know any of that? There's a tremble in his voice. A file is slapped onto the bar, and Shigaraki opens it. Wait, that's... Rei Todoroki. Despite Recovery Girl's best efforts, the freezer burn is too deep to fully heal. Taking the hit of her son's blue flame that burned hotter than regular orange flames burnt the skin beyond repair, the addition of her ice triggering to protect her, adding to the injury. Shigaraki reads from the files, before flipping the page. Fuyumi Todoroki. While she suffered no physical injuries, the girl is traumatized and shaken by the events of that night, and would require some therapy if she wishes to heal from it. Shigaraki flips another page. Natsu Todoroki. Stop it, Toya hisses. Shigaraki doesn't. He's angry at his brother for what he did to their mother and almost did to their younger brother. Even though it was an accident, Natsu is unwilling to forgive him and let go of his anger. Therapy could aid him. Shoto. I get it, Toya snaps, slapping his hand down on the page before Shigaraki can turn it. I hurt my family. I know. I'm not proud of it. What's your point? Toya's shoulders are shaking. Shame is in those blue eyes, not quite tearful, but full of emotion Shigaraki would hate to have. Nothing's changed. He crushes those emotions in only the way a villain would be willing to. You hurt your family a decade ago, and you're hurting them now by not knowing your place. What makes you think you can help anyone when all you do is fuck over those close to you? Ouch, Mr. Compress snickers behind Shigaraki. That's mean even for him. Toya swallows and tries not to let the words get to him. But they're personal, and it hurts. Why did you get this? He asks instead. Did Dr. Tsuzura give them to him? Would she? She had a decade's worth of therapy from all his family members, except his father. If Shigaraki tried to shame them... Answer my question. Shigaraki leans into Toya's personal space, glaring at him from behind the severed hand covering his face. Why do you want to help everyone you can when you can't even help yourself? Because things are different, Toya mutters. You can say all these things, but I'm different. I'm doing better. My family is thriving because they helped me and I accepted that help. I want to share that with others. His shoulders relax a bit as he remembers every comfort and reassurance his family has given him over the years. Why do you hate me for that? I don't like your uppity attitude, Shigaraki replies flatly like a child. I'm not uppity. You very much are. Okay, well, at least I don't look like a drowned rat. That can be arranged. We're losing the point here, Magne interrupts them, probably the only actual adult in the room, considering Mr. Compress is just snickering at the interaction, and all Spinner, Himiko, and Twice need is popcorn to completely enjoy this back and forth. We think it's stupid for you to try and help people in a society that'll never accept them. You don't know that, Toya replies with a scowl, looking at Magne. Society went from rejecting quirks as a whole to accepting them. Society is constantly changing and shifting, for better and for worse, but you think I'm stupid for wanting to help people have an easier time with difficult quirks? He turns fully. I'm actually trying to find a solution. Unless you think murder and armed robberies is a solution, I don't see you do anything productive, Kenji Hikishi. So he does have some fire in his belly. Interesting, Mr. Compress cackles, standing up. Tell me, dear boy, if you think you have it figured out, what do you make of the corruption? I never said I had it figured out. Toya stands up as well, making Shigaraki's hand flinch. I said I'm trying to find a solution. Don't put words in my mouth. He squares up to Compress. He has his mask back on. I don't have to compensate my lack of purpose with theatrics. Your magical act got old fast when you kidnapped 2 teenagers for the sole purpose of using them as bait to catch me, which isn't at all corrupted. No, sir, that's a completely normal and pure thing to do. Sarcasm drips from his tone like thick slime. The villains stare at the mouthy young man who seems to have evaporated every ounce of fear and anxiety from his body ever since Shigaraki humiliated his family in front of them for the sake of embarrassing Toya. Not very empathetic of you, Doctor, Magne hums, pushing off the door. I apologize if my empathy is a little dry for hypocrites. Oh, but wait, that's what I am, right? He turns suddenly to Shigaraki, scowling. I'm the hypocrite for wanting to help people who are hurting like I was hurt. Not you, who tried to intimidate Izuku. First name, huh? How was that chat with my grandpa? Must have been really embarrassing for a wannabe villain to be so easily tamed by a little parental authority. Shigaraki stands abruptly, taller than Toya, and his hand hovers over the man's face. Careful, he warns. This is me being careful. Toya slaps Shigaraki's hand out of his face. I'm sorry, but I want to help people. I'm sorry, but I think everybody deserves a chance at a happy life if they're willing to change for the better. And I'm sorry, Tomura, that nobody ever reached out to offer you that chance. Crack! Thud! Toya's head spins from the punch. There's blood in his mouth as he groans, as he pushes himself up from the floor, only to be shoved by Tomura's foot on his shoulder to roll over onto his back again, a foot planted on his chest to keep him down. Tomura, that's unnecessary, Himiko whines, upset at someone who has been nice to her being roughed up by not her. It's plenty necessary. Tomura doesn't sound angry. He sounds dangerously calm. There's one thing I did get out of my conversation with your grandfather. That even those, like you, who have suffered like us at the hands of this pathetic world, can still have rose-tinted glasses as long as they have the right people around them. You've had all might and endeavor at your disposal since birth. Do you really think that puts you on the same level as us? I think comparing suffering is immature, Toya wheezes out, only to cough when Tomura presses into his ribcage harder. You want to help everyone you can. Well, we don't want your help, Tomura hisses. Why should we change for a world we could just destroy and live freely in? Because, Toya coughs, the blood making him gag in his throat. Because you got it wrong. Spinner hasn't said anything. He watches Frostbite's brother squirm on the floor under Tomura's foot and tries to understand what sort of family Mole Girl's friend has come from. He's seen Toya once before, at that event. Spinner was gifted the flower. Please, O almighty Toya Todoroki, tell us how us lowly villains have got it wrong. Mr. Compress is playing into the conversation, circling the man on the floor with interest. He doesn't necessarily dislike him, But this Todoroki and Himura mix is a curious man with a fascinating origin that he wishes to dissect in his own theatrical way. It's not about changing for anybody else. It's becoming the best version of you for yourself. Toya's voice is raspy, and he's scowling up at the two men looming over him. But they see no hatred, only determination. You seriously can't think of a life you'd rather live than this? Spinner looks to the floor and thinks of his online friends he ghosted after he realized they didn't share his ideals concerning Stain. He's not sorry he cut them off, but he did miss playing games with them. Himiko pokes at her own cheeks, pouting a little as she thinks of what Toya could possibly mean. She just wants to live whatever way she wants to as Himiko Toga. Twice is surprisingly quiet. Change or not, nobody would accept us as we are. Magne huffs with crossed arms. I accept you! Toya kicks his foot on the ground, pushing at Tomura's leg so he can breathe. Says the guy who clearly doesn't like us, the older woman retorts. I don't have to like you to accept what you are! Toya snarls, getting annoyed that he can't breathe properly with Tomura putting all his weight on his chest. I burnt half my mother's face off and she still loves me. I was awful to my baby brother for years and he still looks up to me, even though the asshole bites me because he thinks it's funny to rile me up. He glares up at Magne, seeing her face upside down. Himiko tilts her head at that. Finally, Toya has enough drive and fire in his soul to shove Tomura off of him, making the latter stagger while Toya crawls to his feet, holding himself awkwardly on the bar. I was accepted by my family despite being the shit brother I am. Why am I the asshole for wanting to share that with others? Even so, one of you changes nothing, Spinner hisses, looking like he's preparing for a fight. If we were caught, we'd be at the other's mercy with no one to fight for us. I would! Toya is gasping and coughing, tears stinging at his eyes from the ability to finally breathe. I'd fight for you if you just let me! He looks frustrated and pained, and somewhere in his eyes there's sadness, his gaze lingering specifically on Twice and Himiko. I can't agree with you destroying society. I'm sorry. The people I love are a part of it, and destruction isn't the answer. But I can help find ways to make it more bearable for you. We can find solutions. Isn't that better than just hurting more people? Like I said, rose-tinted glasses. Shigaraki waves his hand dismissively at Toya. Those are the words of an idealist. If you actually try to apply that to reality, it doesn't work. He can see the frustration biting at Toya's psyche. Good. Break him down. Make him unstable. They can't have him on their side, so nobody gets to have him at all. That's the tactic he and Master decided on. His smugness wavers when Toya lets out a sob and wipes his eyes. Toya Todoroki, a grown man in his 20s, is crying. Damn it, Toya sniffles. Fuck's sake, all those stupid tears. He's furiously wiping at his face, but the tears keep coming. They're wetting his bloodied sleeve, and it's smudging blood across his face. You're so frustrating, Tomura. He's trying to breathe, to even out his gasps so he doesn't choke on his own tears, but his emotions are erratic inside of himself. He can feel his heart jittering. Why is me wanting to share my happiness such a threat to you? Behind father blocking his face, Tomura's mouth is agape. Toya's expression, despite the tears and blood smeared across his face, is open and full of sorrow. Yet it doesn't feel like it's because of him, or of them. Toya Todoroki is full of sorrow for them. What the hell is wrong with you? Tomura starts, shoulders hunched. His neck feels itchy. He wants to hurt him. Knock, knock. Everybody freezes. Hello, Camino Pizza Delivery. Chapter 94. Temperate. 2 hours ago. 2 hours after Toya was kidnapped. Pow! Momo, Izuku, and Bakugo wince when Ida punches Shoto across the face. Don't you remember Hosu City? What happens when your little vigilante act takes you somewhere there's no coming back from? Tenya yells, looking more frantically upset than angry, even shocked at what he'd just done. I understand better than anyone why you want to go save your big brother, but throwing your life away instead of leaving it in the hands of your father isn't right. Endeavor, Aizawa, and the police hadn't even left the building when Bakugo, Izuku, and Shoto decided they weren't going to sit and do nothing. Bakugo was gnawing through his own bottom lip with how frustrated and angry he was at being used. He barely counted 10 seconds before he announced to the whole class his intention. Shoto was instantly by his side, while Izuku struggled out of the blankets of the hospital bed. Nobody else moved. You! Bakugo had pointed angrily at Momo, who jumped. Come or not, but give us that tracker. His voice had a tremble in it. His hand was shaking and his eyes unsteady. There was no way Momo wasn't going to go with them. But wait, guys, Endeavor said, Kirishima started, but Bakugo interrupted him. I'm getting Big Bro Toya back. Those villains dared to use me to capture him. I'm going to blow them all up to hell. Tenya had chased after his 4 classmates, arguing loudly that 2 of them were still injured while the rest of the students stayed in the room, not following. Tokoyami looked unsure until Shoji placed a hand on his shoulder and shook his head. They'd done all they could and would entrust the situation to the heroes. Tokoyami was still woozy from Dark Shadow losing control, and Shoji was exhausted. The rest of the class was too shaken to dare and follow them. Kirishima stood at the door, staring into the corridor with his fist shaking. Again, he froze, and this time there was no frostbite to reassure him. He feels like he can't do anything. He really isn't manly at all. That's how Shoto found himself with a bruised cheek and his gums throbbing outside of the hospital, his childhood friend looking at him with horror. Shoto can't remember ever being punched like this, especially not by Tenya. In all the years they've known each other, the only notable violence between them was Shoto's biting to steal his friend's crep. That punch hurt, especially because it came from his oldest friend. We're not smashing the doors down, guns blazing, Shoto mutters as he tastes blood in his mouth. Then what are you going to do? Tenya grabs Shoto by the shoulders, shaking him a little. Your father said stay put, so stay put. Let him deal with this. Class rep. It's Bakugo, whose serious expression is strained with an underlying emotion Tenya can't decipher. When your brother was hurt, your body moved on its own to attack Stain. The taller boy stiffens, looking confused at the blonde. I refuse to stand around and do nothing when all my body wants to do is blow up that scarred freak's ugly mug. That's why I'm accompanying them, Momo pipes up, side-eyeing her classmate, to make sure we don't fight back and that Bakugo doesn't kill anyone. Ida can't believe that his vice rep is actually going along with this. Ida, we understand you're worried, but we need to help Toya. He's done so much for us, and all he gets in return is 2 kidnappings and injuries. Izuku adds, his arm still in that cast. I don't think we could forgive ourselves if we didn't try, even if it costs our hero careers, like Endeavor threatened. Shoto knows his father's threats aren't empty. He knows that doing this will destroy whatever remaining trust his mother has in Yue, and in turn, his father in him. But even so, he was right there. Shoto's voice is heavy with emotion. It makes Tenya look at him with pained eyes. If Tensei was right there and you hadn't been able to reach him, are you telling me you'd be content with letting others deal with it? Shoto's mismatching eyes, full of tears, raised a scowl at Tenya. How can I call myself a hero if I can't even save my own brother? And Tenya understands the feeling all too well. Maybe that's why he was stupid enough to go with them. I'm sorry for punching you, Tenya mutters as they board the train. They were following Momo's tracker, and with how late it was, they'd be there in just 2 hours. It's okay. Thank you for worrying about us. Shoto, despite his bruised cheek and crushed soul, smiles. 20 minutes before the pizza delivery. Bakugo was gritting his teeth and seething as the 4 others wrapped themselves up into costumes to be incognito. He'd almost snapped at Deku when the boy offered him a set of fake horns and a hoodie to hide his blonde hair. Having been the winner of the sports festival, it was necessary for him to be the most covert, but that doesn't mean he was going to play some stupid act like the others were doing. The others being Tenya and Izuku. Bakugo, Shota muttered as they followed the other three, Momo taking the lead since she had the tracker. Thanks for coming and risking your hero career. Shut up, Bakugo grumbled. I'm not doing it for you. And between the 5 of us, you're the one who's gonna be in deeper shit, so worry about yourself instead. Shota huffs out a little tired laugh. Yeah. Hello, Kamino pizza delivery. The League of Villains and Toya turned and blinked at the door, dumbfounded. Wait, Toya knew that voice. Smash! That was All Might taking Spinner out by crashing through the wall. Faster than any of them could react, Kamui Woods had them all wrapped up in his vines as Gran Torino did a quick spin around the room to make sure everybody was caught and wouldn't have a way to wriggle out. In all of the sudden chaos, Toya had ducked and dodged into a corner, curling in on himself with his hands covering his head. Toya boy! Gran Torino's voice reached him as All Might bombastically introduced himself. Behind the elderly short man, Toya managed to catch a glimpse of Edshot slip through the cracks of the door and let police in. You're hurt! It's fine, nothing serious. Toya tried to reassure with blood smeared all over his face. He was just happy to see familiar, friendly faces, and accepted Gran Torino's hand that helped him up to his feet. Despite his tiny height that rivaled Mineta, the older gent was surprisingly strong. You're surrounded, Edshot warned the trapped villains who are all whining and exclaiming at the sudden attack. Mr. Compress was most insulted at the clearly set up distraction of the press conference that had literally just been aired. Talk about a sleight of hand. Endeavor's out here, along with some other skilled heroes in the police. It's like the heavens opened up in front of Toya, just hearing his father's hero name, and a grin, despite his tear-streaked face, spread across his bloodied expression at hearing the man's very loud, very angry voice outside. Takauchi! Why does that American get to lead the charge of my son's rescue while I'm stuck on guard duty? If any of them slip through the net, you're the best equipped to mop up. Gah! Toya crossed the destroyed room to stand by his uncle and peek out of the newly created hole that looked down into the street, where, indeed, a fiery, barely restrained Endeavor was awaiting with a horde of police and other heroes. In 4 hours, with his son's life under threat, Enji Todoroki had managed to amass this small army to come rescue Toya. He'd be flattered if the situation wasn't so stressful. Dad! Toya waved from the hole in the wall, which gained Endeavor's attention instantly, the man pushing to the very front of the group. Toya, are you okay? Endeavor sounded relieved, but his eyes narrowed on the all-too-familiar tears and the blood covering his firstborn's face. I'm fine. Tomura punched me, though. He did what? Endeavor's roar, even from a distance, made Shigaraki's hair stand on end and he felt sweat prick at his neck. And the hero's asshole of a son has the audacity to turn and look at him smugly, like the villain was Toya's younger brother that he managed to get into trouble. Despite his victim's disheveled state, there was a warmness to his cheek and a twinkle in his eyes, as if he hadn't been on the verge of a mental breakdown and literally crying a second ago. Had this all been for nothing? His and Master's plan had failed, again, and the common denominator was always that weird family of fire and ice wielders, not to mention All Might. Shigaraki hates them. This was ridiculous and insulting and stupid and infuriating. You're shaking. Are you alright? All Might's voice is strangely gentle as he holds Toya's body in between 2 strong hands, checking his injuries over. Fingernail scrapes and a large bruise blooming on his neck. His left cheek had been clearly punched, which caused his nose and gums to bleed, and his eyes were pink from crying. Despite all that, Toya sniffed loudly and nodded with a smile to his uncle, wiping his dirtied face best he could with his cleaner sleeve. Good job holding out. What are you saying? It was only a few hours. Toya let out a dry sob that could be mistaken for a laugh. Edshot felt a pain in his chest seeing a young man he had met as a little kid be so banged up, but it was reassuring to see that fire still in his soul. Despite that, there's a clear fury radiating in the room which makes Toya look at Tomura, who is glaring at him full of hatred as his allies all whine and struggle against the vines. I guess this is just proving your point, isn't it? Kinda does, yeah, Mr. Pampered Poodle, Shigaraki hisses. Toya would laugh if he didn't look so angry. and he even dared to look sorry, which pisses Shigaraki off more. After all our scheming and plotting, the final boss goes and shows up on our doorstep. No use, then. We're not the only one you've got to worry about. Kurogiri! He struggles against Kamiwood's restraints. Bring 'em all over to play! Except there was nothing for Kurogiri to bring over. In another part of town, after having made a monstrous discovery thanks to the help of a night vision camera Momo had managed to make with much thorough describing from both Izuku and, surprisingly, Bakugo, down to the type of battery it uses, they were even more taken aback but relieved at Mount Lady's sudden appearance and using a truck as a shoe to tear through the building. Best Jeanist, Gangorka, and Taiga were there too, restraining the Nomu that had been kept there while Taiga saved an unconscious ragdoll. Izuku noticed that Bakugo let out a deep, chesty sigh of relief at seeing Best Jeanist, especially after having been the one to see the incubated Nomu first. He'd looked grossed out and bordering on frantic, a first for Izuku to see his childhood friend like that. There were a lot of firsts today. Your old man doesn't mess around, Bakugo breathes out to Shoto, who smiles meekly. He knows that if it had been anybody other than one of his father's children, that the Hero Commission wouldn't have been as quick to act. It was reassuring, but also made him feel a little guilty. We should leave now. There's nothing left for us to do. Fake mustache Tenya said with a relieved smile. They mentioned All Might's team. That must be where Toya and Endeavor are, Izuku offered thoughtfully, but was ushered by Momo to squish down the tight alleyway. If All Might and Endeavor are there, then we really have nothing to worry about. Let's hurry. There's a voice. A deep voice none of the students recognize. The heroes are reacting to it, various exclamations and terrifying silence as the building is wiped out. The UA students freeze in place behind the safety of their alleyway wall, but the pressure emitting from the villain just over the wall feels like their insides will be crushed and their hearts twist into bloody ribbons. Nausea gurgles up all 5 of their throats. None of them need to see the man to know who it is. The raw, all-consuming fear of death that he injects into the teenagers is enough for them to know that this is him. All for one, the man who hurt All Might. Shall we begin? Where is he, Shigaraki? All Might demands in a voice that makes the room shake. One that not even Toya is immune to. And neither is Shigaraki, because he looks like he's on the verge of a fit, and that worries Toya. He reaches out for his uncle. Uncle, he starts, but something gurgles up his throat. It makes his injured throat bulge and cut off his airway, barely muffles the sound of Shigaraki screaming his hatred for All Might as dark grey gunk expels from Toya's mouth, warping around him and blocking his vision. His uncle looks frantic and reaches out for him, but just like with Shoto, Toya is out of reach and is again gone. It's not the Nomu appearing through gunky portals that makes Endeavor flinch even as they invade the street, but rather his brother's frantic yell of Toya's name and a shout of despair. Endeavor's heart beats fast and he wants to go see what happened, but right now there are dozens of Nomu being a threat to the streets. Takauchi, expand the evacuation zone, he orders, punching one Nomu directly in its exposed brain as it appears through the portal, and incinerating another. He knows how to take them down. He's done it once and half before. But his fatherly worries for his son's well-being is clouding his mind. The lack of a response from Best Jeanist doesn't help. Endeavor! All Might's voice makes Endeavor stop after he incinerated yet another Nomu, and looks up at his brother, who has almost taken the entire building down with a California smash to get rid of the invading Nomu. Can you handle this? He looks tall up there, and Endeavor feels small. He feels angry, worried, and frantic. He wants Toya back. He wants to go after him, be the one to save his son instead of dealing with cleanup duty. He understands Shoto and his classmates' feelings of uselessness and not doing anything. But Endeavor has a duty as the number 2, All Might's right hand. Does it look like I can't? Endeavor, sounding insulted and yelling like an outraged child, is surrounded by the burned bodies of Nomu. Don't tell me Mr. Top Hero needs glasses in his old age. Get going already. Save Toya. Yeah. All Might coughs into his wrist none too subtly. You take care of everyone. And he's gone. He knows he can trust Enji. He has for well over 2 decades now. And he knows that Enji trusts him to save Toya. But anxiety twists in his stomach. Shoto's own stomach feels like it's going to shred inside of his body as he shakes against the wall, unable to move, even though they should be running away. They can't hear the details of All for One's mocking, but at the sound of an attack and body falling, they know a hero has fallen at his hands. Bakugo is shaking violently, eyes wide and furious, sweats prickling his temples. He'd recognize the sound of Fiber Master being used, like jeans ripping apart to threads. It's Best Jeanist who has been injured at the hands of All for One, and he wants to scream, but he can't breathe. All Shoto can think of in that moment is Natsuo. He hopes Gangorka is okay. Gross, what is this stuff? The 5 UA students jolt at a familiar voice gagging after dropping to the floor from his sudden arrival. Shoto can feel his body move. He can feel it react on its own to his brother's voice. He feels Izuku and Bakugo beside him shift too, but suddenly 2 delicate yet strong arms wrap around him, the freckled and blonde teen similarly grabbed. Momo is clinging onto Shoto, mouth tightly shut as if she's going to throw up, and despite her trembling body, shakes her head vigorously. In the same vein, Izuku and Bakugo stare wide-eyed as Tenya grabs them tightly with shaking fists, an intense stare keeping them in place. I will protect you, is what that face says. Best Jeanist! Toya's voice snaps them out of their shaking, but they still don't dare to move. Izuku sees Bakugo lurch forward and grabs his shirt too on instinct lest his friend gets himself killed. Ruby red eyes flinch to glare at Izuku with malice, but shaking green eyes stare at him intently. Bakugo knows a plan is forming in that nerd's skull. Behind the wall, Toya's eyes are wide in horror at the injured blonde hero that once interned with his father and babysat him for a day. He's the first thing he sees upon his disgusting arrival, gagging at the gunk in his throat, and that's the first person he runs to. He doesn't even acknowledge the dark, towering, masked figure as he drops to his knees beside the number 4 hero, his hands hovering over him while his eyes inspect the damage. He's been crushed by some sort of quirk, a gaping hole in his upper stomach that's bleeding profusely. For the first time, Toya thinks of using his blue flame to stop the bleeding, but his sore eyes see stitching moving and squirming over the wound. Best Jeanist's body is subconsciously trying to stitch him back together, like how his mother's eyes had tried to protect her the night of the accident. Using his fire now would mess with the stitching and only injure the pro hero more. He's unconscious anyway. Toya's head lifts and sees Gang Orca, Mount Lady, and Tiger protecting Ragdoll in the carnage of what had once been a building, all knocked out. Who could do such a thing? You failed again, Tomura. Toya's head perks up at the unfamiliar voice, and finally the masked man enters his vision. He's reaching out to Tomura, speaking to him as the rest of the league recover from the gross warping as well. But you mustn't lose heart. There will be more chances to set things right. His voice makes Toya's skin crawl. His heart beats in what he could only describe as primal fear. That's why I've brought along your little band. Try again. Try what again? Toya doesn't understand, but Tomura does. That's what I'm here to help you do. It's all for you. Adoration is visible in the one red eye Toya can see. It sickens him. Tomura is completely wrapped around All for One's finger. He looks like God has personally spoken to him. It's twisted. It makes Toya's stomach flip. For the first time, All for One turns to Toya fully. Finally, after 2 decades of observing, the boy is in front of him in the flesh, and Toya looks upon the horror that is his uncle's archenemy, All for One. His presence is like the pressure of a hammer against his skull. What a pleasure to finally meet you, Toya Todoroki. Toya physically recoils at the polite greeting, baring his teeth at him instead in disgust like he was a cornered dog. What the hell do you want from me, you creep? Toya snarls, glaring at the centuries-old man. Unfortunately, we don't have time to chat, the villain muses. He sounds like he's smiling. I knew you'd come. Like with everything in the last 10 minutes, there was no time to dwell on the words, because All Might has barreled through the sky to directly attack All for One. The mere act of the villain stopping the hero creates a shockwave that destroys the ground and sends everybody flying. Toya throws himself over Best Jeanist's unconscious body and tries to stop any debris entering his wounds. It's all he can do to not be blown away by the impact, the very sound of it thunderous and threatening to explode his eardrums. He hates to admit it, but All Might really is the powerhouse. Endeavor doesn't even come close. But he'll never say it. He can hear snippets of his uncle and All for One's back and forth. I'm taking my nephew, and this time... Toya can barely hear the rest over the wind building up around them from All Might starting a new attack on his enemy. But he hears the horrific sound of All for One's tone, even if he can't decipher the words, and of quirks activating all at once. It's followed up by a blink of the eye attack that sends All Might flying across several buildings in the neighborhood. Toya is breathless, clinging onto Best Jeanist's body, until All for One's attention is turned back to him, his mask looming through the fog of dirt rising to stare at Toya. Only then does Toya tear away from Best Jeanist's body and stand up, stepping in front of him with hunched shoulders. Toya knows he's the target, but he hates that so many people are getting hurt to save him. He didn't want any of this. He just wanted to make sure Shoto and the kids were safe, stupidly thinking he could do something, but instead got himself caught and injured several pro-heroes in the process. You need to flee, Tomura, and take Toya with you. Long, sharp tendrils extend from his fingers and stab Kurogiri, who is unconscious on the ground, thanks to Edshot having learned his weak point due to Bakugo's attack at USJ, and his portal quirk activates. Toya instantly hates that All for One can do that. Magna complains about the poor ally getting injured further, but All for One explains that his gooey warping only extends to short distances. Toya is only half listening, because his heart is beating hard against his chest as he sees the League recover and get to their feet, surrounding him. All Might blasts back into action from where he was sent flying. Now go! Toya's blue eyes look to each League member. 6 on 1, and they're running for him. Even if he had a quirk he could use, that's hardly fair. Not that villains ever play fair. Toya! He hears his uncle exclaim as the League lurch forward to grab at him. Mr. Compress lunges for Toya first, but the young man dodges, only to try and avoid a knife slash from Himiko that narrowly misses his chest. She has a twisted look of eagerness on her expression. It's one after another, and Toya can't find an opening to get away. Neither can All Might, who is being kept busy by All for One's continuous attack. He can see his uncle straining at the effort of fighting, his muscular form barely hanging on. Toya dodges an attack from twice, and even kicks him in the stomach, but Tomura is now grabbing for him, barely missing the swipe for his wrist, and Toya can barely breathe. He needs to get away, to get to safety, but he can't, he's completely surrounded. Damn it, he hisses. All Might is having a tough time because of him. How is he going to get out of this one? Crack! All the League jump and look up in shock at a giant ramp of ice that appeared out of nowhere, towering over them like a mountain after erupting from an alleyway. Toya knows instantly that it's Shoto. The idiot! Mom is going to kill him! His thought is cut short when he's tackled by familiar blonde hair, and an insulated blanket is wrapped around him, blocking his vision. 2 minutes earlier. Kachan? Izuku jumps at Bakugo, grabbing him by the front of his shirt and snarling directly in his face. The blonde's fist is shaking and he looks livid. What? I know there's a plan forming in that nerd brain of yours, and I'm telling you now that I hate that I have to listen to you. He spits into the confused, turned sheepish, frightened, freckled face. Vice Rep, make that insulated blanket you had at the sports festival. Oh, sure, but why? Momo didn't even argue, extending her arm to do just that, her quirk taking action. Listen to the nerd, I'm not explaining. Bakugo snarls, impatiently waiting for Momo to finish making the blanket. He can hear All Might straining, and it makes him furious on Toya's behalf that All For One would use him as a pawn to injure the number one hero. Bakugo has had a taste of what that feels like, and it's bad. Midoriya? Tenya asks, confused, to which Izuku inhales deeply and lets out a shaky breath. We better not be. We're not fighting back, Izuku reassures, determination twinkling in his eyes. It'll help us get away from here, and since Ka-chan is willing to cooperate, then... He gets a snarl at that from the blonde. Shoto, we need you to smash the wall down and make an ice ramp, as far up as it'll go. While you do that, we use my full cowling and Ida's Recepro to build up speed and get us moving. That's why the ramp has to be high, so we can really fly. The villains still haven't noticed us, so we're in the perfect position to pull this off. We'll cross over the whole battlefield at a height they can't reach us. The boss villain is keeping All Might pinned down, which means he's also not going anywhere. Ka-chan, that's when... Bakugo! Toya's voice is muffled from the blanket wrapped around him, his voice breathless as the wind is knocked out of him from Bakugo's tackle. Shut up and get saved! The blonde hollers. Only now have the villains realized they've been duped. Yes, the ice ramp was a getaway car, but it was also a distraction. A sleight of hand. They've been played, Tomura realizes too late, lunging to reach for Toya that's wrapped in a blanket of some kind for Bakugo. But he's just out of reach. Tomura swears to beat the spiteful, determined look off Bakugo's face as he ignites his quirk. Bright yellow light flashes before it explodes in his face as Bakugo blasts up from the ground with one hand, holding Toya in the other. It is not easy to keep balance, but if Toya won't use his quirk and if they want to avoid burning him with explosion, this is the compromise. Bakugo had known what was ruminating in the nerd's brain as soon as he saw that telltale expression of his inner mumblings. It's a stupid expression that he hates and frustrates him, and if he wasn't so set on saving Toya, Bakugo would have rejected the outheld, uninjured hand from the green-haired teen who is flying through the air held by Tenya. But he grabs it tightly, Toya safely under his other arm. Take him! Bakugo yells to the class rep as he needs to help stabilize them for the landing. Let him go and I'll kill you! Like I do that, Tenya yells back, simultaneously holding onto the bundled up Toya and injured Izuku, who is using his one good hand to cling onto Bakugo lest they all faceplant from a terrifying height. What are you idiots doing here? Toya gasps out, breathless at the wind whipping his hair, absolutely not looking down and instead wide-eyed at the teenagers who just saved his life. The insulated blanket did its job. He's completely uninjured from Bakugo's quirk, more winded than anything. Going on a midnight stroll? What does it look like? Bakugo hollers. Please, this is no time to be arguing, Izuku frantically exclaims. Let's go. Below the flying students, Shoto takes hold of Momo's hand as he whispers loudly to her. Come on, before they notice us. Momo is startled by how cold Shoto's right hand is, but that doesn't stop her from squeezing back. Right. Momo and Shoto leave the scene. Safe. Shigaraki is furious. All Might is in disbelief, but extremely proud, and the rest of the league are trying to gather themselves around Magna to be sent flying themselves, only to be stopped by Mount Lady's humongous headbutt that knocks Mr. Compress out completely and sends him falling back to the ground. Prioritize the rescue, she gasps out at the impact of stopping a catapulted man with her forehead took her out. Go on, you dumb kids. But even as Mount Lady is taken down, the League doesn't have any less problems because Gran Torino has caught up to his student just in time to knock Spinner, Twice, and Magna out, leaving just Tomura and Himiko conscious. All For One sighs. As per usual with All Might and his posse, they make everything difficult. Guess that's what happens when the number 1 and 2 top heroes of Japan pathetically consider each other brothers. It's alright though. They're playing the long game here. And the first step is to send Tomura to safety. Even from the faraway distance, even as the group of teenagers manage to land without crashing, Toya can hear Tomura's frantic, twisted cry. He's called out for All For One, for his master. And Toya wishes he had been able to reach him. He'd been right there. Come on, get up, let's get out of here, Tenya urges, grabbing onto Toya and pulling him up. Midoriya, your arm, are you okay? I'm fine. Full cowling protected it, Izuku reassured, one hand still holding onto Bakugo despite being on the ground, the other in a cast. Let go of me, Bakugo snarled and yanked his hand out of Izuku's, waving it in the air like he'd touched something icky and gross. Now that we're out of the way, All Might and the other heroes don't have to hold back. Are you all insane? You could have gotten hurt coming out there. Toya wheezes as he lets himself be guided away into the crowd, evacuees running away frantically from the chaos, heroes and police alike trying their best to direct everyone. That's going to... You can preach to us when you're not covered in your own blood! Bakugo hollers with a comedically angry expression, like a pug screaming its soul out at the wall. Less yapping, more running! Toya shuts right up and does as he's ordered. It's like being yelled at by a shorter, blonde endeavor. Tomura Shigaraki is Nana Shimura's grandson. As soon as he'd seen the ice peeking over the buildings from the direction All Might had gone to, frozen horror spiked through Endeavor's chest. It was far away and would be easily missed considering it was instantly broken down, but Endeavor knows the sound of ice. He knows that it's Rei's quirk, he knows that it's Shoto, but he's by the main battlefield, and if he loses 2 sons in one night, Enji doesn't think he'll ever recover. That's why he leaves it all in the hands of the other pro heroes now that the Nomu have been taken out to rush onto the scene, to back up All Might like Gran Torino did. Enshot got the same idea because he's right behind him. Endeavor, I hate to say this, but please don't be reckless, Edshot exclaims as the two rush towards the carnage. I know Toya is in danger, but if Best Jeanist and the others have been taken out, we can't have you be injured too. That shoots electricity through Enji's mind. Injured. Toshinori is injured. He's been injured for the last 5 years with that horrid scar eating away at his very body. He was already struggling earlier, so that means he's barely hanging on at this moment. Hang on, Toshi, don't... Endeavor's eyes catch a faraway news broadcast, a large town screen that has a crowd around it. He sees Toshinori. Not All Might. Toshinori. Scrawny, bloodied, and beaten, but standing. He hears the crowd's disbelief that turns into cheering. Somewhere in the crowd, he believes he catches the glimpse of red and white accompanied by black hair, also yelling All Might's name in encouragement. But he can't dwell on that. As long as they're away from the carnage, then all he needs to do is back his brother up. Hold on, number 1, please. Enji doesn't think he can witness reliving the scene his 13-year-old self witnessed. Chapter 95. Pinprick. The ground had suddenly shaken violently, almost throwing Endeavor to the ground. Determined, but still a little rattled, he looked up, seeing dust rise a short distance away, in the direction of where All Might had gone. Panic gripped his chest and he ran as fast as he could, sprinting towards the dust as cries and shouts continued echoing. Citizens of varying ages and professions were running away from the scene, so Endeavor had to simultaneously direct citizens to the police and safety while trying to push through the chaos. It's Endeavor! What happened? A villain attack! Thank goodness the heroes are here. The voices screamed and bounced in Endeavor's skull as all he could think about was his brother. And then he saw him. As he reached the battlefield, he saw his brother in the distance. He was unable to run, standing before the villain while trying to protect a trapped girl. Before Endeavor could so much as shout for him, the villain shot up into the sky, intending to use multiple quirks to crush both the girl and his brother. But Endeavor isn't an experienced preteen anymore. No thought crosses his mind other than furious hate as his eyes narrow on no other than All for One for the first time, and his arm lurches forward with enough firepower to even catch Edshot by surprise. The fellow hero has to flinch away unless he wants to be burnt too. The fire attack hits, but not All for One, who has blocked it with yet another of his dozens of quirk. Toshinori! Endeavor roars, completely ignoring the head turn from his brother's enemy. What are you doing looking so pathetic? Toshinori's blue eyes widen as he shakily looks at him, barely keeping it together physically and still mentally reeling at the revelation of who Tomura Shigaraki really was, despite his best efforts to stand strong. Enji being here meant he cleaned up all the Nomu. The only threat left was All For One. He really is powerful, his honorary brother. He's lucky to have such a reliable number 2. Though, come to think of it, with how his body feels, Enji won't be number 2 for much longer. Maybe that's for the best. Enji had long accepted that he'd never beat All Might. The man's strength was monstrously superhuman, despite the man it belonged to being as human as they come. Anger would have long engulfed him if he wasn't so close to the blonde, if his father hadn't encouraged him to be friendly with him, if he wasn't his children's uncle. Enji would have been fully consumed with jealousy and bitterness. He has enough self-awareness to know that, even if it's shameful to admit it to himself. Seeing the powerhouse that is All Might be reduced to such a state by scum like All For One, despite Enji having seen his brother's withering body, was a personal insult to the redhead. Cleaning up all those Nomu so quickly. Guess I should have expected nothing less of the number 2. All For One's voice poisons Endeavor's hearing, who finally glares up at him. You sure have climbed high. Shut up! Endeavor roars, seeing red. He finally understands what All Might and Gran Torino have been saying for years. This villain is a provoker. He builds up another attack. I don't want to hear anything from you! His attack hits All For One's quirk again, but even if parried, it's clear the attacks make the villain stagger in the air. Watching my family from the shadows, kidnapping my son, injuring my brother. He finally admits it. Like hell I'll listen to a word you say. Enji wants the man dead. The fire around his eyes and shoulders whips angrily. All that's missing is smoke emitting from his mouth, and he be the vision of an angry dragon. Enji, Toshinori let slip, more relieved than he intended. Hearing that angry voice he's known for years grounds his shaking body and mind. In the carnage that is his mind, Endeavor's roar pierces through. It's also strangely amusing to have All For One be interrupted by the flame hero. Come on! He ignores All For One again, even though he's aiming yet another attack at him. Stand up and show them why you're better! In the distance, the shouts from citizens cheering for All Might can be heard despite the deafening fire he's building up. If you're just here to cheer him on, then I'll need you to be a good audience and sit down and shut up. All For One raises his arm. Unfortunately for him, there's an oversaturation of pro heroes in the modern day, so Edshot's attack to his exposed skull does enough to distract him from attacking Endeavor, as well as from Kamui Woods and Tiger saving the knocked out pro heroes and the woman All Might have been protecting. None of it is helped by Endeavor's continuous attacks. Everyone is rooting for you. No matter what you look like, you are still everyone's number 1 hero. He yells as both he and Edshot don't stop their attacks at All For One to keep him stuck in the sky, defending himself. This is your fight, All Might! Oh, please. All For One sighs out like he's bored, while sending a shockwave around himself to blast all the pro heroes and their attacks away, including Endeavor, who almost lands on his back but manages to catch himself enough to take cover behind some rubble to save his dignity. Spirit this, hope that, wake up. This is reality. Enji wants nothing more than to take All For One down himself, but this is Toshinori's enemy, and in the state he's in, potentially All Might's last fight. Enji doesn't want to think about that right now. He needs to trust in his brother. Cheering All Might's name is all around him, yet Toya's throat is tight shut. He's looking at the huge screen in the street, watching his father, uncle, and their colleagues be overwhelmed by the villain who is set on ruining everybody's lives. Toya knows it's not his fault All Might is in this state. He knows it's All For One's. He'd seen his uncle wasting away for years due to the injury, and yet misery and guilt squirms in his chest. All Might is here, bleeding, sweating and fighting because he'd gotten kidnapped. He's the reason Endeavor had rounded up all the top heroes and police in a handful of hours. He's the reason high school kids had gone against Endeavor's warnings, put their hero careers on the line, and had saved him instead of being in bed and sleeping like normal kids their age. One of them being his brother, and the other being his cousin. It's his fault everybody is getting hurt and hurting. Again. Tamara's right. All he does is fuck people over. Toya yelps as a mean punch connects with his upper arm, and he rubs it thoroughly while giving Bakugo an offended look. Stop feeling so fucking sorry for yourself. The blonde snaps, surprisingly soft despite his previous yelled out encouragement at All Might with Midoriya. There is still pain in his eyes though. He's worried for his idol. All Might's still fighting. Toya swallows. Yeah. Momo squeezes Shoto's hand tightly as she feels him shaking. The boy had been quiet despite everybody else cheering for All Might, and she knows why. More than just his favorite pro hero or his father's colleague, this is his uncle, the man who he speaks so fondly of every time he's brought up and looks at him with such admiration whenever they're taught by the blonde hero. They haven't let go of each other's hands, afraid of losing one another in the crowd, and now Momo refuses to let go in case a classmate loses his cool and rushes back to the battlefield. Shoto feels the reassuring squeeze from the girl and instinctively returns it despite his eyes never leaving the screen. Come on, uncle, he breathes out. Please, fight. Fight, All Might. United States of Smash! The ground shakes violently enough that even those far away from the fight have to cling onto each other lest they wish to collapse and crack their heads on the concrete below. Toya and Bakugo hold onto each other as Ida and Midoriya do too, while Shoto wraps his free arm around Momo with his hand on her head to protect her, just like Natsuo and Fumi had done for him years previous. Dust and smoke rise like an impenetrable fog. Endeavor's eyes blink away the stinging tears caused by the debris to try and find Toshinori among the destruction. He'd been right to leave this to his brother. Trying to get in the middle of that would have been a death sentence. Not that it reassures his bubbling anger any less. He wanted to rip apart the villain who has been targeting the light of his life for who knows how long with his own hands. Finally, silence reigns above the carnage, and everything slowly settles. All Might stands, muscular left hand up, but all Endeavor sees is his brother. Toshinori staggers and Enji gets to his feet, running forward in front of the still running cameras as Toshinori's knees give. He's caught by warm, powerful arms and is helped to a straighter pose, head held high and shoulders back. Thanks, Toshinori breathes out, skeletal face smiling to Enji. What the hell are you thanking me for? His fiery brother hisses through his teeth, but there's anguish in his eyes. You're the one who just sacrificed himself for all of us. And I'll do it again. The blonde smile is so soft despite the blood and dirt on his face. Enji doesn't know how he can continue smiling like that. By their feet is the passed out body of All for One. They should kill him, but they can't. Heroes don't kill, and he knows too much. Enji moves to let go of Toshinori and restrain All for One himself, but the blonde, despite his multiple injuries, grabs onto Enji's suit and digs his nails in. Don't, he hisses, head lowered as blue eyes stare with distrust at his defeated opponent. Don't go near him. He refuses to take chances. Enji can tell the villain is truly and utterly unconscious and will stay that way for a while, but he just nods and stays by his brother. He can leave this to the police. The cameras are still rolling. Toya and Shoto, from their different parts of the town, see this on the big screen and neither can help it. They let out deep sighs of relief and lean on the closest person lest they collapse under the weight of what had just happened this night. Bakugo doesn't even argue, lets Toya wrap an arm around his shoulders and even lays his own hand on his back. Thank you, Toya mutters to the teenagers, eyes watery. Look at you, working with a team. He can't help it. He teases Bakugo and pats his chest. The blonde pouts, glaring venom but says nothing. You kids are in so much trouble though. Shoto especially. He knows that. But as he's crouching with Momo beside him, running a hand over his back as he breathes deeply, it's not so bad. Everybody is alive. Hurt, but alive. Nobody died. Surely that would relieve some of his father's fury. He tilts his head up to look at the screen and sees his uncle pointing at the camera. Now it's your turn. Cheering emits around him, but all Shoto feels is heaviness in his chest. He tears up, which doesn't go unnoticed by Momo. All Might is over. He's fought his battles, and the symbol of peace will retire after decades of bringing reassurance to the nation. To Shoto. The red and white-haired boy lowers his head again, and, on his thigh, sees how tightly he's holding Momo's hand. He's almost crushing it. Sorry, he jolts, moving to let go, but Momo squeezes her hand tighter. Shoto closes his fingers around hers again, but looks up at the girl with teary, mismatching eyes. He's okay, she smiles sweetly at him, reassuring. Warmth flowers in Shoto's chest. We're all going to be okay. He believes her. He sniffles and nods before the two of them get to their feet. Let's go meet up with the others. Shoto nods. Endeavor helps with the rescues. There are people trapped underneath the collapsed buildings, something that seems to happen a lot. Uwabami is sending people to victims' locations thanks to her sensitive senses her snakes have, and she's helped by her sidekick Rose, though Endeavor remembers her as Ibara, Natsuo's classmate. Using her thorn whips, she lifts and holds the rubble up while others drag out the injured. Unlike her usual pristine appearance, she's covered in dust and sweat, but never once complaining, a determined look in her face to help. Rose, I'll hold it. Move the rubble around him and use your vines to pull him out. The space is too small for a full body. Endeavor orders as he takes the girl's space and holds up the broken wall part that is threatening to crush an elderly gent. He's unconscious but alive. The fire hero can tell. He's seen enough dead bodies and injured people to know the difference. Over here, we have a senior, he calls to the paramedics. Uwabami, is there anybody else here? One moment. 3 here and 2 others that way. Go quickly, the pro hero says before rushing to Endeavor. Her snakes lick the air of the gap her sidekick had just pulled the elderly man out of. Not a human, but a dog. It's alive. I can hear it whining. Rosé! It took some squirming and wriggling of her vines around the carnage, but eventually the young woman curled her vines carefully around a small, furry body and brought into her arms the most terrified, shaking Shih Tzu she'd ever had the misfortune to hold. From the position it had been in the rubble and the lack of wounds as she checked it over, its owner must have used his body to protect it. Angie winces. You're okay, sweetheart. Ibara hushes the dog best she can as Endeavor lowered the piece of wall now that this area was clear. Do you have a collar? A name? Let's see. Mocha, like the coffee. And you're a girl. Aren't you cute? She pet the animal tenderly as she brought it to the paramedics who are checking the old man over. How is he? Stable, but we need to get him to the hospital quickly, otherwise he could get worse. This sort of destruction is lethal to anyone, but even if uninjured, the shock can give the elderly a heart attack, the paramedic explained, standing as he picked up the unconscious man on a stretcher. Is that his dog? The sidekick nodded. We can't bring it to the hospital. You'll need to hang on to it. What? But Ibara stuttered, but the paramedics were gone. She stood there, unsure of what to do, so she looked at her closest peer. She's Natsuo's age, and despite the earlier determination, now left of somebody's precious pet that they had protected as their home collapsed, she too looked as shaken as the dog. Endeavor, they left me with Mocha. What do I do? Look after her, Endeavor replies gruffly as he helps with clearing more debris, others hero digging around for survivors. Her life has as much worth as any other's. Continue moving debris with your vines. Rose continued helping, all while holding a shaking dog in her arms. How many more pets, family and friends would they find? With Izuki on the phone to figure out where everyone was and where they should meet, the toy rescue squad collected in front of the closed train station, police everywhere. Only then, at the sight of his big brother, did Momo and Shoto unlatch from each other as the latter sprinted and hugged his brother so tightly he might level up the thorax crusher. Not that Toya cared. he wrapped his arms tightly around his baby brother, inhaled deeply through his nose before exhaling shakily as the two gripped onto each other like a lifeline. "I couldn't reach you. I'm sorry," Shota mumbled against his brother's shoulder, eyes shut tight. "It's not your fault. They used you kids to catch me. I'm the one who should be apologizing." Toya replied softly, a hand running through the back of his brother's head, mixing up the red and white strands. "Thanks for saving me." "I'll get stronger," Shota said firmly, leaning back enough to look with determination at his older brother. They're the same height. "So I can protect you." Toya shouldn't need to have his baby brother 8 years younger than him say that. But he knows it's Shota being honest, and he knows he means it. Tenya watches this and understands all too well how Shota feels. He'll support his friend in any way he can. Shota jumped at the feeling of his phone ringing and lets go of Toya to check it. It's their father. He lets it ring. But right as it stops, it starts again. Shota stares at it ring, as do the others. It's like the world has stopped. It stops. A third time, their father calls. "You should probably answer that," Tenya manages to squeak out. Shota really doesn't want to. If he has to face his father's wrath, however, he's bringing everybody with him, and answers the call on loudspeaker. "Hey, Dad," Shota greets weakly. "Are you hurt?" The question is instant, firm. "No, none of us are." "Who is us?" Shota swallows and looks up at his friends. He knows that his father can already guess who it is. "Me, Izuku, Tenya, Momo, and Bakugo," Shota finally answered when he gets a nod from everyone in the group. There's no hiding from the number 2? What was he now? "Is Toya with you?" "I'm here, Dad, I'm okay," Toya replies hurriedly. Uncle Toshi couldn't properly fight with me in the way, and the League were trying to capture me again. If they hadn't saved me when they did, you can explain that to your mother." Their father's voice was sharp. Of course he knew the circumstance. He's been a hero for almost as long as All Might had been. He knows how battlefields and villains work. Justifying themselves to him isn't necessary when he already knew that they'd all go, which is why he had threatened them to begin with. Pointless, clearly. But Rei, she's not a pro-hero. She's an already worried mother. Toshinori has been taken to the hospital of Gran Torino. I want you boys to go to the police. They'll bring you there too. Help them with any reports they need. Understood? Yes, sir, all the teenagers and young adults said, feeling a weight in their chests. Silence stretches for a minute, and Shota thinks that his father has hung up. I'll be there soon, the man adds, softly, before finally hanging up. Clearly, he hadn't known what to say. Knowing him, he had too many things to say in the moment, and he didn't know which was the appropriate one. It leaves a bit of a lighter tone to the call, because Toya snorts. Let's go, he mumbles. Shota latches onto his arm as the group go to find the police. When Enji was reassured that the other heroes had everything under control and to go check on his children by Uwabami, the man did just that, but not without checking with the police and paramedics on the way to see if they needed something else. Go see your son, Endeavor, is all he got. He wasn't going to argue. As he made his way to the hospital, his hand was tight around his phone as he considered what he should do. Tell Rei? Tell Fuyumi? Natsuo? Or his father? None of them had sent him any messages, so they must still be asleep. Natsuo had said he was going out with friends, but normally the boy would be home by now. Enji sighed through his nose. If Rei learns the truth of the news again like she had Natsuo's sea rescue rather than from the family, Enji doesn't want to think what might happen. He messages his father. A short text. He adds an "everybody is alive and safe," before delving into any details, but opts out from writing "please don't freak out," because he knows that will happen no matter what. Please tell Rei before she finds out from the news, is the one request he does add. He knows his father will have a better way of wording it than he ever would, and considering how worried she has been for the last few weeks, who knows how she'll take it. He enters the busy hospital, nurses and doctors running left and right to get everybody checked up on, but he didn't need to get their attention, as a nurse looked at him and instantly motioned him to a side room that the police were using. Wordlessly, no flames around his face, he opens the door. There, Toya sits with Detective Takauchi. Shoto, Bakugo, Izuku, Tenya, and Yaoyorozu are sat around the room as well, and all look at Endeavor with wide, almost terrified eyes. Now that the consequences of their actions had stepped into the room, they didn't know how to react. Toya just stood up, facing his father with tired eyes and a bloodied face. For the second time that night, Toya was engulfed in a tight hug, this time by a much broader chest and strong arms, familiar and warm. His father stinks of the battlefield, sweat, dirt, blood and ash, but he feels his heart beating against his own chest, and he's here, and it's okay, he's home. Toya closes his eyes and relaxes completely. Enji remembers how small Toya used to be, how he cradled his tiny newborn son against his chest under his shirt, how he fit in his palm, fragile and so lively. He remembers how Rei had teared up happily holding their baby, how Haro had shed floods of tears at the adorableness that was Toya Todoroki, and how he'd rather die than see them cry tears at their eldest funeral. A lot of things will have to be said later when the rest of the family is caught up. But right now, Enji just indulges in the relief that his son is here, is alive, and alright. It had only been a few hours, but that was too much. They shouldn't have been able to get his boy, to hurt him like this. "You kids need to sleep," Enji finally breathes out. "Do you still need them?" He looks at Takauchi, who gives him a sympathetic smile and shakes his head. Toya and the kids are assigned a room with police supervision, considering none of them are injured, and finally, in almost 24 hours, they're able to sleep. With the knowledge that Toya is safe in a bed next to them, the UA students can drift off. Especially Bakugo. It's way past his bedtime. Endeavor, however, does not sleep. He helps around the hospital instead, waiting to be told that either Gran Torino or All Might have been fixed up and are ready to see him. He doesn't know how long that'll be, but he's sure they're of a priority for the nurses. For now, he brings towels, water, and supplies to everybody in the hospital, helps move heavier patients. He keeps his ears open for any tidbits of news or updates on the well-being of the various injured pro-heroes, especially Best Jeanist. The man had faced All for One and paid the price for his heroism. "My dog, where is my dog?" A voice among the crowd catches Endeavor's attention, and he goes to the elderly man from before. He has a broken arm, his head is bandaged, and he's connected to an IV. "Please, she's all I have." The pro-hero Rose is looking after Mocha, Endeavor reassures, on one knee by the bed so he's eye level with the older gent instead of looming over him intimidatingly. "She was fine, shaken but uninjured. You saved her." The old man, in his 70s pushing 80s, lets out a breath, shaking and his eyes watering, relieved. "Have you had Mocha long?" "Many years. Almost as old as me." The man let out a small, weak laugh, exhausted but calmer now that he knew his beloved pet was alive. "She's been my companion for a long time. I'd be alone without her." Enji swallows. He places an awkward but well-meaning hand on the injured man's shoulder. "I'll see if I can get Rose to bring her in." A dog in the hospital wasn't allowed, especially in this state of emergency, but if it would help with the man's recovery and Natsuo's friend was supervising the visit, surely an exception for a senior citizen could be made. Enji was a stickler for rules, but that didn't mean he didn't understand the value of pets. Harusame was a lifeline for Toya after all. Fortunately, Ibara was allowed in as long as she kept Mocha under control, and Endeavor watched as a young woman sat beside the old man as he cried happy tears while his dog wagged her tail and licked him all over his face, little yaps of delight at being reunited. Her owner was thanking their savior repeatedly, holding Rose's hand as she smiled and comforted him. "Endeavor, All Might and Gran Torino are ready to see you." One of the nurses, working overtime, told him, and Enji left the scene with a silent nod, going to the room he'd been told. He stayed in the corridor for a moment, hesitating. Then he exhaled and knocked on the door. "Angie?" Toshinori's voice piped up. It sounded tired, but alive. Angie entered the room carefully, like he was afraid of making too much ruckus that would cause Toshinori to shatter. As the door shut, he looked at the blonde resting on the bed, bandaged head to toe. "The kids are in the hospital too. They're sleeping," Angie reassured. "Gran Torino?" "Angie boy," the older man greeted back, bandaged as well, but in a lesser worse state than his student. "We have many things to talk about." Angie doesn't want to talk about any of it right now. It shows in his exhausted expression. There's a lot of emotions to process, something he's not good with at the best of times, which Toshinori has known since first they met. The blonde, somehow, is able to smile. "So, I'm your brother?" Angie's face flushes. That had been said in the spur of the moment. "Obviously," he said through gritted teeth. "Being called uncle for 20 years wasn't enough of a clue for you?" "You never called me your brother before." Toshinori laughs softly, but not too much to hurt his ribs. Angie sniffs, embarrassed, but stays standing awkwardly in the middle of the room, a bit away from the bed his brother was laying in. "I don't have one for all anymore." Angie blinks, looks at him. Toshinori looks strangely at peace with that. Angie doesn't believe it for a second. "Officially or not, from now, you're number one, Angie." "Not like this." He didn't want it like this. "Oh," he breathes out, and his eyes look away, half-lidded. "Guess so." He doesn't sound happy, nor sad, exhausted mainly. "You deserve it. You've worked hard." Gran Torino tries to help, but it doesn't do anything. Angie says nothing. He knows he's worked hard. Even as he accepted that he'd never surpass All Might, even as they became brothers, Angie had never stopped working to keep up with the blonde, to always be stubbornly by his side even when he wasn't wanted. He's the only one fit to even try and fill the symbol of peace's role, so why does he feel so dissatisfied? It's not what he wanted. I thought he wanted to win their non-existent rivalry due to his own abilities. Not because his brother was torn down by a villain. He stops and sighs, shaking his head. "It's what?" Toshinori asks. He knows Angie well enough to figure out that the man's brain is whirling, can just see it in those storming turquoise eyes that are normally so confident and proud. Angie tries again, an emotion catches in his throat. He clears it. It's stupid. Toshinori gives him a confused look. Angie inhales and looks at him, a twisted mixture of pained sadness on his face. "Even though we knew that All Might would eventually be gone because of your injury, I didn't think it'd ever happen. A world without All Might, without his youngest son's idol pouncing across Japan tirelessly. Angie couldn't imagine a world like that. I thought we'd be fighting together for longer." It's like a child admitting he didn't want to stop playing with his friends when being called for dinner. A soft plea of complaint against the inevitable, as sudden and unexpectedly expected as it was. They hadn't known when Toshinori wouldn't be able to be All Might anymore. The reality had been so far away and vague that now that it was happening, Angie didn't know what to do or react. His eyes burnt. Toshinori swallowed thickly, blinking his eyes repeatedly. I thought so too," he admitted. "But just because the symbol of peace isn't around anymore doesn't mean I'm going anywhere." Angie knows that. "Angie." At Toshinori's beckoning, Angie takes the seat next to Gran Torino, head lowered in unexplainable shame. "Angie." Again, Angie looks up to his brother with pained eyes. "I'm here." Angie scoffs a laugh and shakes his head. "You're awful." His voice is thick with emotion as he lowers his head again, rubbing his eyes with his hand. Toshinori, despite his injury, cackles. Gran Torino watches them fondly. The sensitive topics could wait a little longer. As soon as they were awake a few hours later, Enji dragged Shoto, Toya, Izuku, Bakugo, Tenya, and Yaoyorozu to the train station. The news of what happened the previous night was all over the news. Sir Night-Eye had already been in touch, and they'd all have a serious meeting after Toshinori was out of the hospital. But for now, the kids needed to go home. But what about the heroes and Uncle Toshi? Shoto asked, wanting to see his uncle, as did Izuku. He'll visit soon, Enji reassured, but there was a stiffness in his demeanor. He still needs to rest, and... He sighs, looking at his phone at the singular text from his wife. We need to get home. Get home. That's what Ray texted him after what he assumed was Hara explaining everything to her. This wasn't going to be easy. Should we get flowers? Toya offered, as Enji bought all the students' train tickets. I don't think that's going to help here. Enji sighed again. Bakugo and Midoriya looked to each other. Endeavor, are you going to get us expelled? Izuku dared to ask the question, weighing on all of them. That's what Endeavor had threatened them with, and as Shota had been clear about, Endeavor's threats aren't empty. Probably fortunately for everyone, I don't have that sort of power. It's not my decision to make. Enji looked to his nephew and stiffened. This boy had One for All now, and All for One knew that, had spoken his name during the fight. Expelling him from UA would be foolish at this stage. And considering everything that's happened, we'll need as many great heroes as possible, which you've all proven yourself capable of being. Endeavor wasn't the final consequence they'd have to face. There were still their parents, UA, and their teachers. They hadn't broken any laws, but they had directly disobeyed the Flame Hero and put themselves into the way of danger. But the reassurance that the new, unofficial number 1 deemed them potential great heroes for more than just saving his son lifted a weight off of all their chests. Get home safely, everyone. Momo and the others waved to the Todoroki as they all got onto their various trains home. As they got into their seats, Enji looked to Toya. He was cleaned up and bloodless, so at least Ray wouldn't freak out over that. Just over everything else. And Toya would most certainly freak out over Tomura Shigaraki's true identity, that he was Nana Shimura's grandson. He couldn't tell him. Not right now, not until Detective Takauchi, Gran Torino, and Toshinori decided on what to do next. They'd have a visit from Takauchi for sure in the coming days, as well as Sir Night-Eye. For now, they had to face home. Shota should have expected that. But he'd never been slapped by his mother before. So he blinked in surprise. His left cheek didn't really hurt yet. What were you thinking? Ray yelled, eyes wide as if shocked by what she'd done, full of barely kept in tears. Her eyes turned to Toya. You said you were going to stay with the teachers, she accused, emotion in her throat as the sudden realization of what happened a mere handful of hours ago settled. From the living room, the news could be heard retelling what just happened. Hara was standing in its doorway, holding a slightly spooked Harusame. His face was neutral. Ray had been calmed when he explained to her everything at breakfast, but as soon as she heard her husband's voice and saw her children, something had snapped and all the emotion had come out at once. Mum, Fumi tries, but Natsu barges by her, glaring at his father. He was in as bad a state as his mother. Why didn't you call me in? He yells in turn, hurt and upset. I could have helped. It was your day off, Enji replied, but that didn't do much to help Natsu's hurt. It was in a different part of the country. For the time it took for you to get ready and get there, it'd be too late. Bullshit! Natsu exclaims. He and Ray were on the same wavelength. He didn't know if he wanted to hug his father and brothers or punch them. Uncle Toshi was out there getting himself killed by All for One, and you let me sleep? He'd said he was going out with friends, but he'd been on a date with Miki. The guilt he felt for having such a lovely, peaceful time when his older brother was being kidnapped and his younger brother, father and uncle were out saving him ate him from the inside out. I'm a rescue hero, and rescues have been needed. Toya and Shoto stayed silent, until Toya saw Shoto raise his hand to rub the cheek that his mother had just slapped. It started to sting now. Fuyumi saw it too, and the expression on her brother's face broke her heart. Mum! Natsuo! Fuyumi snapped sharply. The two upset family members looked at her with scowls. We're all upset, but they're here now. And yes, what Shoto did was reckless, but that doesn't mean you can slap him. He could have died. Rei's voice was still raised, but with a strain of emotion. She turns back to Shoto, which makes him jump, looking at her with wide eyes. She's shorter than him, and yet, right now, he felt small. Why would you disobey your father like that? Everybody calm down, Haru said sternly, his voice overpowering everybody in the house entrance. Don't argue in the front entrance. At the words of the elder Todoroki family member, Toya, Shoto, and Enji were given the room and time to change their shoes and take off their coats. Shoto kept rubbing his cheek. Once he'd put on his slippers, Fuyumi hurried to his side and gave him and Toya a hug, cradling her brothers gently in the way their mother usually did. But right now, their sister was being the comforting force. I'm glad you're all right, she muttered to them before letting go and with a cold hand full of frost, cradled Shoto's stinging cheek. Shoto leaned into it. Enji watched this before going into the living room to speak to his wife. She was clearly restless despite her seated position, fussing with her hands as her eyes kept flicking from the news report to the living room entrance. Rei, Shoto and his friends saved Toya. If they hadn't, he started. No! Rei shouted, standing up abruptly from the couch. I've had enough! I'm not dealing with this anymore! Why do you get to be angry when Natsuo is affiliated with Vigilante, but I'm unreasonable when our sons get kidnapped or break the rules? Natsuo too is glaring at his father for the same reason. You're not unreasonable, Rei. I never said that. And I'm not happy with Shoto either, but... Enji tries. But it seems that Todoroki's stubbornness has rubbed off on Rei after all these years, because she's not hearing any of it. Her expression is of cold fury as she frowns bitterly at her husband, tears in her eyes. I don't think it's fair to slap him, he finally says in a small voice, Shoto peeking from behind him nervously. Rei looks at her youngest, then at her husband, then at her father-in-law, who is sitting in the armchair with Harusame on his lap, deep in thought. Only Natsuo seems to share her sentiments in the moment, as Toya and Fuyumi are standing by Shoto with hurt looks on their faces. Why was she the only one worried? Rei inhales shakily and tightens her hands into fists. I want Shoto pulled out of UA, Rei says firmly, barely keeping it together. And I want Toya under house arrest until Shigaraki is captured. No, Toya pushes past his father. No, absolutely not. Now you're being unreasonable. He scowls at his mother, upset and confused at her reaction. He knows this had been building up for a while, but she was normally so understanding. If Shoto and the others hadn't saved me, Uncle Toshi wouldn't have been able to fight All for One. I was in the way. It's good that they were there. You shouldn't have been in that position in the first place, Natsuo snapped, brown-grey eyes clouding with his own emotions. How did the League even know the location of the training camp? There were a million questions, but that one had never been answered. And it's not like Mum and I are the only ones penalizing UA for this. Look, he motions to the news where UA slander and criticisms were being brought up for their inability to protect their staff members. That press conference might have soothed over some things, but that doesn't change the fact that on more than one occasion, UA was incapable of protecting their students and staff. The fact that Natsuo, an alumni who liked UA and the teachers, was saying that made Shoto shrink in on himself. We don't know how they figured out the location of the training camp, Enji admitted. He wasn't about to tell them President Mike's traitor theory. That would do absolutely nothing to help right now, even though he believed it. Toya was kidnapped because he was worried for the kids and went to look for them. That's the reason why he left the teachers. When Shoto was always running off, we put him in a child leash. Rei reminded Enji sternly. Toya isn't a child. He's 23, the man reminded her. We already had Fuyumi at his age. Silence stretched across the room as a husband and wife stared at each other. I don't care. I don't want either of them leaving the house. Rei doubled down, and frustration bubbled in Toya's stomach. Mom, Toya tried. It's final. But Mom. No! Rei snapped, tears threatening to fall again. I'm tired of us being targeted all the time. 2 times they've kidnapped you. 2 times they've injured Toshinori beyond recognition. How many more times will I have to endure this family be hurt? She inhaled deeply, chest rising. You are grounded until further notice, and that's it. Frustration turns into fury. You couldn't stop me going to Sekoto Peak when I was 13. What makes you think you can stop me now? He explodes. It's quiet. Toya's breathing heavily, but it's deadly silent. The news is humming in the background, and yet someone might as well have died. Even Harusame in Haru's lap is still as a statue. Rei stares at Toya with wide, pained eyes. Only then does Toya realize what he said. But before he can open his mouth, his mother turns heel, slams the sliding door open, and rushes down the corridor. Energy sighs low in his chest as he goes after his wife, not looking at any of the children. It's just Haru and the grandkids. What the hell is wrong with you? Natsuo seethes, standing up and looming over his brother. Toya doesn't say anything, doesn't even look at him. His throat has tightened again. She's been worried sick for weeks. You really didn't think she'd react this way after you get kidnapped? Natsuo, that's enough, Haru says firmly. Everybody sit down. The children all do, except Toya. Toya. The boy looks at his grandfather, almost confused. The older man offers him Harusame, which Toya robotically takes before sitting on the floor. Toya is the victim here. He's the one that got kidnapped, and Shoto went to save him like any of us would want to do. There's no point yelling at each other and pointing the finger. Shoto was leaning into Fuyumi as the girl continued to hug him and cradled his slapped cheek. Natsuo looked away and mumbled a sorry. For all their masculinity, the Todoroki are an emotional lot. A thump above makes them look, and it's their mother yelling something. She must have stamped her foot again. Harusame meows in Toya's arm as the young man pets him, his grip on the furry creature tightening. Nothing's changed. Tomura was right. You hurt your family a decade ago, and you're hurting them now by not knowing your place. It's all he seems to do. What makes you think you can help anyone when all you do is fuck over those close to you? Why does he even bother? Chapter 96. Clement. I've had enough! I'm not dealing with this anymore! Rei's words echoing in his ears is all Enji could focus on as he chased after his wife's soft sobbing. Toya's words, said out of frustration, cut her deeply enough to make her leave the room. Enji needed to comfort her. He trusted his father to deal with the children. He found his and Rei's bedroom door shut. It's his own bedroom, in his own house, and yet Enji still would rather knock than barge in. Rei, he calls out. Silence answers him. He tries to slide the door open. It doesn't budge. Rei must have latched it shut. Rei, please let me in. He tries again, but nothing. He sighs softly, sadness in his chest that the stress got to the point of his wife slapping their youngest son and their eldest making her cry. It's good that they as a family could always argue, but something about today had soured. He leans his forehead on the frame of the door, closing his eyes to try and catch Rei's silent crying. Please talk to me. I can't do this without you. Maybe it was the pitiful tone of his voice, but after a moment, he heard the clink of the latch being undone and the sliding door finally opened. Ray had shuffled back to her dressing table, kneeling in front of the mirror as she tried to wipe the tears running down her face stubbornly without looking at her puffy face reflection. Enji's heart hurts. He closes the door and goes to kneel by her, but holds back from touching his wife. He's right, Ray sniffles, tissues in her hands. I can't stop him, or any of you. You're too stubborn and I'm too weak. Enji swallows. That's not true, he tries, but it sounds shallow. He doesn't think Ray is weak. No woman that takes a fireball to the face and is able to wear the scar as confidently as his wife does could ever be weak. I knew you were worried, but I didn't realize it was affecting you so much. Ray sniffles at her husband's comment. Why didn't you tell me? Because you have enough to worry about as is. Ray sobs, hiding her face in her hands as she leans her elbows on the table. Her shoulders shake violently and Enji doesn't know what to do. Emotions ripple off of the shorter woman in powerful waves. You work so hard, every day, and with All Might... A sob makes her shudder. It's just going to get worse, she sniffles and wipes her face with her bare hands. I should be able to deal with my own emotions. But we're a team. Enji tries to use his wife's words to comfort her, leaning a little to try and catch a glimpse of her face, but she'd hidden it in her hands again. You work hard too. I stay home and garden all day. That's nothing to putting your life on the line for years. That frustrates Enji to the point of anger. Stop that. He grabs Ray's wrists without hurting her and makes her look at him. Don't compare us. You have no idea how important your job is to me and the kids. You've created a home that all of us feel safe in. Don't ever belittle that. His words are firm, but as soon as he said them, his shoulders drop at the sight of his red-eyed wife. Ray sniffs, but lets her wrists be held, saying nothing. I need you. How could you possibly need me? Ray shakes her head, and that hurts Enji. Why would she think such a thing? I'm not Star and Stripe. I can't help you protect the kids in a way that matters. All I can do is sweep the floors and do the laundry. Enji's sad expression shifts to one of confusion. What are you talking about? He asks. At Island, you and she were the ones who saved Toya, Ray replied with a bitter sob. All I did was cower. You were in a hostage situation, Enji reminded her with a disbelieving tone. You were looking after Fuyumi, remember? Ray sniffs. Ray, Star and Stripe isn't my wife. She's not the mother of my children, nor the only woman I've ever loved. She's an overseas colleague I get along with. Why would you ever think I value her over you? Ray is looking down. She shrugs. She doesn't know. She just remembers how small she felt next to the beautiful blonde, and the way her husband looked at the American as they shot up into the sky with the air jets had hurt something she didn't realize was breakable. It's irrational, I know that, she whispers, sniffing. It's why I didn't say anything. Enji lowers his hands so he's holding hers as they lay atop his knees. The room is dark as the silence stretched out between them. I can't protect them anymore. And now putting themselves in danger's way on purpose. She hates it. Enji has accepted it, but he just wants it to be done in the correct way. That is the nature of being a pro-hero. I told Shota and the others not to go. They went anyway. I can't stop them either, Enji replied softly, rubbing his thumbs over the back of her hands. His wife lets out a weak huff of laughter. You being here, gardening, cleaning, cooking, homeschooling, making a home is more important than you'll ever know. It gives a peace of mind to know that after a grueling day of work, there's someone waiting at home. That there even is a place that he and the kids can call home. Ray exhales softly and leans forward. Enji lets go of her hands to open his arms and accept his wife into an enveloping hug, his natural warmth the only heat Ray has ever enjoyed. She curls against him, closing her eyes as her sore eyes are soothed by his heated body she nuzzles up against. I should apologize to Shoto, she mutters. Enji hums in agreement. I still don't want him to go back to UA. Enji hums again. He understands. What about talking with your friends of what they think? He offers, mouth against her hair. He was sure that Tenya, Bakugo, and Izuku's mothers would all have their opinions. Undoubtedly Momo's as well, but they weren't as familiar with the Yaoyorozu. Rei hums at the idea. Maybe. For now, she lets herself be comforted by her husband. Until the sound of Harusame hissing loudly, followed by a thump, crash, Natsu yelling Toya's name, and somebody running up the stairs told the parents they should probably go deal with this. 5 minutes ago. Fuyumi and Natsu's friends have been sending them endless messages, checking up on how they and Toya were doing since they saw the news. Natsu was in turn keeping up with Ibara's well-being, considering she was on the scene helping with the aftermath. But she reassured them she was alright, and Iwabami was taking good care of her. She even showed photos of Moka and her owner smiling together. Despite becoming a pro-hero, Ibara still maintained her large social media following, but Natsu had the feeling she wouldn't be sharing these photos with the public. This was for family and friends only. Fuyumi even got a message from Hawks, asking how everyone was. Fuyumi looked to Shoto, who was curled up next to her, with sad eyes, and Toya, who was soothing himself by rocking back and forth with Harusame in his arms, eyes wide as a million thoughts ran through his head. We're alive, I guess, she replied. Haro was trying his best to soothe Toya, who had shut down ever since he yelled at Rei and sat on the floor, but nothing was bringing him out of his stupor. Harusame was purring, but his body wasn't at all relaxed in his owner's arms. The cat could tell everybody was stressed, and as great as a cat he was, he's still just a cat, and there's only so much he can do. Eternally, Toya was spiraling, replaying every moment of his kidnapping. A lethal hand around his throat, villains looming over him, Himiko licking the blood off his sleeve, Magne and Compress taunting him, Tomura punching him, All for One's words to his protege, and the other two. The others, Twice and Spinner, what had they done? Spinner had stood up for him when Himiko asked about Burnin, and Twice indulged Toya and told him about his quirk. Magne, Compress, and Tomura had been the main ones to antagonize him, while Himiko, Spinner, and Twice had been strangely amicable if you ignore the whole attacking the training camp, injuring and trying to kidnap kids and heroes, which is hard to ignore, about as hard as ignoring the fact that Tomura had Dr. Tsuzura's therapy notes from at least the night of the accident. Who knows what else he had? Ah! Natsu exclaimed suddenly, looking at a text from his phone. Mokura says Spinner is the guy whose friends were worried about during the internship. Shuichi Iguchi. He has the Gecko Heteromorph quirk. Toya's eyes snap up to look at him. Of course quirk talk would be what gets Toya to return to the present. It seems information about the League of Villains is starting to spread around. People already knew about Magne. Hawk says Mr. Compress is being recognized as a former entertainer. He used to do magic shows, Fuyumi hums. Shoto leaning against her, she shows him the winged hero's message. We already know Himiko Toga and Shigaraki, so the main mystery is Twice. Hara hesitates for a moment. Enji had told him everything via text. It seems he hasn't told the children yet that... All for One told All Might that Tomura Shigaraki is Nana's grandson. Haro decides to rip the band-aid off. Goodness knows the family is terrible when it comes to keeping important information to themselves, and he wasn't about to start that cycle again. But maybe he should have. Toya throws Harusame off of him, who hisses loudly at the rough treatment. The young man scrambles to his feet, almost trips and barges out of the room, tripping this time with a thump and crashing against the wall before rushing up the stairs so quickly he almost trips up them too. Toya! Natsu exclaims, rushing after him, just in time to meet his father in the corridor, who looks at him confused. Shigaraki is Nana's grandson? At the yelled question, Enji pales. His father must have told them. Good, because Enji wasn't sure he'd ever be able to say it, in fear of exactly this. Even Rei is shocked. Hara hadn't told her yet. But it's not the news that worries her even further. It's the volatile reaction Toya had. She wants to check on him, but... Ray, go downstairs. Enji orders softly. She has an apology to say. His wife sighs softly and nods. Natsu, I know you're upset with me, but... Whatever! Natsu shakes his head. Emotions were high. When aren't they in this family? I get it. It was my day off. I'm more worried about Toya. Enji is too. Best check on him before he does something stupid again. What they find him doing in his and Natsu's bedroom is maybe not stupid, but concerning. Toya has wiped all of the stuff off of his desk. Papers, books, and pens strewn around the room in a disorganized mess as he claws at his clue board, frantically writing on some pieces of paper, crouching down fast enough it would give anybody a backache to grab notes and books, flip through them aggressively and tear certain pages out of his own notes before pinning them to the board, wrapping string around the pins and connecting them together, all in the span of maybe 15 seconds. Toya? Enji starts, worried. All for One's tactic is psychological warfare. Toya doesn't answer the question, rather rambling. He uses people's emotional weaknesses and human nature against them. The more they care, the weaker they are against him. That's why they used Dr. Tezura's notes to taunt me. That's why All for One sought out Nana's grandson, to use it against us and break our spirits. The League is made up of people who have been let down by society, but instead of wanting to change it for the better, they want to destroy it completely, which would regress society to a war state like when quirks first appeared. But if Shuichi really aligns himself with Stain's values, he doesn't want that. He still wants hero society, but without the corrupt heroes. Mr. Compress is also against corruption in general, and Himiko and Magne both want to live however they want to, but that means they feel like they're allowed to hurt people while not wanting to get hurt themselves. I don't know what Twice's deal is, but he seems unstable and doesn't like to make clones of himself, so that could... Wait, they have Dr. Tezura's notes? Natsu interrupts. Him and Enji are the only ones who can decipher Toya's ramblings. It helps being a good listener. Tomura used them to show all I do is screw people over, but I haven't changed. But just because he's right doesn't mean I'm going to stop. Toya continues, but the back of his jacket is grabbed and he's being physically dragged from his desk. He is not right, Enji snarls, furious. Not at Toya, but at Tomura. Toya shakes his head violently, half dangling off the floor from where his father has a tight grip at the scruff of his outfit. He is right. I haven't changed. All I do is hurt you guys, and... Toya gags when his father pulls him off the floor entirely, which forces him to grab onto his father's wrist lest he starts choking. Dad! But he closes his mouth instantly at the sight of his father's burning blue eyes. Toya hasn't seen his father's anger in front of him like this in... ever. It makes him shut up for once. Even Natsu is inching back out into the corridor. You listen to me, Enji hisses, fist shaking in his son's jacket. Your mother and I haven't spent your entire lifetime loving and supporting you for our son to be mentally broken down by some lowly villains who haven't put in half the effort you have to make the world a better place. Toya is looking at him with big, wide eyes, like a kitten being held by its scruff. Tomura Shigaraki, or whoever he is not right. You have changed. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone to UA, you wouldn't have gone to Natsu and Shoto sports festivals, you wouldn't be about to graduate from your medical studies, and you most certainly wouldn't be alive. Natsu stares from just outside of the bedroom, throat tight as he watches his father scorn Toya in a way he's never seen before. It would be comical of how Toya is dangling off the floor, but the fury radiating from his father is suffocating. But I said to Mum, Toya stammered, shaken at his father being angry at him. And your mother slapped Shoto. Do you think that means they love each other any less? Enji snaps back. Neither of us could stop you, because as I'm sure you're aware, you're my son. Not even being banned from training in UA after hours stopped me from overtraining my quirk. There's no arguing that. And we still can't stop you. So we won't. Toya blinks. I'm not grounded? He asks lamely. Oh, no, you're definitely grounded, Enji replies flatly. But I'm not going to let you antagonize alone over the League of Villains. That is not your job. It's mine, and the police's, and the Hero Commission's. You understand me? Yes, sir, Toya squeaks out. We're going to call Dr. Tezura. let her know her files were stolen. Then you're going to tell us everything that happened. You're a quirk specialist and a repeated target of All for One, so whether your mother and I like it or not, you're involved. You're going to help with the investigation instead of heading in your room and driving yourself insane. Is that clear? It's kind of scary when Endeavor is talkative. Toya prefers his grunts. Crystal, the blue-eyed man replies, and only then is he placed on the ground. But Shoto, Mom won't let him. We're not going to decide anything until we hear from Yue, Enji responds firmly, before shooting a look at Natsu, who flinches. We can't afford to not have the best heroes in our ranks, and Yue is the best place to properly train them, as some should know. Natsu swallows and looks away sheepishly. Any other school would be in ruins if even one of the things Yue has been faced with happened to them. Considering that Yue is the top pro-hero school, that is the bare minimum, Natsu thinks. But it's also not untrue that none of the other schools would be able to deal with being a target. Let's go downstairs. While Toya had been getting the talking to of his life, Rei had made her way downstairs to find Harusame being comforted by Haro after Toya non-so-gently threw him off. Fuyumi was hugging Shoto, cradling her baby brother in the same way Rei had done for them all these years. Which hurt Rei that Fuyumi had needed to step in like that. Shoto, Rei mutters softly as she enters, which makes the boy sit up to look at her. Eyes sad. I'm sorry for slapping you. I let the stress get to me. She sits by her son, who doesn't flinch away from her but does look warily at his mother despite clearly wanting to hug her. I don't want to leave you away, Shoto mumbles. Please don't make me. Rei really doesn't want him to go back. But she would listen to Enji's suggestion and speak to her fellow mothers about what they were intending on doing after they got some sort of announcement from Yue. We'll see. Nothing's set in stone for now. Okay? Rei offers with a weak smile, but it seems to do the trick because Shoto relaxes and wraps his arms around his mother, hiding his face in the crook of her shoulder. My little peppermint, she sighs as she returns the hug and runs a hand through his hair. Over his shoulder, she can see Fuyumi and extends her other arm to her. Without needing more prompting, Fuyumi moves off the couch and hugs her mother too. Thank you, I skip. I'm sorry for yelling. Hara is still stroking and comforting Harusame as he watches them, but says nothing until Enji comes back down with Toya and Natsuo. The two boys look shaken, but at least Toya is more grounded and present than before. Everybody sit, Enji orders like he does the flaming sidekickers. Nobody argues and finds a spot in the living room. Harusame eyes Toya suspiciously, but sensing that his owner had calmed, uncurled himself from Haru's arms and trotted to sit on Toya's lap instead. Toya, tell us what happened. The revelation that Shigaraki had somehow gotten hold of Dr. Tozura's notes was concerning. Not so much because the family was worried about any sort of secrets being leaked, or even because they were embarrassed, but just because that was a huge security issue. How did they get hold of them? I'm not going to say anything, Enji grunts, the sole person of the family that had no notes to be used against Toya. His whole family rolled their eyes at him, even Harusame. One thought nobody was willing to voice was the possibility that their family therapist had willingly given All for One the notes. But Hara couldn't believe it. The mere concept was downright preposterous. Tozura's reaction just confirmed it for him. What? Usually calm and collected Yumi Tozura screamed when they called her. She'd been relieved to hear that Toya and everyone was alright, but her relief was cut short when Enji informed her of the stolen notes. Nobody has access to my files. I only have physical copies I'd keep locked in my office. One would need my key, the combination to my desk, not to mention caught on the cameras. It's not... As she's saying this, they can hear rustling and fidgeting as Tozura rifles through her files of patients and stops. It's not there. Somebody had stolen her files. Specifically the one from 10 years ago after the accident. She grabs all of the Todoroki files and flips through them frantically. Nothing else seems to be missing. It seems to only be that one. I don't understand. Tsuzura sounds heartbroken, in a way only a person crushed by guilt can. Haru understands. I don't want to cause distress, but the police should come interview you and check on the cameras to see if there is anything, Angie said, thumb already hovering over Takauchi's phone number. Yes, of course, Tsuzura replies, taking in a deep breath and holding like she taught so many of her patients. Seems even therapists need their own coping mechanisms. Toya, I'm so incredibly sorry. I'm sorry to all of you. It's not your fault, Toya reassures, Haru-sama purring in his arms. Even if you had your files on the computer, they would have found a way to hack in. That's the very reason why Tsuzura didn't have any of the files digitally. Fuyumi became distracted by her own phone buzzing and stepped out of the room after her parents gave her a nod for her to answer it. It was Hawks calling. That's unusual. Hawks, hi, she greets. Hey, princess, Hawks replies, and he sounds tired. Listen, He stops himself and chews on his lower lip. How much should he say? He doesn't know, but he feels like he needs to say something. Toya's kidnapping at the hands of the League of Villains is sending shockwaves through the entirety of Japan. The Hero Commission is frantic, and I don't doubt you've seen the criticisms of UA. Fuyumi hums. There's a chance I'm going to go AWOL for a bit, or even be more cryptic than I already am. Ah, he admits it. So this is serious. I could come to Fukuoka and visit before schools start again, Fuyumi offers. Would you? Why does Hawk sound relieved, like pressure had been lifted from his shoulders? I'd like to talk. I'm not the one Mum threatened to ground for the rest of my life, Fuyumi jokes weakly. She's not the one who is constantly putting her life on the line every day. She's but a humble elementary school teacher doing her part, and she likes it that way. Anything you want to talk about now? Hawks hesitates. How can he explain anything without spilling all his secrets that he's been trained to keep and swore to himself he'd never let anybody ever know? His interpersonal skills didn't apply to Fuyumi, or any of the Todoroki. They saw right through him like he was made of glass. Endeavor had even before they met. Toya had gotten him partially figured out the 2 times they hung out. Haru just seemed to know, and the rest of the family was equally keen-eyed. They should be the ones called Hawks for how sharp their eyes were. I can't, he admits. He's flying back to his agency after his meeting with the Hero Commission. Nothing is set in stone currently, but they did tell him to prepare for a mission to do with infiltrating the League if necessary. Okay, Fuyumi gets it. She has a family full of men who can't. They try, though. I'll let you know when I'm heading down. Thank you, princess. Anytime. The call ends and Fuyumi sighs. It seems she's no better than her brothers and will end up involved. Back in the living room, Fuyumi caught Toya making a difficult decision for all of them. Until we know who stole your files, I think it's best we stop any therapy sessions, Toya voiced, much to the concern of not only his family, but also Tsuzura. Because if they can steal your physical files, what else can they do? Listen in on our calls, get footage from the cameras? I don't want them to have more ammunition than they already do. Whoever them is. Are you sure that's clever? Tsuzura asks with a concerned voice. Suddenly stopping your sessions, especially after an event like this, I don't think that's a good idea. Considering Ray's red eyes and Toya's earlier spiraling, she wasn't wrong. It's just temporarily, Toya reassures everyone. Not that it does much. He strokes Haru-sama's head. I don't want to risk it. For a man that was willing to risk his own life, it sounded illogical. But nobody can force Toya to continue with therapy if that concerns him. So, for now, his therapy sessions, and Haru's by proxy, would be put on hold. After the phone call was ended with Dr. Tsuzura, Toya shifted to look at his mother with guilt. I'm sorry for what I said. Ray sniffs, but smiles at him. The truth hurts, she offers meekly, and reaches a hand out to stroke her eldest baby's face. Though you're an adult now, you have to make your own decisions, and that's something I have to continue relearning to respect. Toya leans into his mother's cold touch. They'll pull through, as they always do. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy. Kido and Onima had about enough of Burnin walking around in circles at the agency waiting for Endeavor to return with news of Toya, and it's with all the subtlety of a charging bull that they tell Burnin to go visit the Todoroki abode before she drives off the flaming sidekicker's loopy with her pacing. If she's not going to be useful at the agency, she might as well be useful elsewhere and get updates for all of them concerning their boss. Burnin doesn't need to be told twice. Enji is genuinely surprised to see his sidekick in civil clothing at his door when he opens it. Burnin, her name being uttered, makes Toya stick his head out of the living room, eyes wide. What are you doing here? Why aren't you at the agency? Kido and Onima kicked me out, Burnin replied with a grin. I know it's rude to snoop into our boss's business, but we were too worried about Toya to work. I'm here on behalf of the agency. Toya squeezes past his father to smile at the woman. Toya, you're okay! Enji finally understood what being a third wheel meant when his sidekick and son hugged each other tightly and looked away while rubbing the back of his neck. Toya had only sort of told them about Himiko Toga's conversation with him, vaguely skipping some details at the part where she asked to lick his blood, but Enji wasn't stupid and could read between the lines and saw his son's embarrassed expression. As okay as I can be, Toya replies as he hugs his friend tightly, feeling the warmth of her fire flicker against his hair and skin. It didn't burn. Sorry for worrying you. Dude, don't apologize, you're the one who got kidnapped, Burnin snorted, just happy to have her friend back. This is why Toya was wary of addressing his feelings. What if Burnin didn't feel the same, or wasn't ready, and they grew distant? He didn't want things to get awkward between them when he enjoyed her company so much. And the rest of the flaming sidekickers, but Burnin was different. As the League of Villains now knew, apparently. What's important is that you're home and safe. Endeavor will update us on everything else when the time comes, right? Right. Endeavor, who was facing the opposite way into the house, grunted back. Are you coming in, or what? None of his sidekicks had ever visited his house before, but considering Burnin went through all this trouble to check on Toya, might as well invite her in. Pardon the intrusion, Burnin cackles as she steps into the house of Toya. It helped having a jovial outside force in the house for dinner. Everybody was delighted to have her over after the chaos and tragedy that was Toya's kidnapping. She's bright and fiery like her quirk, sharp teeth and fingers contrasting Toya's soft hair and features. But her sharpness brought up Himiko Toga. Toya couldn't help it. She has sharp teeth too. She looked really happy when I said your teeth looked cool. Toya opted out of saying that he also called Moe super cute when Himiko asked. I don't know if it's connected to her quirk or not, but she seems really concerned with her appearance. She wears a uniform, has a cutesy hairstyle, and her speech mannerisms makes her sound childish. I'm not surprised, considering the kind of parents she has, Harris says bitterly. His phone is on the table, awaiting some kind of message from anyone. All Might, Gran Torino, even Inko Midoriya. Whether she realizes it or not, she's internalized their effect on her. Enji looks at him but says nothing, going back to his meal. Mum, I know you're going to hate me for saying this, but I want to help with the investigation. Toya sees Ray stiffen. Again, I'm sorry for what I said earlier. It wasn't fair. I'm not doing this to defy you. I just need to help. If I don't, I feel like Tomara will have won. Ray can't understand that. She doesn't have Enji nor Toya's mindset. She wants everybody to stay and be safe. Hey, why don't I investigate with you? Burnin offered through a mouthful of rice. Let's work on it together. I can listen to your insane ramblings, chaperone you around Japan, and make sure you actually eat and sleep instead of spiraling into a mental breakdown. Thank goodness for the blunt extroverted. If it's okay with Endeavor. We can arrange that. I don't want Toya doing anything that would hinder the police. Enji nodded. Rei relaxed. Natsu and Fuyumi looked at their big brother with unimpressed expressions as his cheeks went pink and his eyes sparkled. Their big brother is a pathetic, pathetic man. Shoto is somber. All Might will be out of hospital soon, and Yue will make their move. Then we can make a decision on what's best for you, Shoto. The boy nodded. He hopes his friends who went with him are having an easier time. After dinner, when Burnin was sitting in the living room with the Todoroki kids and Rei, hearing all about the training camp before the attack, Harold finally got a message from Toshinori while he's in the home gym with Enji. Out of hospital. So young Midoriya. I'll be confirming my retirement tomorrow. Yue will be sending out an email to all the parents soon. I hope Enji and Rei are alright, as well as you. Haru eyes his red-haired son. His punching bag is scorched, the chain having snapped after Enji had punched it once too many times with the aggressive force of a very angry father. There's a hole in the wall from the impact of the punching bag. The tatami floor around Enji are slightly charred as the man sieves at the broken equipment and punches the wall himself instead. Haru is sure that it can be heard throughout the house, but the laughter and conversation in the living room, mostly fueled by Burnin, must keep them busy enough to not be concerned. Emotions are high. Visit soon. Haru replies to his blonde son, before jumping when Enji accidentally snaps a metal bar he picked up. His skin was so hot it had slightly weakened the steel, and with the ferocity rushing through his body, his strength had snapped it in half. Enji swears under his breath and runs both hands over his face, the room sweltering with more heat as flames flicker on and around him. He needs this. He needs to blow off some steam. He's furious at All For One for all the damage he's done to not only his family but countless people. At the moment, he's particularly furious at the psychological damage done to Toya and All Might's forced retirement, not to mention the frustration that he'll never be number one because of his own achievements. He'll never get to beat All Might in their, now, brotherly unspoken rivalry, and he'll never be able to prove to himself that he's strong enough to deserve being number one. He's going to get the title that he doesn't care about because All Might was forced to retire from his injuries, and that just pisses Enji off all over again. How dare All For One mar All Might that way, the symbol of peace that, hate or love him, is the most impressive pro hero to have ever lived that inspired millions. Never again will he raise that fist into the sky in victory, nor bound through Japan saving thousands. Enji has been the only one seriously pursuing All Might for years, and now with the oversaturation of lackluster heroes, not to mention the severe injuries caused in the Kamino incident, Enji could feel the pressure of his position weighing down on him. He's going to have to pick up the slack, be the example everybody needs now that All Might is gone. At least he'll have his flaming sidekicks by his side, as well as Hawks as the number 2 hero, but still, there's never not been All Might in the entirety of Enji's hero career. He knows that no matter how reliable Endeavor is, the population will still have their doubts. He's not All Might. He can't give Japan the comfort the blonde did. And what does being number 1 even mean? For how hard he worked, now that Enji was at the top of that mountain, he doesn't know where to go or what to do. Before he had the chance to make another hole in the wall, a pinging sound caught his attention. The sound of an important email in his inbox. Calm down before you pick up your phone, please, Haru said sternly. Enji meekly went to get a cold shower. He'll have to get the gym fixed tomorrow. Chapter 97. Bulmi. All Might has officially announced his retirement. Endeavor won't be seen in public until the next semester of high school starts. Before then, a decision needs to be made on which high school Shoto will be attending. Credit where credit is due, Yue moves fast. The email of the dormitory idea kept Rei quiet. She didn't want to say anything that would upset Shoto further. Her plan was to call her fellow mothers before the teacher's home visit. Enji, as much as it pained him, did work from home to keep an eye on everyone and make sure nobody had a mental breakdown. Despite the apology said, things were still tense in the Todoroki abode. Much in the same mindset as his father, Natsuo decided to stay in Musutafu for the foreseeable future, at least until the cold had started seeping in again. In the meantime, he filled in for Endeavor and went to help the Flaming Sight-Kickers while his father delegated from their house. Thus, not even 2 days after All Might's official retirement, Shota Aizawa was at the Todoroki's doorstep, sweating bullets as he stared up at a stern-faced Enji Todoroki, his equally somber and stern-faced wife behind him. Things had gone smoothly so far with all the other parents, somehow, but considering who the kidnapping victim had been, Aizawa knew this was going to be the toughest challenge yet. "Sorry, Aizawa, you're going to have to handle them on your own," All Might had said sheepishly when they decided to split the remaining families after visiting the Bakugo household. "I'm their uncle and too personally involved, and the All Might shtick doesn't work on them. You're the homeroom teacher. They need to be reassured by you." That was going to be a big ask, Aizawa internally sighed as he sat across Enji, Rei, Shoto, and Haro in that order at the dinner table, tea in front of everyone. Shoto looked particularly sunken in. "Before all else, I'd like to apologize." That startled Aizawa, who blinked at Enji, confused. "I was hard on you at the hospital. I know you do your best for the students. Not even my wife and I can control our children." "You had every right to be angry," Aizawa argued. "I know. I'm not apologizing for my emotions," Enji retorted flatly, looking domineering with his arms crossed. "But I shouldn't have directed it at you or threatened the students with expulsion when that isn't my call to make. I'm sorry." Aizawa didn't know what to make of that, but just nodded a quiet thank you. "Considering everything that happened, I understand if you don't trust Yue with Shoto, or Toya." Shoto shot his teacher a betrayed look at the words. "However, Endeavor, Mrs. Todoroki, you both know better than I that UA is the best place for both of them. If they go anywhere else, they'll be restrained by harsher rules." It's true, UA dances to its own beat. UA has never faced this sort of targeting before, so now that we know what we're up against, we've put in the proper security measures that'll keep everybody safe. "The dormitories," Haro voiced, side-glancing to Rei, who looked deep in thought. "Would that be granted to Toya as well?" "Yes, it's granted to all the staff," Aizawa nodded. "He'll be able to continue his studies and research without concern." Enji also looked to his wife. It's a good thing Toshinori wasn't the one in front of them saying all this. After so many secrets being kept with One for One, his injuries, Midoriya, Rei would be less likely to trust his word. Aizawa, despite his inability to stop Toya, didn't have that spotty track record with the family. Enji was ready to let Shoto back into UA. But if Rei was staunchly against it... The beautiful scarred face of his wife lifted to stare intensely at Aizawa. "You met Shoto briefly when he was little with Present Mike and your other friend." Aizawa winced. "They don't talk about Oboro." He swallowed thickly and nodded again. "We understand why we're worried for our sons, don't you?" Oboro had died while still being a student, crushed by rubble while protecting not only Aizawa but little schoolchildren. Aizawa understands the worry and fear. There's a reason he's so strict on his students. But more than that, the Todoroki are close friends, family, really, of All Might. He and Endeavor come from an era of high crime rates. Aizawa doesn't want to imagine the sort of things they've had to deal with over the years. "I understand," Aizawa says in a small voice, feeling like he's being scorned by the mother across him. "That's why I know UA is the best place for them both." He lowers his head, hands on the table as if prostrating an apology. "Please, Mrs. Todoroki, don't deny Shoto the ability to reach his potential. He's a brilliant student thanks to your homeschooling, and he's been flourishing among his classmates. Toya is an invaluable asset to the staff, and the students feel comfortable with him." Shoto knows that won't be enough. He's heard his mother's voice in his parents' bedroom, muffled but clearly on the phone discussing with his friends' mothers what they were doing. From the tone of her voice, it wasn't promising. "It's okay, Mr. Aizawa," he mumbles, fiddling with his fingers on his lap. "I'll eventually reach it, no matter if I go to another school or even return to homeschooling." He really didn't want to leave UA, But for his mother's sake, after directly disobeying his father and putting himself in danger's way while tiptoeing the line of illegality, Shoto doesn't think his mother would ever trust him again. I'm just sad it won't be with my friends. Who said it won't? His mother's voice made Shoto jolt. He looked to his mother, confused. But I thought... I said nothing was set in stone, didn't I? Ray huffed with a scowl which made Shoto close his mouth. The men surrounding her stayed quiet as the mother looked to Aizawa once more, her scowl never softening but her eyes did. She recalled the conversations she had with her friends. Of course we're letting Katsuki return to UA, Mitsuki said with disbelief when Ray called her. I love the dorm idea. We're both grateful, in fact, Masaru and I. Ever since joining UA, he's calmed down a lot, which your Toya has definitely played a part in. I can't think of a better place for him to return to. I want to speak to All Might personally, but considering everything we've won for all, I don't think refusing Izuku to go to UA is the right call, as much as it pains me. Inko said in a soft voice so her son wouldn't hear her. Maybe if I didn't know the entire story, I'd be against it. But with how your family and All Might have supported my boy, I think separating him from his friends would be cruel. There's no stopping our children, I'm afraid, Chisato Ida laughed almost bitterly. It's simply the reality of pro heroes that they can and will get hurt or die. We put ourselves in the front lines. It's a choice we make. Ray didn't like that answer, even though she knew the mother was right. Murmuring from the other side caught her attention. I'm passing you to Tensei. Hello, Mrs. Todoroki. The man sounded strong. Tensei, how are you? Ray knew he had been out of hospital for some time and was now wheelchair-bound, but that didn't stop him from sounding like a jovial big brother. Happy to be alive, Tensei laughed good-naturedly. Mrs. Todoroki, speaking from experience, I understand the worry you have. And I know situations like mine aren't exactly reassuring. Tenya, Shoto, and even Natsuo will have to face a lot of dangers, and they know that better than anyone. They don't have rose-tinted glasses or overconfidence to blind them. I think you should trust them. They'd gone through so much to save Toya, and in the end, it had been the right call to make. Ray knows for a fact that if it had been anybody else kidnapped, the same odd group of kids would have gone to their rescue. It wasn't just because it was Toya, but because their kids are pro-heroes in the making. If Ray did forcefully stop Shoto from continuing with those studies, then what? She doesn't believe he'd settle for a normal life like his grandfather, mother, and Fuyumi. Would he become a police officer instead? There's as much danger in that line of work. Would he turn to vigilantism like the Crawler? That's even more reckless. If her younger son was set on running into danger, then she'd rather he'd do it in the right circumstances. Shoto may return to UA, Ray said with a solemn voice, like it killed her to say it. Shoto shot onto his knees with his eyes widened in delight. In the condition that you listen to your teachers. No more running off illegally until you get your provisional license, understand? Or I will give your teacher the child leash. Aizawa stopped himself from saying he already had a child leash in the form of his scarf. Yes, Shoto replied instantly before wrapping his arms tightly around his mother. I promise. Thank you, Mum. His teacher let out a long, quiet exhale. He'd kept his breath awaiting her reply. Thank you, Mrs. Todoroki. Aizawa bowed his head again. Endeavor, Mr. Todoroki, he added, acknowledging the father and grandfather. Does this mean Toya can return too? Of course, Harris smiles warmly. Although he should know better than to eavesdrop. Toya peeked his head into the room sheepishly. Just because Shoto and Toya had been given permission to return to UA in the new semester did not mean they weren't grounded until then. Not that they minded too much, all it meant was no leaving the house or using technology. That was mostly for Toya's sake, lest he start doom-scrolling looking for info on the league. Which was fine because they had to pack their bags and prepare for the dormitories. They'd be allowed to change the rooms however they wanted, and considering the type of lifestyle they were used to, the eldest and youngest brothers were already planning on how to restructure their rooms to add tatami floors. Through hard work, was Shoto's helpful and smart answer, though Toya agreed. That same evening, after Aizawa had left with nothing but positive replies and a lighter heart, a big dinner was planned in the Todoroki abode. Toshinori, the Midoriya, Sir Naitai, and Gran Torino were coming over for dinner. Sorahiko, long time no see, Harrow greeted the fellow elder as the man hobbled in, somehow still standing and kicking. Mirai, you look well. I see you've barely aged, the green-haired man hummed, almost jealous. Harrow laughed. He brought them into the dining room where Izuku and his mother already were. At the sight of his idol's former sidekick, the freckled face shot up to his feet at attention, stiff as a board. We finally meet, Midoriya. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Sir Naitai, sir, the boy squeaked. All Might, despite sitting at the table, still made Izuku look small, and he smiled to his former sidekick. On the other side of Izuku was Inko, who looked tired but was smiling. Compared to what Sir Naitai had imagined when All Might had first told him of his chosen successor, Midoriya was broader and more muscular. He still looked scrawny with his gloves on, but the lack of scars over his body, especially his arms that always seemed to get the most abuse, was somewhat reassuring. Mirai was sure that it was Endeavor's doing. Internally, Sir Naitai approved of the freckly teen, but said nothing. Naitai! Natsu called out happily, grinning from ear to ear at the pro-hero. Glad you could make it! Despite the rough last few days, it felt nice having everybody for dinner. Shoto and Toya were in great moods now that they knew their mother was letting them return to UA. Fuyumi was happy her family was smiling again, so it only left Rei with a bitter feeling in her stomach. She tried to hide it by slaving away in the kitchen as the rest of her family entertained their guests. Rei. Her husband hugged her from behind, engulfing the kitchen light completely as he nuzzled her hair. It'll be okay, he reassured, and she would like to believe it. She knows it will be. They've gone through so much already, but that doesn't make it any easier. Let me finish up the rest. Go chat with Inko. But... She turns, but is interrupted by a kiss on her lips from the man. It's not often he was the one to initiate the more intimate affections, so it made Rei stare at him. His blue eyes were silently pleading. Rei sighed softly and wrapped her arms around her husband's neck to kiss him on the lips more deeply. Oh, all right, she muttered against them. You two are so gross, Toya commented at the kitchen entrance, looking very unimpressed with Harusame in his arms. In front of our food? Seriously? You're on thin ice as is, firecracker, don't test me. Rei hissed while undoing her apron and throwing it at her husband. Be grateful you have parents who love each other. Enji chuckled to himself as he heard his wife and son bickering, glad things were back to some sense of normality. He busied himself with finishing the dinner preparations, and by the time everything was ready and served at the table, Rei and Inko were chatting enthusiastically together with Haruo. I think if Izuku didn't have all of you backing him up, nor had Shoto as a friend, I wouldn't be willing to let him return to UA, Inko admitted. But she knew that it didn't have to be UA. When All Might had visited their flat to talk about the dormitories and the boy's future, Izuku had started by happily showing Kota's letter to his idol. UA or not, her freckly son was going to become a pro-hero. He'd grown so much in more than just strength after a single semester. It helps not being the only one who worries. She laid a hand on Rei's, whose scarred face smiled at her kindly. We already know I'm a worrywart. Haruo laughed gently as everybody settled to eat. In a way, I'm relieved you're retired, Toshinori. Makes one less person to grow grey hairs over. The blonde, still with his arm in a sling, chuckled weakly while sipping at his broth that Enji made for him. They're always including him in everything, and he appreciates it. Saying that, now that you're retired, does that mean your agency is disbanded as well? What will happen with the building? Actually, it's being repurposed into a resource center of sorts, Toshinori smiled. Basically, it's going to be a hub for pro-heroes to connect with each other, emergency services and the such. help up-and-coming pro heroes find the right people, career advice, therapy resources in general. All of the employees there have a lot of experience and strong connections to pro heroes, so it was decided they'd continue what they were doing before, but with the focus on connecting different communities to each other. Like how Sir Nightai, Endeavor, and I are working together, Natsu replied, motioning to himself and the others. Let's say Fuyumi wants to call in a hero to do a talk at the school about heteromorph quirks. All Might's old agency will find the most appropriate hero for that and put them in touch. Hara hummed in thought at that. I like that idea. What inspired you? Well, Toshinori motions with his healthy arm to the table. Us. I don't think young Midoriya or I would be doing as well if we didn't have such great support and help. Even if All Might is retired, I still want what we work towards to hold, considering how the likes of David are worried about it. David Shield was serving time for the Island situation back in the States. Only in a minimum security prison, however, as he didn't have a criminal record before and his intentions had been well-meaning if misplaced. Nonetheless, even though he'd be out in a few years with relatively no blight to his reputation, the fact his dear friend had even thought it necessary to place himself in that situation had made Toshinori realize the need for support after his retirement. Pro-hero support, specifically. Considering that every member of the Todoroki family and adjacent were working especially hard to change things for the better, and how even himself and Endeavor needed support, if they'd accept it, this felt like the right move. Hara smiled tenderly at the blonde. I'm glad, he mused softly. I guess this is also a reaction to not being allowed to investigate Tomodachi Garaki. The sheepish expression from the blonde told him it was. I prefer this reaction to whatever Toya is doing. I'm not doing anything, Toya whined. Yet, anyway. As soon as I'm not grounded anymore, Vernon and I are going to try and track down what happened to Nana's son and his family. What was his son's name? Kotaro, Gran Torino replied. That's all he knew about the then young boy. How old had he been? Not any older than 6 or 7. Kotaro Shimura, then. I don't know how common a name that is, but we'll figure it out. Toya huffed, looking determined. If he had Burnin keeping him in check, he'd be alright. He was sure of that. Right now, she was collecting all the information she could about the League for Toya once he wasn't grounded anymore. Natsuo, you're staying in Musutafu for some time, correct? Nightai asked, pushing back his glasses. The young man nodded with a mouthful of rice. Good. I'd like to request you stick close. I might need your support in the future. Is it related to the Shie Hasakai? The young man lifted his head, curious. The older man gave him a nod, but said nothing else. He wanted to keep it under wraps. I think it's best for me to stick around and help Endeavor, anyway. Even if he doesn't show it, All Might retiring is affecting him a lot. Natsuo, Enji said with a warning tone. Who isn't it affecting? Fumi asked with a sigh. Even Hawks is feeling pressure over it. Of course you know that, Toya muttered, gaining a glare from his sister. I wish he was here. There's a distinctive lack of Endeavor fans at this table. Toya pointed accusingly to the All Might fan club that was his father, Sir Nightai, Shoto, and Midoriya on one end of the table. I'm completely outnumbered. This is preposterous. Fuyumi kind of balances it out, since she's a papa's girl and Hawks is her favorite, Natsuo offered unhelpfully, dodging a chopstick being thrown at him. Hey! No throwing things at the dinner table, Ray scorned. Izuku looked at the family starting to bicker about who started it, how the boys need to mind their own business, Toya humming, Hawks and Fuyumi sitting in a tree, which got him a soft elbowing from his grandfather that it's dangerous to throw stones in a glass house. Next to him, Shoto was snickering softly, a happy blush on his face that caught Izuku's attention, and the two cousins smiled to each other. Things were going to be okay. They were sure of it. As long as this odd bunch stuck together as a family, they'd pull through. It helped that Izuku wasn't alone in keeping this secret. Sir Nightai looked at the two teens starting to excitedly chit-chat about the dormitories, what they were going to bring, how they were looking forward to seeing their friends again, about the letter Izuku got from Kota. Despite himself, a smile pulled at the hero's lips. Yes, they'd be just fine. Toshinori sighed softly, taking a breather outside. The air was warm since it was summer, and the sky was light, unlike that January night when he'd been frantically called by Enji to check up on his family. Deep in thought, Haru asked softly as he brought a green tea to his blonde son. Toshinori hummed with a smile, accepting the drink of his uninjured arm. What's bothering you? Not as much as I thought would. He could hear Gran Torino speaking with Toya about Kotaro Shimura, what orphanage Nana had left him at, what he looked like, quickly followed by Ray scorning the both of them that Toya was grounded, so it meant no psycho-scientist shtick. Her words. Sir Night Eye's laughter could be heard. It helps not doing everything alone, he admitted. Good thing I set up a play date for the top 2 heroes way back when, huh? Haru joked, which made Toshinori laugh, but something hollow was in his voice. Then what is bothering you? Toshinori inhaled. All for One is in Tartarus, awake and aware. Takauchi had sent him an update from guard Shishikura. Apparently the guard and All for One spoke on the way to his cell. I know I shouldn't. I promised to stay out of it, but he could know where Shigaraki is. I don't think he'd tell you anything of worth even if he did, Haru replied. Toshinori sighs and nods. I think you just want to talk to him. What? The skinny blonde lifts his head. All you've done is chase each other to death's door and back. You're finally both incapacitated. The only fighting left to do is psychological and verbal, Haru replies, looking up into the star-dotted sky. I guess a way to get closure. Toshinori couldn't deny that. Maybe he did want closure of some sort. I'll come with you. You shouldn't, Toshinori snapped instantly. He hadn't let Endeavor near All for One to restrain him. Letting Haru be in speaking distance even in Tartarus made Toshinori feel sick. I think I should, Haru replied gently, placing a hand on his back. Didn't you just say it helps not doing everything alone? Toshinori barely remembers his biological father and mother, but he knows that they were gentle and supportive. He remembers his mother's smile. He had no doubt his father once smiled the way Haru is right now, warm and bright like a candlelight in the dark. Even if the flicker of One for All had left him, other flickers still exist. Yet others were still being ignited and nurtured to grow into beacons of hope. Like he'd done for so many people, Toshinori felt reassured. He wasn't alone. He still had a role to play. Chapter 98. Mellow. It was hard for Rei to let go of Shoto the morning he was due to move into the UA dormitories. A moving truck had been by from UA to pick up any larger boxes that Enji helped load, and all the while, Rei held her youngest boy close to her. I'll keep you up to date with everything, I promise. Shoto tried to reassure his mother as he and Toya attempted to get into his white Nissan, but Rei was clearly struggling with letting them go, even though she'd agreed to it. Mama, I'm not far away. I can visit any time. Rei knew that, but this was still Shoto moving out to some extent. He was leaving far earlier than she could have prepared for, and Toya was going with him. Natsu had come back to stay for an indefinite period of time, but out of all 4 of her children, only one hadn't begun to move out. This felt like yet another change. Maybe a good one, but if it meant her baby's leaving, Rei struggled with that. They're not going to need her anymore. A large, warm hand draped over her shoulder, and Rei looked up to her freshly turned 46-year-old husband. He looked at her tenderly, a silent encouragement to let go of their boys. This is what was good for them. Rei inhaled and nodded, unlatching her hand from Shoto's wrist. The boy smiled, relieved that his mother hadn't changed her mind last second, and went in to hug both his parents tightly. His mother on his left side and his father on his right, their natural cool and warmth enveloping him as they had for as long as he can remember. See you soon, Shoto waved from the passenger window as Toya too waved away his parents, and they were gone. Rei sighed and leaned into Enji's side. Fuyumi, Haro, and Natsuo all waving off the eldest and youngest siblings. Thankfully, school hadn't started yet for Haro and Fuyumi, so Rei wouldn't be home alone quite yet. Shoto was trying his best not to bounce on his seat to not distract Toya from his driving, but the older man could tell his baby brother was excited. He was just relieved that Shoto hadn't lost his childlike joy after this whole ordeal. Toya couldn't deal with having another thing he wouldn't forgive himself for. Todoroki, Bakugo, Midoriya, Yaozu, Ida. On that night, you five headed out to rescue Toya. In front of the UA dorms, Aizawa was swift to bring everybody back down to reality. All of Class 1A and Toya shuddered and stayed very quiet at the teacher's serious tone. If not for All Might's retirement, I would have expelled every single one of you, except for Jiro and Hagakure. The two girls had still been unconscious when the rescuing quintet had left, but the rest of the class, despite staying behind, hadn't attempted to stop them at all. Only Ida had, but ended up joining them. They'd been lucky that Endeavor hadn't pushed for their expulsion. If he'd been forceful about it, Aizawa might have gone through with it. All Might retirement be damned. Guilt swelled in Toya's gut when he saw the downtrodden expressions on the students' faces as Aizawa continued to speak. Everybody was looking to the floor, looking discouraged. Even Shoto looked a little more serious than before. He made eye contact with Bakugo, whose face was strangely soft compared to last Toya had seen him. Something flickered in those ruby red, and the teen turned to grab Kaminari. Come. Huh? What? Stop it! Kaminari whined as he was dragged behind a bush. Bzzz! Yay! At poor Kaminari's short-circuited behavior, the entire class exploded into laughter, questioning what Bakugo had done to him as Jiro laughed so hard she started crying. The ridiculous act and swinging thumbs up lifted the mood of the entire class. Even Toya couldn't help but laugh too. Kirishima approached the white-haired man as Bakugo got hounded by Sero and Sato for what he did to Kaminari. I'm sorry, I didn't stop them, but I didn't try to save you either. Toya blinked, confused as to why the redhead was apologizing. There's nothing to be sorry about, he replied, but that didn't do anything to lighten the teen's expression. It's not very manly to wuss out when someone's in need of help, Kirishima argued softly, but before Toya could try and make sense of that, the student was pulled away by his friends to get started with setting up their bedrooms. Todoroki, Toya, Aizawa addressed the two brothers. Your father called saying you two wanted to replicate your family home. There's material in the big warehouse over there if you want to restructure your rooms. Thanks, Mr. Aizawa, Shoto smiled. He didn't hold their teacher's gruffness to heart. He knows the man cares. He knows why he's so harsh. Is Toya in the same building as us? Aizawa shook his head at the question. He's in the teacher's building, the teacher replied. Get going with setting up your room. You're on the same floor as Yaozu, Sato, Sero, and Asui. At the name of his new neighbors, Shoto perked up with a happy flush to his face and dashed into the building to be with his friends. Are you setting him up? Toya narrowed his eyes on his teacher. It feels like you're setting him up. Nonsense, Aizawa replied flatly. Toya didn't know of Shoto and Momo's growing friendship as much as Aizawa did, nor had he experienced being a third wheel like the teacher had. Let me show you your room. The teacher's quarters was laid out the same as the students', and it housed everyone, from lunch rush to Principal Netsu. Midnight was hanging around the shared living room with Principal Mike when Toya and Aizawa entered, and the two greeted them jovially. Isn't this so exciting? It's like a huge sleepover. I feel like a little girl again. Midnight cupped her own face and swayed with a pleased expression. She was wearing civvies instead of her usual hero costume, somehow more modest than her work outfit. Toya, dear, how are you feeling? Better than I could be, I guess, Toya said meekly. It helps that Burnin is doing investigations on my behalf while I settle here. Ooh, yes, that gorgeous girl. Midnight laughed lightly, a knowing glint in her eyes. Staying over dormitories won't hinder your classes, will it? You're meant to graduate this upcoming March. It won't. My university has long accepted I'm doing my own thing and just wants weekly reports via online calls. Toya replied with a bit of an embarrassed flush. Was he that obvious? I have one big final exam in February, but other than that, all I have is research papers and work experience. Weirdly enough, I've gone through the worst of it. Now I'm just wrapping it up. Does that mean you'll be working full-time at UA? President Mike asked as Aizawa showed Toya his room. It was like all the other teachers, modern and plain, but already Toya could visualize what he wanted it to look like and planned to go check the warehouse for materials. You wanted to be a GP, though, right? Right, Toya nodded with a smile. I'm still figuring that out. Natsuo has a headquarters he doesn't use much if he's not in Masutafu, so we were thinking of combining it so it's also my medical center. If the Ministry of Health will let us, of course. And for now, I'm sticking with UA, but I'd like to do both this and my GP plan in the long term. I'll have to retire at some point, then you can fill the gap, Recovery Girl joked, hobbling down the corridor to exit the building. I don't think anybody could ever fill your shoes, Recovery Girl, Toya cackled. Thanks for showing me my room, Aizawa. I'm going to check that warehouse you mentioned, see if I can get any tatami flooring before Shoto steals it all. I'll show you the way if you want, the elderly nurse offered, to which Toya readily agreed to. Back at the Todoroki abode, Fuyumi was readying her own bag for her Fukuoka visit. It would only be a handful of days, so she'd have a chance to visit Anka as well as Hawks. Due to how meek the blonde had sounded on the phone, Fuyumi hadn't told her family the real reason why she was visiting the south, but they could guess. I'll be back before school starts, don't worry, Fuyumi reassured her mother, who had the same expression as if Fuyumi was leaving to never return. With everything going on, I think a change of air is needed. You should do the same, Mum. Go out with Inko or Mitsuki or whoever's available. Hara smiled at his granddaughter, trying to get her mother to get out of her own head. Natsuo and Enji had both left for their respective agencies, working together as society settled with the fact that they had a different number one now. Maybe I should, Ray sighed softly, arms crossed as she looked dejected. Haro, do you have any plans this afternoon? I'm waiting on confirmation from Toshinori, the older man replied. A languished meow stretched out through the house, making all three freeze. I don't think Haru-sama is adapting well to the change. He looked offended seeing Toya's suitcase, Fuyumi hummed. I'm pretty sure he tried to pee in it. Probably in solidarity with Ray. Haru nodded, which got him a disbelieving look from his daughter-in-law. I guess he sensed that things were changing and doesn't like it either. He probably misses Toya. I'll check on him. Haru followed the sound of a dying cat mewling in despair, a loud call like the furry creature was calling for a long-lost relative at sea. It was easy enough to find him. The cat was squirming belly up in Toya's half of his formerly shared bedroom of Natsuo, now empty. At the sight of Haru, the cat let out an even louder cry closer to a banshee than an animal. Such a drama queen, just like your owner, aren't you? Haru joked, crouching by the white animal and scratching his head a little. But Harusame didn't even purr, just let out a sad mewl. I guess almost 10 years of having Toya in the house is more torturous than changing location. Yue allowed pets. That had been in the email. Only in UA would getting materials from a warehouse include getting trapped in a net thanks to Mei Hatsume's equipment, specifically a haywire crane. Somehow Recovery Girl hadn't gotten crushed as Toya and Shoto desperately tried to free all three of them. Thankfully, Shoto's quick thinking meant they got free with only scratches that Recovery Girl easily healed. Just like your father, the elderly woman cackled as Mei Hatsume disappeared with all her equipment before she got in trouble with Power Loader. Toya was sure the man was having years shaved off his life with that girl under his care. He always got scraped up pushing himself further than anyone. It's no surprise banning him from training after hours did nothing to help. We should have known, really. Good thing Haru was there to bring him down to earth. Toya and Shoto snickered to themselves as they followed the old woman to the warehouse. Toya had heard 1,000,001 stories from the woman about his then-teen father, and he loved every single one of them. Shoto had, by proxy, heard them all as well. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, huh? Shoto jabbed Toya, who rolled his eyes. I could learn a thing or two. You're doing fine, Peppermint. Your pace is the right pace, Toya reassured. Once Recovery Girl had shown them the materials they could use to restructure their rooms into something more homely, she'd gone to have the rest of her walk, without any more robotic harassment, hopefully. Natsu and I are just tryhards like Dad. Sure, but that's helped you both succeed. Shoto split the material between the two of them. And Izuku, and Bakugo, and all my classmates. We all work hard, but it still feels like I'm lagging behind, he admitted, which caught Toya by surprise and shot him a confused look. I couldn't reach you. If I had, maybe you wouldn't have been taken. What's with these teenagers and feeling responsible for his kidnapping? Shoto, that's not your fault. What sort of hero does that make me if I can't save someone just out of arm's reach? Shoto replied with a serious tone. Not to mention my own brother. Dad's trained us so we can protect ourselves as well as others, but I haven't done much of protecting others. I need to get stronger. And you will. What do you think you're in UA for? Toya helped his brother carry the tatami flooring and shoji window panels back to his dormitory. Shoto didn't argue that, so said nothing. But Toya could tell there were thoughts broiling in his brother's brain. You gonna be okay setting your room up on your own? He asked as he left the boy with his half of the materials at his building. It's not cooking, so I should be fine, Shoto joked. See you later. Even a couple hours later, when Toya took a break for lunch, did Kirishima and Shoto's words not stop haunting him. It seemed his kidnapping had affected more than just his own family, and he didn't know whether to feel guilty for that or not. Shigaraki would surely make a dig at him about it. He shook his head free of the young man. That he left in Bernard's hands for now. She'd let him know if she found anything. Aizawa, I have a suggestion. Toya waved at his brother's homeroom teacher when he saw the man getting a snack pouch out of the kitchen. Their next training is developing ultimate moves. Could we bring in some guest teachers? As long as Yue approves them, I don't see why not, Aizawa hummed as he sucked on the pouch. That couldn't taste good, Toya thought, who had one of his packed meals from home that Ray wouldn't let him go without. He was lucky that Lunch Rush was in the same building. Maybe the man could tutor him in cooking so Toya didn't starve or have to rely on those snack things like Aizawa did. Who did you have in mind? As Aizawa and Toya were discussing his idea, President Mike loudly announced his arrival, a guest with him. Endeavor Senior is in the house! Yeah! The blonde loudly proclaimed while juggling 2 boxes, showing off Harrow as if he was a VIP visitor. Which, considering who his son was, might as well be the case. Grandpa? Toya stood, confused. What are you doing here? Don't tell me Mum sent you already to check on us. Harrow laughed at the accusatory tone. Not at all. I'm going on an errand with Uncle Toshi, and we stopped on the way, Harrow said, lifting the pet carrier that held a loudly meowing Harusame as soon as he saw Toya. You should have heard the cries he was making. It's like he had died. He opened the pet carrier and Harusame launched himself out of it to zoom towards Toya and leap into his arms, purring like a tractor. I don't think he'll survive without you at home. Toya wrapped his arms around his white, fluffy cat, kissing the top of his head as the creature purred lovingly, eyes closed as he blotted his head against his owner's warm chest. Now that he had his cat in his arms, Toya realized that, yeah, he'd really missed the furry creature. I didn't even think about that, he admitted with a meek laugh. So much had happened, he hadn't even considered how his emotional support animal would deal with his sudden disappearance. Harusame was his, after all. The blue-eyed cat was his homecoming gift after he was released from the hospital, before he started UA. It wouldn't be fair on either himself nor Harusame to leave him at home. Thanks. Is that his box of things? He looked at President Mike. Cat food, his bowls, litter box, all that. Harrow nodded. Oh, hello, Midnight. Harrow, hello! Oh my goodness, you have a cat too! Midnight cried in delight at seeing Harusame. I brought mine to UA as well. Let me get him. She disappeared as quickly as she had arrived. Sushi is still alive? President Mike asked in genuine surprise. Aizawa nodded. That cat was pushing 16, almost as old as his rescue would ever get to be. Sushi? Hara asked. He's a cat that... President Mike's voice trailed off. Oboro, our classmate, had rescued. Aizawa finished the sentence, voice tight. Back when we were in UA. Midnight adopted him. Aizawa had been the one to initially find the kitten in a box on the side of the road, but he hadn't saved him at the time. Oboro had been the one to save him and bring him to class, dripping wet. Hara made a soft sound of understanding, but didn't push it. Midnight trotted back, holding a hefty 15-year-old cat in her arms that was clearly well-groomed and well-loved. He looks well. Good as ever, Midnight chimed, and Sushi meowed, flexing his claws at Aizawa. He must still remember you bottle-feeding him. Sushi, meet Harusame. Midnight plopped Sushi on the ground, and Toya did the same. The two cats stared at each other before inching closer, and Harusame leaned in to sniff his elder's nose. They stilled. Then Sushi bumped his head against Harusame, and the two newly made friends started purring, rubbing against each other. That's a relief. Hara sighed with a smile. I would have felt awful if they didn't get along. Even if they didn't, we could have gotten Koda to help us out. Toya crouched beside the two cats and pet them simultaneously. Harusame is a really chill cat. There's no way he wouldn't get along with an equally chill buddy. Sounds like they were both rescued. My dad and our driver found Harusame in the bushes when it was raining. Oh, Harusame! I get it. Makes sense. President Mike nodded, grinning from ear to ear. Oboro found Sushi in a cardboard box when it was raining too. Both cats mewed and trotted to Aizawa, rubbing against his pant legs. The black-haired man didn't even try to fight it, and crouched to his knees, scratching the both of them behind the ears with that same deadpan expression. Shota adores cats. Shut up, Aizawa grumbles at his friend's comment. Then I'm glad I brought Harusame. Hara chuckled. Hopefully it'll help you from feeling homesick, Firecracker. He got a scowl from his still crouching grandson, as if insulted by the comment. You've been sharing a room with Natsu for years, in the same bedroom you've had since you were a toddler. Toya's cheeks flushed. That's adorable, Midnight commented with a giggle. Toya's face burned. He couldn't argue it, though. You said you were on an errand with Uncle Toshinori. Is he waiting for you? Toya asked as he saw his grandfather off the grounds while Aizawa pet the cats. The man nodded. Nothing serious, I hope. We're visiting All For One in Tartarus. Super serious, then. Is that really a good idea? Toya asked, concerned. He'd only been in the man's presence for a little, but All Might's ferocity the night of his rescue wasn't something he'd easily forget. Last time he accompanied someone to face off against less than likable people, it didn't turn out great. The Toga household. I'd rather he go with me than alone, Hara replied, and slapped a hand on Toya's shoulder. Look after your brother. I don't know if you could tell, but your mother's worried. Toya snorted a laugh at the comment. It was a relief to Fumi that Rei had successfully called Mitsuki Bakugo and had been invited over for coffee at their house of Inko Midoriya. At least she'd have the support from some fellow mothers while their sons were all settling into their new living situation. Being dropped off at the train station by Kurumada after Hara had been picked up by Toshinori to head to Tartarus had been a bit of a challenge with how worried Rei was for every member of her family. I can protect myself, Fumi reassured as she hugged her mother goodbye. I've trained lots, and I won't go out later than I have to. That's all Rei could ask for as she saw her daughter off. A few days in Fukuoka would do Fumi some good, the mother had no doubt, but that didn't mean she liked saying goodbye to her grown-up ice cube. She didn't know how Enji did it, considering he's such a helicopter parent if he lets himself be one. Oh no, Masaru is more the worry than I am, Mitsuki laughs as she serves Rei and Inko coffee in her gorgeous house, snacks and biscuits on the table too. Like I said on the phone to you, Ray, Katsuki's mellowed out since joining UA. The boy's been praised his whole life and got a big head, so it was hard adapting to high school and not being the special kid anymore. It was hard for Izuku too, but really, I think it was harder for me to let him go, Inko added with a nod, nibbling on a biscuit. Ray already knows, but I wasn't sure if I would have been able to let Izuku go back to UA if it wasn't for the Todoroki backing him up, Mitsuki. What of all the injuries he was getting at first, and the attacks? I see what you mean. Mitsuki hummed in thought at Inko's words. I should be thanking you both, Ray muttered, getting the mother's attentions. Both your boys went out to save Toya even at the threat of their own hero careers. My husband thinks highly of them. I'm sorry my family put your sons in a situation where they felt they needed to get involved. Nonsense! Katsuki's always getting involved, Mitsuki laughed. Sure, I was furious you went about telling me, but at the end of the day, isn't this what they're going to UA for? Izuku too can't mind his own business, Inko laughed, more meekly than Mitsuki. Ray relaxed a bit at that, reassured that neither of the two women felt any sort of hostility towards her. It's a relief to have other mothers to speak to about this. I don't know if my heart could take dealing with it alone. Ray couldn't agree more. Her whole family had that same opinion. Harrow the most, which is why he was standing by Toshinori as he stared up at the intimidating structure that was Tartarus. He swallowed, and glanced to his taller, skeletal-looking son. He was wearing his yellow-striped suit. Initially, he had considered his old caped All Might uniform, but after some thinking, decided that his new position as teacher was far more appropriate than his old hero role. Toshinori inhaled and closed his eyes, before returning his honorary father's look. Thank you for coming with me. At the softly spoken words, Harrow smiled. If Nana couldn't be here to support Toshinori in the way he needed, Harrow would do his best on her behalf. Chapter 99. Heated. Harrow has always been on the meeker side, despite his stature. While death, violence, and villains running around might harden some into a heart of stone, those things had instead beaten Harrow down since he was born. His grandfather had tried to build up his confidence, but considering both he and his grandmother died from old age when he was in high school, both his guardians weren't there when he needed them the most. He doesn't blame them. And being the shyer, amicable type wasn't something to be ashamed of anyway. Fumi was wonderful proof of that, and Harrow found great healing in watching her bloom into such a bright young woman. She showed him all the things he could be, and that what he already is was good. Despite that, it didn't mean that stepping into Tartarus didn't make him feel small and claustrophobic. Harrow followed Toshinori and the prison guard, Shishikura, while keeping his head down. He couldn't bear to look at the thick, vault-like metal doors that kept the prisoners in. Their phones and other personal items were confiscated at the front, so he couldn't distract himself by asking Fuyumi if her journey to Fukuoka was going well, or ask Shoto how Izuku and the others were settling in. He probably wouldn't get much of an answer. His youngest grandson was definitely having too much fun. Toshinori, are you sure you don't need more time? Harrow dares to ask softly. I'm sure. Toshinori, in his yellow suit, nods. It's like you said, closure. I need to try everything before I can teach with a focused mind. Teaching is his new important role. All Might may have retired, but Toshinori Yagi certainly hasn't. He still has a nephew and successor to look out for. Harrow hummed but kept his head down. I must tell you, my son admires Frostbite quite a bit. Shishikura voices as they approached All for One's cell. This makes Harrow look up, and he bristles at the looks of the walls. My son is in his second year at Shiketsu High School. He'll be doing his provisional license this semester, although he wanted to try and get it in his first year like Frostbite. Talk of his pro-hero grandson relaxes Harrow. He wonders if that was Shishikura's intention, and smiles at the stern-looking guard. My youngest grandchild is doing his provisional license this semester too. Maybe they'll meet there. Harrow offers sweetly, to which the guard hums in thought before turning to the prison cell door to open it. Toshinori places a hand on Haru's shoulder as if he's the one about to face his arch-nemesis. All might. All for One's voice is deep as it echoes out. It sends a shudder through Haru's spine. I didn't expect you to visit me so soon. The vault door opens to a stark white room, a thick glass pane in the middle where behind it, All for One sits. Or rather, where he's strapped tightly, arms locked together. Haru knows he's dangerous, but it feels inhumane to have a human being bound up like that. Then again, Tartarus is known for its ruthlessness, what with it holding the most terrible, irredeemable, and unapologetic villains, like Muscular and Moonfish, the latter being on death row like a good portion of those kept here. Stain is also here somewhere, Haru calls. Silently, he and Toshinori enter the room, Shishikura closing the door behind them. It's not All for One's actual cell. This is more of a visiting cell for the likes of Haru and Toshinori to speak to him. Not that it does any less to make Haru feel not trapped and stuck. Upon closer inspection, as Haru and Toshinori sit down before the glass, Haru realizes that the villain is specifically strapped to a wheelchair, a mask connected to tubes keeping him alive. That's what the other mask All Might destroyed must have been for. His son really had done some terrifying damage to the guy, and yet he was still alive somehow. It was so strange to realize that this defaced, cell-bound man was 100 years old villain that had been terrorizing Hero Society for generations, since the dawn of quirks. What sort of things had he seen? What unspeakable things had he done? So, what do you want from me? All for One asks conversationally. Just hoping to settle things for good, All for One. Toshni replies with a firm voice. Haru doesn't blame him. That was the man that had been dismantling his life for decades. Is that why you've brought your emotional support dog? Despite the crude comparison, being acknowledged by the faceless man makes Haru jolt and sweat, becoming a silently shaking mess beside the 7-foot-tall blonde. Or maybe you're his emotional support dog. Toshinori says nothing, used to these sorts of provocations, but he will apologize to Haru later. As much as he appreciates his honorary father being here, that doesn't mean he doesn't hate having the man be insulted. This place is so restrictive, All Might. At the lack of response, All for One starts to complain about Tartarus. And he sure likes the sound of his own voice. Haru's eyes flick up to the turrets when they're mentioned by the villain. Again, he feels uncomfortable. For all the violence Haru had witnessed in his life, he'll never grow used to weapons like those. You talk too much. Toshinori sighs after All for One has rambled on for a bit. Humor me. I don't doubt this'll be my last real conversation for a while. The villain replies, bordering on banter. It's creepy. Where is Shigaraki? Toshinori gets to the point. Dunno. Unlike yours, my chick has left the nest. All for One really has a way with words. Haru understands why his victims are so easily provoked. What do you want? What did you want? Toshinori presses after a moment, expression and body language never shifting. You surpassed your human limits. You might have lived forever with that body. Instead, you squandered your gifts on manipulation, exploitation, toying with people. What did you hope to achieve? This is hardly a productive discussion, All for One sighs, sounding disappointed. I could tell you, but you'd never accept it. There are always people who just refuse to understand. Haru desperately would like to understand. We're the same, you and I. You looked up to heroes who stood for justice. Well, I looked up to the devil. Simple as that. It really is simple. And yet, so lacking. Haru, as silent as he is, and not a part of the conversation, more like a fly on the wall, feels there are gaps in his story. No little child freshly born into the world aspires to be like the devil. Hatred is taught, a human flaw that is nurtured. If what Toshinori says is true, and All for One was born at the dawn of quirks, there was no end to the nurturing from evil and the worst humanity has to offer. How could a baby possibly survive in that sort of environment unless it turned cruel and murderous in turn? And yet, One for All had originated from All for One. Even in all that evil, there's a speck of light. And Hara wants to understand how something as bright as the light Toshinori had once admitted as All Might could ever have originated from the man before him. All for One talks a lot. Toshinori is right. He speaks with an air of superiority, acts like he's something so much higher, a god playing human. And it's draining, weirdly. Hara can't explain it. Like All for One's continuous talking is breaking him down mentally. 3 more minutes, All Might, comes a voice through the speaker. No, wait! And that's the most human All for One has sounded. It makes Hara jump again. He sounds like a child, childish. For all his flowery talk of society, there's an underlying immaturity. Hara has met many immature adults, has fallen victim to them more times than he'd like to admit. It's odd hearing the same tone from a supposed demon lord. All for One asks about how the outside world is going. The voice from the speaker asks All Might to not say anything. All Might agrees, but I have a hunch, All for One says. Hara can feel Toshinori bristle. All for One hits every single note correctly. The media is concerned. The people are wary of accepting his new replacement, Endeavor, despite all his achievements. A sense of growing unease is spreading through the population. Those in the shadows are going to start making a move, butting heads, causing unrest, and the more he nails it on the head, the more Hara can see unrest in his son's shoulders. But you can't save people anymore. Those cruel words make Hara grab Toshinori's wrist and squeeze it. A movement that doesn't go unnoticed by All for One makes him cut his taunting short. Just from that little physical touch, all the anger All for One was cultivating dissipates into nothingness, and he can sense it. All Might's shoulders relax as he looks at Hara, sweat dripping down his jaw. You're not going to get anything from him. He's just riling you up, Hara says softly. I'm sorry, this isn't the closure I was hoping you'd get. Toshinori blinks and looks down at the hand holding his wrist gently. It's warm. I know time is almost up, but could I speak to him? Without Toshinori. Hara looks in the direction of the cameras. Hara, I don't. Toshinori starts. They have protocol, he adds weakly. Worried. All for One had almost gotten to him. He didn't want Hara to be caught in that trap too. Please, Hara asks the guards while looking at All for One. He kidnapped my grandson. Somehow, that's enough. The door opens for Toshinori, who looks with concern at the older man. The latter smiles reassuringly. Toshinori leaves. As with usual with All for One, there's nothing to gain in speaking to him. That's the closest closure he's going to get. It's rather rude to cut a conversation short between old friends, don't you think? All for One sounds softly exasperated. You act like he's a child needing a timeout. The only child in timeout is you, All for One. Hara turns in his seat fully to look up at the villain, shifting to be right in front of him. I don't appreciate you targeting my family, especially Toya. You've been trying for a while to break him down and get him on your side. By now, shouldn't you be getting the hint that's never going to happen? Can't fault a man for trying. All for One speaks as if they're not speaking about people's lives, more like stuffed toys. Rather assertive of you to confront me directly and kicking All Might out. That's new. Hara rubs the back of his neck. He's not wrong. No, I have to say, your relationship is kind of gross. Despite being barely a decade apart, you act as if you're old enough to be his father. You're barely old enough to be Endeavor's father, anyway. He had turned 18 the same year Enji was born. That's oddly judgmental from the likes of you, Hara hums, tilting his head. After so many years alive and all the things you must have seen, I would have thought you'd be more understanding. That's what you want people to do. Understand, isn't it? All for One shifts his head a little, almost like he's tilting it as well, and the turrets follow the movements religiously. I have no interest in societal fodder like you, he drawls out. Harrow doesn't disbelieve that, but based on everything he knows of the guy, the man loves to use everything he can to twist people for his benefit. Just because you're related to pro-heroes doesn't make you any less of an extra. What happened to the Chimera, then? Harrow asks, bringing it back to the point of all of this. They were merely related to pro-heroes. Or was their interest because they were connected to Nana and One for All? That's an unproductive question. One would shrug if he could. Blue eyes scan over the man in front of him, trying to spot a speck of humanity. What is a productive question to you, then? Hara pushes softly. Nothing from you is productive, One sighs. Just like the rest, you'd refuse to understand. I want to understand, Hara argues softly. I grew up in a violent era too. Less than yours, but still with death all around me. I was alone from a young age. I was never alone. One sounds offended at the implication. You wouldn't need to manipulate Nana's grandson into becoming a villain if you weren't. Harris straightens his back, looking straight at One's scarred, eyeless face. He's just a kid. That's rich coming from you. One speaks with so much implication, like he knows everything about Harrow. Maybe he does. It's because of my experiences that I say that, Harrow replies softly. Just because he's a young adult doesn't mean he's mature. Leaving the nest doesn't mean he's ready to face the world alone, nor that he won't need to return to the nest for support. If you truly cared about him, you'd understand that. That exact attitude is why Endeavor has never left said nest, One huffs. Or any of your grandchildren, for that matter. You've even managed to coddle All Might back into a chick-like state. The sound of a briefy laugh catches One off guard. Sorry, Hara mutters, fiddling with his hands. I guess I was hoping you'd understand since you know so much about me, from the sounds of it. Blue eyes are so gentle that even eyeless One can sense them. Someone with a history like mine would want to create a soft nest for the weary to rest in. I refuse to apologize for that. One wants to speak to All Might, the man who is so easy to rile up, who killed him, who he's been playing a game of cat and mouse with for years. All Might is fun. Endeavor's father is not. There's something about him that gets under One's skin. Distant and familiar, a throb that makes him itch. And it's because of you that Toya will crumble under the weight of this world. He taunts instead, hitting where it hurts. You're the root cause of your family's weakness. Hara physically winces. He doesn't need to be told what he already believes. I know, Hara mutters, a weak smile straining on his face. Silence stretches between them for a moment. You really won't humor me? Hara's almost upset that One is disinterested in speaking to him. He's not preaching like he was at Toshinori earlier, even though Hara generally would like to have a conversation. Even Shigaraki was willing to chat with me. Yes, One knows about that. How it had riled Tomura enough to play League of Legends solo for hours to blow off some steam. But again, he seems to get that Toya won't ever join your side, which you don't. This again. A decade of therapy really has given you a sense of entitlement, hasn't it? You think you can psychoanalyze everyone in becoming a better person. Wolf One hums. Maybe try convincing Endeavor first before you attempt with me. It's not my intention. Hera huffs a weak laugh. I just want to understand. He adds softly, like a whisper. Silence again. Hera sighs. All right, he gives in. He's not going to get anything from the villain. But even as he stands up, he doesn't look away. You called me gross for being fatherly to Toshinori, but you're the one who groomed a child and raised him to be a villain. You decided his fate and purpose for him. Hera stands firm in front of the glass pane. Even standing, it's clear All For One would tower over him if he wasn't sitting. You might think you're doing what everybody else is, but you're not. A real successor chooses that for themselves. You've done nothing of the sort with that boy. This intrigues All For One, and he leans ever so slightly forward, as if wanting to get a better look of Harrow. The turrets follow with a whir. Is that so, Flamelet? All For One murmurs, a smile stretching across his face. Such a grand statement. It sounds like you think you can grant him salvation. I can't. Hera's throat is tight. I would love to, but I know he won't let me, or any of us. You've ruined that chance for him already. All For One looks proud of himself, like a cat who brings a dead baby bird to its owner, only malicious because it killed for fun, not food. Hera's mouth tightens into a thin line, and he clenches his fist, feeling the next words get stuck in his throat. He wants to ask so badly, but he's wary of the guards watching them. He doesn't want to out the reality about One For All before Izuku has a chance to master it further. That quirk. It was a gift to your brother. All For One bristles and air turns thick. Tense. Harrow is stubborn. He stares at his scarred face despite the pressure on his neck telling him to look away. Harrow only knows as much as Toshinori does. One For All originated from the villain before him, then forcibly given to his younger brother who opposed him. Harrow could easily assume it was as a way to control the first user, but the childishness. He can't explain it. You speak of things you know nothing about. All For One's voice is low, full of warning. Behind the monitors, the guards start to sweat. The turrets shake. I'd like to know. Hera's voice is soft, light. I'd like to understand. What was he like? Do you miss him? Mr. Todoroki, the voice from the speakers interrupted. I don't care about the Demon Lord and what he's after. Hera's voice grows firm, addressing the villain. You're right, I'm merely related to Endeavor. I'm not a pro-hero. But before Endeavor, there was always Enji Todoroki, my son. That's who I want to understand. The brother before the villain. It becomes so quiet you could hear a feather drop. Then a snort, followed by a laugh. All For One is laughing. Oh, you Flamelet, you are a riot. The Demon Lord laughs like a king does at a jester. He'd been wrong. For once, he can admit that. Turns out this joke of a man was a little entertaining. You think too small, too insignificantly to ever understand. You're nothing but a citizen. Fodder for villains to throw around when they're bored. Harrow doesn't back down. Isn't affected by this deflection. No, you'd never understand. You're not of the world of heroes and villains. You're ordinary, the bottom of the food chain. What's so wrong with that? Harrow pushes back, undeterred. He knows this sort of tactic, this language. Akihime's parents used it often. Every member of the food chain is essential for a working ecosystem. Oh no, you misunderstand. All For One is catching his breath from the laughter, amused at the teacher-like response. I know everything about you. Hara had assumed as much, but for him to admit it... Shame flares in his chest and creeps up his neck with an unforgivable heat. He swallows thickly. You, Hara Todoroki, are completely and utterly ordinary, to the most pathetic extent. Chapter 100. Flamelet. You, Hara Todoroki, are completely and utterly ordinary, to the most pathetic extent. This pathetic boy is who got you pregnant. Honestly, Akihime, you couldn't have chosen a less appropriate partner. Hara looks at his feet, a shameful heat creeping up his neck as he stands in Akihime's house, her parents berating the both of them. He knew they didn't like him, but Akihime had assured him that didn't matter to her. She loved him, and nothing would get in between that. He really hoped she was right. Get rid of it. No, Akihime hisses at her mother. She was feisty like that. He loved her for it. He envied her ability to put her foot down. This is mine, for once. You don't get to tell me what to do with my baby. The room is a blur. He can't make sense of faces or details. This is just a memory, after all. Fine. Then get out, Akihime's father snarls. You won't shame this family by birthing a bastard sired by someone as below us as that one. It's not like Akihime's family were of high class, but they made a lot of good money from years of hard work to build their business in textiles, which gave them a sense of false superiority. Hara's living on his grandparents' inheritance and trying to make ends meet with a part-time job while juggling high school, which he and Akihime are about to graduate from. Not exactly on par. Seriously? I'm your only child. Akihime stands up abruptly, fist shaking. If you just give Hara a chance. Go! Both of her parents kick them out. Hara swallows thickly, hands shaking as he walks alongside a very quiet Akihime. She's shorter than him, with soft curves and a confident walk, but her usually held up high head is looking at the ground as they make their way back to Hara's flat. The one he moved into after his grandparents died almost 2 years ago, and he couldn't afford the rent of the old house. Akihime had helped him. I'm so sorry, Akihime, he whispers out, voice low. His girlfriend inhales deeply. After graduation, let's get married, she says firmly. Hara looks at her with concern. He'd love nothing more, but her expression. What expression had she made? Hara can't remember. He doesn't remember what she looks like. She'd left so long ago. Okay. Always the pushover. A traditional Shinto wedding with only the two of them and some former classmates made them husband and wife not a week after graduating. But despite Akihime's initial confidence, by the 4th month, she was sick as a dog and cried every day. Her quirk flew out of control, so she was always lashing out at him, which only got worse the closer to their baby's due date. Hara tried to make things easier, to take up another job as a coach at his old elementary school, to provide as many of the luxuries Akihime had grown up with, but nothing he did worked. The more her emotions overwhelmed her, the more things she broke, the more Hara needed to replace, and the more he worried. You stand before me with confidence, but where has that been majority of your life? He tried to man up. Why are you like this? His grandfather used to ask, sighing heavily. By the time Hara was 7, he was helping around the house. His grandparents were old, slowly going senile, and couldn't be the guardians he needed them to be. His grandfather was an old-school samurai type of man with a heating quirk, while his grandmother was a quiet little thing. He'd inherited her quirk, candlelight, the same one his father had apparently had. Not that he ever met him, nor his mother. He never did learn anything about them. and Hara could never give a reason to why he couldn't stand up for himself like a man should. In every aspect of your life, you've come short. You want to understand villains and heroes, but you can't even understand yourself. He tries for Akihime. He promised her he'd help with the baby. But not even a week later, she'd left. Abandoned Enji at the hospital while Hara was working. He tried to call her family house, her family's business, but he got no answer. It's like they disappeared off the face of the earth. When he went to her parents' house, it was empty and for sale. They'd vanished, and Hara was left alone with Enji, the sole reason he kept going. Can you name a single person before Endeavor who hasn't bullied you? Bringing a baby into work isn't professional, even for a coach, Todoroki, says his boss. Sorry. Seriously, grow a backbone, Todoroki, says his colleague. Sorry. You're late on rent again, Todoroki, says the landlady. Sorry. Always apologizing, afraid of being an inconvenience, taking up as little room as possible. All the while he fought to wake up every day to provide for a son he loved, yet failed to be present for in the desperation to keep the both of them alive. Running from villain attacks, cowering behind the couch while the building shook, bowing low to the landlady who had it out for him. His older colleagues looking down on him for being a single father, and yet he never stood up for himself. He never did gain that confidence. The feistiness that he loved so much from Akihime never grew in him. You even needed your own child to stand up for you, just like his deadbeat of a mother had to. Again, Todoroki, you're late with rent, the old landlady huffed, annoyed. Hara understands why she's so pushy about paying on time. He's apologetic, bows deeply in the doorway of the rented flat. Everybody else can pay on time. What's stopping a young'un like you? Aren't you working? Yes. Sorry, I can pay half now and the rest after I get paid. Hara mutters, head down. Speak up, boy. I can't hear you when you mumble, the woman says gruffly, even more annoyed at the perceived rudeness Hara didn't intend. You young people nowadays. Her voice trails off in a squeak. Hara looks up at her in tired confusion, his brain a messy mush from lack of sleep and overworking. It doesn't register that there's someone clinging onto his leg. He follows the landlady's fearful look down to none other than 3-year-old Enji, who is glaring murder at the woman. Enji! Hara hisses, covering the boy's face with a hand, but unable to shove him back into the flat with how tightly he's gripping onto his trouser leg. I'm so sorry, I want the entire payment in a week, the landlady huffs with a shaky voice as she hurries away. Thankfully, he gets paid in less than a week, so that works out. With a sigh, 21-year-old Haro shuts the door, Enji still clinging onto his leg. Don't glare at people, Enji, it's rude. Haro unlatches him from his trousers and carries him in his arms back into the living room, plopping his toddler on the couch. Now that it's just the two of them, his fiery-haired son has a neutral, blank look. Do you understand? Enji nods, but Haro doesn't think he's going to listen because the boy pushes himself forward to tumble into his father's arms again, snuggling in time for a nap. Haro needs to work, but the little warm body against his chest lulls him into a sleepy state too. You're pathetic because you need to surround yourself with people stronger than you to survive. One of those being your literal child. All the memories blur together. He doesn't remember faces. The only one that is pristine and defined being Enji's, his pride and joy. And yet, despite how long it's been since those difficult days, the idea that All For One knew of all his struggles, mistakes and shortcomings was a humiliation he hadn't prepared for. No amount of therapy with the little girl he'd saved could prepare him for that. It's nothing but dumb luck that you're even still alive. The villain huffs, and it echoes in his skull. The man before the demon shrivels under the revelation that he knew. You might have gotten a second wind, but what exactly has that done? Endeavor is the one of the success. You're just trailing behind. Harrow's head is lowered, looking at his feet, like he's 17 again, being berated by Akihime's parents. The parents you never met died in a freak accident. Your grandparents died of old age. Your wife abandoned you, and all you've done since is scramble, trampled by everyone with half a spine. Harrow can feel his chest ache. He closes his eyes. Why are you even here? Faceless figures swell in his mind's eye, looking at him in disappointment and exasperation. It's hard to breathe, like his ribcage is being crushed. He can hear screaming, crying, and destruction all around him. In the pitch darkness of being trapped under rubble, there's no one to save him. And who would? He's a meaningless, struggling child pretending to be an adult. Nobody will miss him. Nobody needs him. Nobody... Is there something, somebody you want to protect? A familiar voice said over 20 years ago, looking at him with awe and adoration. Rosy round cheeks, flaming red hair, a tiny, warm body that fits perfectly in his arms, turquoise blue eyes that look at him like he's a hero, powerful little hands that curl into the fabric of his clothes and nuzzles him, sleeping soundly on his chest. That's who would miss him. He was here for his son who had never abandoned him. His thoughts are wild, and it feels like he's going to faint. Harrow raises his hands. Mr. Todoroki, don't! The guards through the speaker don't know what he's going to do, but they fret he's going to strike the glass separating him and the villain. Harrow has slapped himself with both hands, his cheeks stinging from the impact. His eyes are shut tight. He breathes in deeply, pushing through the ache of his heart and chest. The words get stuck on his lips, his throat feeling tight. You're jealous, Harrow mutters. That's why you have to tear me down instead of talking with me. Jealous? Off one laughs out. Of you? Please, elaborate. You're lonely. His laughter dies instantly. And you hate that I, a lowly citizen who can't hold a candle to you, has something you don't. You hate that your brother has chosen us instead of you. Harrow's voice is low, but steady, eyes refocusing on the mangled face of the villain before him that tightens at the mention of his brother again. Izuku has one for all. He's inherited its will, and in turn, that nameless brother's. Ridiculous. Is it? Harrow's hands slide from his cheeks to cradle his own neck, squeezing it ever so slightly to ground himself. Feels the pulsing of his veins against his palms. He's alive. Is it so ridiculous to believe that two humans could have similarities? All for One doesn't need eyes to see those piercing blues, gentle and warm like he knew they were before All Might killed him. Yes, I was abandoned. Just like you were by your own brother, whose ghost you've been chasing for decades. Harrow's hands lowered to his side. I know how it hurts, how that feeling never goes away. I wish she was here, to be with the grandkids, to see how much like her they really are. But I love her enough to accept missing her. Why can't you do the same for your brother? He belongs to me. There's a rage in his voice. No, he doesn't, Harrow counters with calm. And neither does Tomura. One bristles. Mr. Todoroki, that's enough. Please step out of the room. The guard orders through the speaker. Harrow sighs under his breath and nods, moves to turn. Their anger makes the villain pettier. I know where Akihime is. Harrow stops, freezes at the words. Shut up. Harrow snaps softly. For the first time in the conversation, he's upset. Glares at All for One with his body half turned. Don't you dare. I won't have you disrespected like that. Sir? Oh, what, Flamelet? What are you going to do? All for One laughs, delighted at the reaction.
Do like your brother and leave, Harrow hisses, turning heel. Wait! The villain calls out like a child, and Harrow knows that tone. It's one that has rung out in his soul for decades, longing for a person that would never come back. Come back here! All for One wants to speak more to this strange little man, daring to stand up to him with the audacity to psychoanalyze a symbol of fear. He wants to dissect him like the street rat he is, figure out what makes him tick. Maybe Endeavor's father is more interesting than he'd given him credit for. He wants more reactions out of him. He wants to be the one to make this soft-spoken bug lose it. You're merely a weak man with an insignificant quirk. You truly think you can do anything of worth out there? I'm a father, Harrow declares defiantly as he stops at the slowly opening door with the voice of a father confronting his child's bully. That is of worth. You'd know that if you raised Shigaraki with care. The door is open and Harrow lingers. He sighs again, shoulders lowering. I'm sorry you didn't get to experience being a son, neither. The words are heavy with meaning, and so sad. Sad for himself, sad for Shigaraki, and sad for All for One. It leaves the strapped villain speechless, which turns into amusement. As Harrow leaves, the door closing behind him, he hears All for One slowly start chuckling again. That conversation would replay in All for One's head again and again for months. It will entertain him as days bleed into each other. He'll use it to decipher Harrow and the Todoroki further, find things to torture him with the next time they meet. He fantasizes of snuffing out that candlelight. Harrow is quiet when he rejoins Toshinori. The two men are quiet when they return to the car, where Takauchi is waiting for them. The entire thing was fruitless for the most part. He's infuriating, Harrow eventually says with a humorless chuckle. He talks so much. Right? Toshinori returns the equally morose laugh. I'm sorry you had to deal with him. Don't be. It's helped me understand you more, Toshi. Harrow shakes his head, patting Toshinori firmly on the shoulder from the back seat before he smiles at Takauchi. Thank you for organizing this so quickly. Of course, even if we didn't get much out of him, we can take at face value that the League of Villains is most likely going to lay low and grow their numbers in the shadows. The detective smiles back at the older man through the mirror, keeping his eyes on the road. Where should I drop you off? Toshinori will be going back to UA. Harrow starts to say the train station, but his hand settles on the wallet in his pocket. Can you leave me at the Endeavor Agency? Bernard's fiery head is deep into stacks of files. Eyes sore from sitting in front of the computer for hours, going through dozens of various databases, emailing relevant parties to find out anything about Kotaro Shimura. But even though they had the name of the orphanage he was left at from Gran Torino, nothing. It's like he was wiped off the earth, his family by proxy. Vernon groans and slams her head on her desk, gaining concerned looks from Kido and Onima. But they're distracted by Harrow coming in through the doors. Mr. Harrow, hi! Onima waves at the man with a grin. Endeavor's with the PR team. They're working on a new suit design. Enji glances to his father as the man comes into the meeting room quietly, looking over the new suit designs his tech and PR teams are demanding he picks from. Something like this. Enji pushes the design to the head of PR, who hums in thought. I think something drastically different to my previous suits is appropriate. Mutters echo through his employees as they think out loud, discussing the suit he chose while leaving the room to refine the concepts and start working on it all. With that, Enji waits until it's just himself before going to talk to his dad, who has sat politely in the corner of the room while waiting. Are you okay? As okay as I can be after talking to All for One. Harrow shrugs with a weak laugh. Enji bristles, scowls. He looks ready to barge into Tartarus for the villain having talked badly to his father. Any news from the kids? Fuyumi has landed in Fukuoka. Natsuo is connecting with his pro-hero friends after a call from Toya, and nothing from Shoto. I think he's having fun. Enji lists off. Nothing from Rain either. She must still be with her friends. Hara hums, reassured. His hand is in his pocket, fiddling with his wallet. All for One knows everything about us, he says softly. Enji sits beside him. His flames are out. Everything about me. He even said he knew where your mother is. Enji's scowl deepens. It made me realize I don't even remember what she looks like. Hara pulls out his wallet, digs for it with shaky hands. Would I even be able to recognize her? He pulls out that old photo, hidden between the layers of the leather like a haunting memory. The one Enji had seen as a kid. It didn't mean anything to him at the time, but now, with his father's hand shakily holding the photo, he finally understands. He can put himself in his father's position. What if Ray had left right after Toya's birth? It's a passport photo, in color despite the faded hues. It shows a young woman, no older than 18, with fluffy, messy, two-toned hair reminiscent of Natsuo, but with black melting into blonde. Soft features like Fuyumi and strong black eyes. She looks nothing like Enji, except maybe the eye shape and the serious expression. He feels no connection to her. That had been mutual, from what his father had told him. All bark and no bite, Hara mutters. Enji looks to him and sees a faraway sadness. That's what Dr. Tsuzura said she was. And she's right. Feisty and confident, until things stopped going her way. Then she'd give up. He swallows thickly and looks to his son with watery eyes. She was everything I wasn't. I thought being around her would give me confidence, but... He inhales and sighs with a shuddering breath. Well, I made up for it with stubbornness. Enji looks at the photo that his father has been carrying for years. He doesn't know what to say, what to ask. He and his father had said they'd speak about her, and for his father to seek him out, it feels like the right time. He doesn't want to disappoint. What was her quirk? He asks. If all else fails, fall back onto the Toya tactic. That isn't missed by Harrow, and he snorts. Bottle up, Harrow replied, rubbing the photo between his index finger and thumb. She felt a lot of emotions, strong ones. The more she suppressed them, her hair would gain more black, and the more enhanced her physical abilities were. If she didn't, well... Harrow chews on his lower lip. She was scary when she yelled. He sighs again, but his other hand finds his son's wrist and squeezes it. In the photo, she was only half blonde. It wasn't at first. It was charming and really, really awesome watching her play basketball, even though she was so short. Enji tilts his head, and Harrow smiles at him. She was amazing at basketball. She became the captain in second year. That sounds familiar. But after we graduated, I became the outlet. Enji's jaw twitches. We did fine without her, he says as softly as he can. Considering the building they're in, the amount of money that went into it, that's currently being generated, the small army that's working hard and who the boss is. More than fine. Yeah. Harrow chuckles weakly and continues to look at the photo. She could have been a great mum. You two are a lot alike, in a good way. Everything I thought I loved about her, I definitely love about you. She'd been class representative with the top grades, head of the basketball team, the only child from a decent, well-off family. She talked big and she talked loud, bossy and assertive. But what's the term Harrow had heard? She peaked in high school, he thinks is how it goes. That's where Enji differs.
When he talks big and loud, he's bossy and assertive, and he backs it up with hard work and results. He's grown so much since UA, through all his struggling and fighting. He's the proud father of 4 beautiful children and a cat, has an amazing wife, so many honorary family members, friends, and a successful career. He's outdone Akihime in every single way. And Hara had helped, despite his flaws. Enji blinks in surprise when his father places his wife's photo in his palm, and the flickering of his candlelight eats it up. Hara lets it burn until not even ashes remain. She left us, Hara says softly, looking to his grown son. She's not coming back. I refuse to let her be something All For One can use to hurt us. Blue eyes look at him with adoration and awe, like they have for so long. A son's love for his father is so important, and it's the only thing that has kept Hara alive for this long. It's never been dumb luck. My Father's Warmth is currently ongoing. I will be posting audiobooks every 10 chapters. Thank you everybody for watching, and thank you to my channel members. Yes, these are standard dues for Ocean Research. It's Momo Yaoyorozu speaking up meekly while with her band. It's Momo Yaoyorozu. Shigaraki told us you're a quirk specialist. He can practically hear magnate and compressors. There are many things I love about summer, but the millions of insects are not one of them. And so he's... That's just fucking rude, my guy. Go away. Oh my god, the noise keeps going. Fuck off.